Welcome to the other track. We are focused on another topic today with COVID, but my name is Elliot Lane. I will be your MC for the day. I am very excited to be here. We have an incredible lineup. If you've been watching on track one, Luke and Patrick have touched on it pretty fantastically. 30 plus companies today, and today is day one of two tracks. And if you miss anything, you can go back and watch it on YouTube later because it's still going to be there. This is for you guys. All right. This whole day is education. It's insights into these companies. It's for you all to ask questions. You can ask me on YouTube. You can ask me in the event platform. We will be monitoring both chats. So if you do have questions, please do not hesitate to drop them in. And we will do our best to communicate as many of them as possible to these executives for these biotech companies. Biotech, heavily regulated space. There's got to be a ton of questions. For those in the event platform, please do network. Please do set meetings, reach out, make connections. That's what events are for. We want to continue that in the virtual landscape. If you're on YouTube, please engage with me. I will be watching this YouTube chat all day long for 2 days. I'm very excited. So we're going to get started here in literally 2 minutes with our first presentation, but a couple of housekeeping further items. This is our first small cap event of the year. We had a cannabis capital conference with tons of public cannabis stocks in February. We obviously have our biotech event today and tomorrow. We have a clean tech focused event next month, and then a generalist sector agnostic event in May. And that's just the first 5 months of the year. We're going to keep going the rest of the year. So stay tuned. Continue to get alerts, subscribe, like, do what you need to do to stay up with Benzinga. And as Luke mentioned, our news, it brings awareness to stocks. It brings awareness to companies that you want to invest in. Just look at the NFT movement yesterday. It has been a super fun time to be associated with the retail market. Benzinga.com is where I get all of my news. I get my alerts. I am a member of Benzinga Pro proudly. I have tons of watch lists. I use that thing religiously. I also host the Daily Cannabis Insider Show with Patrick and Javier Hasse. So we are touching on multiple markets. I am very excited. Ben, LOL lags. What's up? All right. We are going to get started here shortly with our first company of the day, AccelRx, or AccelRx, I should say. There's no X there. ACELRX. So he'll be over shortly, but that is NASDAQ listed ACRX. So once Vince, if you are ready, we can go ahead and get you over, get that camera and microphone back on there, sir. Again, I encourage everybody, drop your questions in the chat. I will continue to communicate them over to Vince. And make sure you're keeping track of both tracks. There's tons of presentations. If you miss something, we can go back. Awesome. Vince, how are you?
Good. Thank you for having me this morning, Elliot.
We're very excited. You are the first presenter of our biotech, our first biotech event. So this is incredibly exciting.
One coming from the West Coast.
Oof, you are a champion, sir. All right. So again, Vince Angadi, did I say that correct?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Angadi. Perfect. I'm going to let you share your screen and get us started.
Okay. Let me... and just let me know that this comes through and that we're all set.
Perfect. Take it away.
See in here, great. Thank you, Elliot. First, let me thank those of you who have dialed in for your interest in AccelRx. And my name, as Elliot mentioned, is Vince Angadi. I'm the CEO. I joined the company in March of 2017. I know that we only have a short period of time this morning, and it might be unlikely that we'll be able to take some questions, but we'd welcome any one-on-one meeting requests that you might have. And I also want to let you know that later this morning, we have a fireside chat being conducted with our Chief Medical Officer and founder, Dr. Pamela Palmer, and it would be well worth your time to tune in for that. So thank you. Well, before we begin, I'll remind you that we'll be making some forward-looking statements during today's presentation that may involve risks and uncertainties of the business. I'd like to encourage you to refer to our SEC filings related to those matters. And anytime we talk about AccelRx, anytime we introduce AccelRx, we always like the level set where our interests and investments lie. And that is on the left side of your screen. Today, our focus is on acute pain management, always under medical supervision. For example, the pain associated with a long bone fracture, maybe a severe sprain that might drive you into the emergency room for care, or pain as a result of an insult to the body, like perioperative pain due to a procedure that you're having. Now, that is in stark contrast versus chronic pain, for example, lower back pain, where the patient fills their prescription at a local retail pharmacy and manages their drug administration at home. You will not find our products in your local Rite Aid, your CVS or Walgreens, but rather only at the institutions where it is actually administered. Now, our portfolio consists of multiple products with 2 that have achieved approval and commercial status. All of our products share the sublingual sufentanil platform. The first and primary focus of today's presentation is the product called Dasuvia at the top of your chart here. Dasuvia is a 30 microgram sublingual sufentanil tablet in what's called a single dose applicator, or SDA, and it's always healthcare practitioner administered. It's indicated for the management of moderate to severe acute pain in medically supervised settings. Dasuvia is approved and launched in the US. It is also approved in Europe, where we are currently having partnering discussions that are in deep progress. Our second product is a product called Zalvisil. Similarly, a sublingual sufentanil tablet, but this time half the dose, 15 micrograms, in a pre-programmed handheld patient-controlled analgesia device. This product is NDA ready in the US. We've held on the submission until the FDA has better clarity on approvals of this class of medicines moving forward, and is currently available and being promoted in the EU. We also have a couple of pipeline products in phase 2 that share the sufentanil sublingual platform, ARX-02 and ARX-03 at the bottom of your screen. These are sidelined as we've begun commercialization of Dasuvia, but these may be partnering opportunities in the future. Now, our sublingual sufentanil platform brings you back to our founder I mentioned before, Dr. Pamela Palmer, and current CMO. She's also a trained anesthesiologist from Stanford, who, while working at University of San Francisco, California's pain center, was often called as an expert witness in wrongful death cases at other institutions involving IV opioid overdoses. And in the evaluation of those cases, it was often determined that human error was the most common cause of those issues. And as a matter of fact, in 2005, when Dr. Palmer started the company, opioids were the second most frequent drug class of medication errors within the acute hospital setting. And unfortunately, it hasn't changed even until today. So the question is why? Well, IV opioids are all clear liquids in similar glass vials, easy to pick the wrong medications and concentrations as they all look the same. In addition, there's misprogramming of the pumps associated with their administration, which even in the slightest manner can result in fatalities. So her goal was to develop a unique solid dosage form to eliminate these human errors. And in addition, she also wanted to address the clinical shortcomings of these IV opioids. So what do we mean when we talk about the clinical shortcomings? Well, on the left side of your screen here, you see a representation of morphine. Now, IV morphine has a very slow, what's called blood to brain equilibration. Just because it's in your vein doesn't necessarily mean it's in the effect site, the brain. And it often tempts healthcare practitioners to push the dose for a faster onset of action. But as multiple doses are stacked, you start running the risk of respiratory depression, a fatal side effect. The other challenge with morphine is that it also has active metabolites, so that once you've done dosing it, those active metabolites are circulating and cause significant adverse events long after dosing. So clinical challenge with morphine. On the opposite side of the coin is the right side of your screen, and that is IV fentanyl and IV sufentanil. Exact opposite issue. Has a very fast onset of action. If it's in the vein, it's in the brain, very quick analgesia. But the challenge is, as fast as it comes on is as fast as it can come off. So 20 to 30 minutes later, you're always having to redose these IV fentanyls and sufentanils to keep an analgesic effect for the patient. So as Dr. Palmer is trying to solve the issue with these IV human error opioid mistakes and their clinical shortcomings, she evaluated this molecule, sufentanil, which had 2 key attributes making it appropriate for solid dosage form to be delivered sublingually under the tongue. Those attributes are one, a very high therapeutic index, which is simply meaning a reflection of its safety profile. And the second is that sufentanil is the most lipophilic and non-ionized of all of these molecules. These are two key characteristics which would allow sublingual, under the tongue administration. So she creates the formulation, and with sufentanil selected, administered sublingually, it addressed these shortcomings of these aforementioned IV opioids. And really where you should be focused is on the top left of the screen, which is what's called the pharmacokinetic and pharmacodynamic profile. And what you see in that top left chart of sufentanil sublingual 30 micrograms is that first, sufentanil's concentration in both the plasma and effect site, the brain, you should see two lines there, are mirrored. And they actually cross the analgesic threshold to allow for pain alleviation within 15 minutes. So, solves issue one, morphine of the slow onset of action. Secondly, it remains above that analgesic threshold line for 3 to 4 hours. So now it solves the other side of the coin, fentanyl and sufentanil in the IV forms, because they wear off within 20 to 30 minutes. This one maintains its analgesic effect for 3 to 4 hours. And then finally, and probably just as important as anything, is it's got a blunted concentration in the plasma, meaning when you look at the peak of the line, the top, the crescent of the curve, it's at a level considered to be blunted, which means it minimizes the risk of extreme side effects like respiratory depression. So you've got the triad: fast onset, nice duration, 3 to 4 hours, and a blunted Cmax that limits these extreme side effects. As a matter of fact, with that blunted Cmax in all of our clinical trials, we've had no use of naloxone ever required. And that is an important aspect, because if you're familiar with naloxone, it's administered to reverse opioid effects due to overdosing too much in the blood. Has not happened with sufentanil sublingual in any of our clinical trials. So Dasuvia was approved by the FDA in late 2018, but importantly, up to that time, when this PK and safety profile was being evaluated, it caught the attention of the Department of Defense, as the analgesics being used in the field of battle had significant shortcomings. So the Department of Defense partnered with Accelerex, investing $22 million to develop what is now called Dasuvia. And you see it on the far left, top left of your screen. It's the full drug device combo. And it's been developed with attention to mitigating diversion issues as well. So it circumvents the potential for clear liquid substitution or diversion simply because it is solid in nature. It has a non-retractable plunger on the device. While the device looks like a syringe, it's got a blunt tip at one end. It's clear so that you see the small tablet. At the other end, it's got a lock that prevents premature actuation of the plunger. But the plunger was developed to be non-retractable, so you couldn't try to substitute a fake pill in there and use it for inappropriate reasons. It's got tamper-evident packaging, and there's no wastage because it's a solid dosage form. It's always the same starting dose for everyone. There are 0 leftovers when administered to the patient. So you have no controlled wastage for the product, as it is always completely used. Now, importantly with the military, I'll cover it here a few slides later, but there were some significant decisions made in 2020 relative to their use of that. We'll cover that here shortly. So again, as mentioned, Dasuvia was FDA approved in late 2018. It's got a very clean label, including our pivotal trial, what was called SAP 301 efficacy chart that you see in front of you. This is lifted right out of the label. And it's based on this efficacy chart, what's called the pain intensity difference. So the higher the difference, the better. Dasuvia is represented by the gold line, placebo is represented by the grayish line beneath it, and you can see a statistically significant separation from placebo in the pain intensity difference within 15 minutes, carried out for 3 to 4 hours until rescue medications are delivered for placebo. So in our label demonstrates the fast onset of action and nice duration. Also within our label in the same trial is a relatively benign adverse event profile versus placebo, especially for an opioid. So this shows those adverse events that are greater than 2% and also greater than placebo. And that's important that you'll see there's only 5 that are listed in our package insert. And we put this adverse event profile against any opioid in the acute care setting. And as a matter of fact, even more telling is regarding the adverse event profile from the results of our what was called SAP 302 or emergency room trial, where patient adverse events are not clouded by other issues in the perioperative environment, like anesthesia gases, etc. So again, a very clean profile of adverse events that's really report in the single and low single dose percentages. And what is resounding most in the marketplace with those people using it in the real world is that in that same ER study, the Department of Defense asked us to do a cognitive impairment assessment as they had historical issues with traditional opioids like morphine, fentanyl, and other agents like ketamine that were causing the clouding of our soldiers' minds. And of course, you can't afford for soldiers in the field of battle to be cognitively impaired. So this was a requirement of the FDA to assess this. So they established a standardized tool, a 6-item screener, which was used to assess this cognition at baseline and at 1 hour when the peak plasma levels are attained of dysuvia. So the bottom line here on the left side of your screen, if you add them up, 97% of patients had no cognitive impairment, which is really extraordinary. And importantly, for the civilian world, when you look at the right side of the screen, age did not play a factor. So it really separates dysuvia versus historical opioids. And we can hear from the PACU nurses routinely, those dealing with the patients, and particularly elderly in the recovery rooms, the clarity of the patient's mind post-op because they're not all clouded over from the adverse effects of these opioids. So when you look at it holistically, you see that with the fentanyl molecule and the sublingual administration of it, designed now as dysuvia, they combine to create this unique pharmacokinetic and pharmacodynamic profile. You get the fast onset of action, the nice duration, nice AE profile, and lack of cognitive impairment. So it should result in, theoretically, lower morphine milligram equivalents because you don't have to continue to redose products, and eventually help in enhanced recovery for patients and reduce their discharge time, which is really the main game, safety for patients and tightening the efficiency within these ambulatory surgical centers and hospitals. And importantly, in August of 2020, a publication in the Journal of Clinical Anesthesia and Pain Management showed just that. It demonstrated that dysuvia had a reduced opioid use in time in the PACU when administering the product. Now, the study was conducted independently at UHS in upstate New York. It was a prospective use of dysuvia preoperatively, so they were matching that pharmacokinetic profile to the pain versus historical controls. Both the dysuvia and control groups were matched for patient demographics, surgery types, the same surgeon, so the technique didn't make a difference, etc. And what they found was on the top left of your screen that there was a 50% reduction in opioids administered, including intra-op and post-operative opioids, when dysuvia was utilized versus the control group. And what is not shown on this screen is that there was an 80% reduction in opioid use in the PACU, or recovery unit, as measured by morphine milligram equivalents. And that all translates into the right side of your screen. Because of this reduction in morphine milligram equivalents throughout the perioperative setting, and the patients being clear-headed post-op, they showed a 34% reduction in phase 1 PACU time when using dysuvia. So the effect was efficiency and cost savings for the hospital system, as every minute in the PACU can be very expensive. As a matter of fact, it's been documented to be anywhere from $7 to $15 per minute. So in this study, dysuvia was the opioid that actually reduced opioids in the hospital setting for these patients. So as you can see in the analysis from a financial standpoint, from a pharmacoeconomic standpoint, to a lesser degree, it really had an impact on drug costs being other opioids, but they're relatively inexpensive. It was more about opioid stewardship, but to a much more significant degree on efficiency and more expensive drugs, which really positions it nicely for the importance of efficiency post-COVID. As a matter of fact, a May 2020 study in orthopedic surgery volumes by the Journal of Bone and Joint Surgery suggests that even under the most optimistic scenario, the U.S. may face a cumulative backlog of more than 1 million total joint and spine surgery cases due to COVID. And we believe as the elective surgeries begin to ramp in the second half of 2021, DeSuvia is well positioned for this in order to help with patient throughput. Interestingly, an additional independent assessment was completed recently and published in the Journal of Universal Surgery, evaluating DeSuvia for the perioperative management of surgical pain. And again, it showed a strong, consistent results of a intraoperative reduction in postoperative or intraoperative use of IV opioids and a greater than 50% reduction in postoperative morphine milligram equivalents associated with DeSuvia. So again, very, very consistent results. So there's nothing like it with that PK and that delivery system. You have a non-invasive option that gives a rapid opportunity for pain relief. So it's truly unique in its profile, has the long duration and the Cmax. So commercially, how do we think this will end up playing out? Well, for the patient experience, important that it's non-invasive, so you're not tethered to the bed. For the nurse, it's very easy use of administration. It takes a matter of a minute or less. There's no risk of IV infection simply because it's not invasive. And this should create efficiencies for the ER, ASC, and hospital environment moving forward, which all translates into lower costs. So the market is significant. There's roughly 92 million adult patient visits in medically supervised settings annually associated with moderate severe acute pain, whether it's the ER, outpatient surgeries, inpatient surgeries, et cetera. And today, increasingly, the same-day surgeries are being pushed to the ambulatory surgical center and facilities. So it would be too much for us from a cost and efficiency standpoint to build an infrastructure to address this massive market. Therefore, we have a 4-pillar strategy for revenue growth. Pillars 1 and 2 on the left side are large markets, large revenue opportunities with minimal AccelerX investment. Pillars 3 and 4 are where we'll directly invest our dollars in a staged fashion for the long term. So starting with pillar 1, I'd mentioned the DoD before, and that's really the basis of this pillar. We had in 2020 a very important year for us in that after 18 months post DeSuvia approval, a milestone C review meeting was conducted by the Army, was completed in April of last year, concluding that DeSuvia met all of its primary objectives and was approved for all Army sets, kits, and outfits for deployed trips moving forward. So while we expect the revenues to be choppy over time, depending on the deployments, we're very excited about the formal review and approval of DeSuvia's profile for the men and women of our service.
Hey, Vince, about 1 minute left if you want to give us a few final thoughts there.
Sure. In addition, they expanded it to the joint deployment formula, so all branches of the military can now have access to it. We've also signed a partnership with Zimmer Biomet for the oral and dental surgery markets, a very large market of over 7 million procedures a year. They have a national sales team, and they will be handling that and launching that as this year progresses. And finally, with us, we'll be focusing on the hospitals and ambulatory surgical centers moving forward with a relatively small sales team of about 15 to 20 sales representatives, accessing those in strategic areas around the country. So for our company, quickly on the finances, our 2020 revenues was $5.5 million roughly. We finished the year at roughly $43 million in cash on our balance sheet, and that was prior to a capital raise through the end of February of an additional $36 million. So our balance sheet has a strong cash position. Our operating expenses are tight, running around 8.7 million a quarter. And that actually includes about 1.3 million of non-cash stock options.
Fantastic. Vince, is there an email? We do have several questions in the chat. Mark, I believe we have one from Dennis as well. Is there an email they can send them through to?
Yeah, investorrelations@accelerx.com. And
Perfect.
again, I just want to remind you, Elliot, that we'll have our chief medical officer and founder who developed this technology later this morning.
Beautiful. Yeah. So everybody, please tune into that. Some of these questions very well may be answered there. I think actually, Vince, you did cover a few that were asked. So wonderful presentation. I really appreciate you being here. It sounds like there's not a huge catch to your product, man. So very cool activation there.
Yeah, we're very excited. Thank you for having us. And we appreciate, again, for those of you who tuned in this morning, much appreciated.
Yeah. Thank you, Vince. All right. So we started off with an awesome company here. And I think it's important to remember as we move along, we are going to be hearing from companies that have engaged in very broad spectrums of therapies and diagnostics that are all going to translate one way or another to COVID. So you heard from Vince how his product could be used, for COVID with joint and spinal surgeries. So I think it's a very interesting through line to this track. Again, investor relations at AccelRx. Please do reach out. Mark Parchetta, you had some wonderful questions in the YouTube chat. Dennis, your question as well. But we are going to keep powering through to our next presentation. Good friend of Benzinga, Chris Bunka, CEO and chairman of Lexaria Biosciences. I can talk. Listed on the NASDAQ, LEXX. Chris, are you with us? How are you? We just need you to get that camera and mic on if you can.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there you are, my friend. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Good. Mike's a little hot there, my friend, but we do see your screen and I can let you take it away.
Okay, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time this morning. My name is Chris Bunka. I am the CEO and chairman of Lexaria Bioscience. I'm very delighted to be able to give you this presentation this morning. We, of course, are a public company, so you'll need to go through our disclaimer. In a nutshell, we are a company that is trying to change the world with drug delivery. We are trying to make drug delivery safer, with lower doses and more effective delivery. We are a disruptive company, and I know that's a sexy word in the media, but I have to tell you, from living it every day, it's a challenge because it means that a lot of Fortune 500 companies hate us. We are disruptive. We have the ability to disrupt existing revenue streams because we deliver drugs so much more effectively. We are a technology company. We're very good at what we do, and we've already been awarded 18 patents just in the last several years. We have nearly 60 additional patents pending all over the world. Our patents are granted currently in the European Union, in America, and in Australia. We are patent pending in all of those countries for additional patents, but also in China, India, Japan, Canada, Mexico, and elsewhere. We are building a very significant intellectual property portfolio. We want you to follow us and follow what we're doing as we try to disrupt these drug markets. Our tech is already patent granted for many fat-soluble molecules, including oral nicotine, cannabinoids, fat-soluble vitamins. We are patent pending for antiviral drugs, for human hormones like estrogen and testosterone, and for additional drug classes, as you can see. The name of our technology is Dehydratech, and we are a B2B company. We are not a company that is trying to do too many things. We're not trying to invent technology, manufacture it, distribute it, sell it, all the rest of it. What we're trying to do is be a think tank for drug delivery technologies and license our tech to other corporations who can use our tech to more effectively deliver these types of drugs. I have to tell you, you're rarely going to see a company that is addressing larger markets than we are. The nicotine market around the world, for example, is one of the largest industries on earth. It's over $800 billion per year, nearly $1 trillion per year if you include China. And we're not like a lot of other small companies. Instead of me asking you to just trust us, I'm actually telling you we've already formed commercial relationships with companies like Altria, the largest nicotine company in America. We already have a commercial royalty agreement in place with them. We also have a formal R&D agreement in place with an even larger company, British American Tobacco, one of the 3 largest nicotine companies on earth. Our team is large. I don't have time to go through everyone. You would expect us to have a strong team, and we do. I'll mention just a few of the people on the right side of the page. Greg Smith is a shareholder and a strategic advisor. You may be familiar with him from CNBC's on TV, it seems, all the time. He was one of the original investors in Juul and Beyond Meat. Greg is well known as an early stage investor in disruptive technologies. Dr. Phil Ainsley, who's the co-head of the cardiovascular department at the University of British Columbia, sits on our scientific board. You'll see why his input in a few moments has been so important to us. Brian Quigley, one of our directors, he was sitting across the boardroom table from me a couple of years ago when we were negotiating against Altria. He was the CEO of Altria's smokeless tobacco division. He's since left Altria and he joined our board. It should tell you something about the quality of our science and technology that people like this are joining us. Here's what our tech does. This is obviously an oversimplified cartoon, but basically we take a drug, we combine it with a fatty acid oil. This combination is very important to us because there are certain co-ingredients within these long-chain fatty acids that our technology requires. And by the way, these are very simple ingredients, very simple and very safe, like sunflower oil or olive oil or grapeseed oil. We heat that to a certain temperature and then we apply it to a dry powdered particulate. We're looking for certain ratios of mass to surface area, absorptive qualities. That mixture is then placed into our patented dehydration processing. And what comes out is a dry powder with the drug literally baked into it. Because we operate in different sectors, those powders can now be used to press a pill, be used to fill a capsule. In the CPG or consumer packaged good market, they can even be used to create food. For example, before we listed on NASDAQ, we used to have a division in the company that was licensing our technology to the THC industry. And in that industry, our largest client was a company out of Colorado. Some of you may know it, 1906 Chocolates. Their chocolates are well known as some of the most effective and best tasting in the country, in the cannabis market. They used to put, and still do, put our technology into cocoa powder. So it's very natural, organic process that we use to deliver these drugs more effectively. We had to sell that division, that business unit, prior to listing on NASDAQ 2 months ago. Why do we do this? We do it because we know that fatty acids work symbiotically in your body. And this is something I really want to hit hard with all of you who maybe haven't heard this before. We don't use chemicals. We don't try to use a sledgehammer to make your body do things it doesn't want to. We work with the natural processes of your body because guess what? Your body manufactures long-chain fatty acids. Your pancreas, gallbladder, liver, stomach, and small intestine, they all communicate with each other every time you swallow food. And depending on what sort of substances are detected, different cells are triggered and a very customized digestive bile is released to help your body absorb those nutrients. That is what we piggyback on with our technology. And where our technology is unlike anything else is we manage to sort of crazy glue the drug to these long chain fatty acids so that the drug is preferentially absorbed and it goes into the lymphatic lacteal system instead of crossing the intestinal wall, going into the hepatic vein destined for liver biotransformation. Because of all this, as I'll show you in a moment, drugs that are processed with our technology enter the bloodstream so much faster and so much more effectively. We've also been working for a number of years with the largest R&D organization in all of Canada, the National Research Council. It's a Crown corporation, and they have done a lot of very sophisticated work to evidence how our technology works, and we've received the thumbs up from them and from others. The benefits of our technology vary depending on the type of drug that we are delivering. But in general, these 5 things you see on the screen remain constant. Because Our tech is very effective at masking unwanted flavors. And I'll remind you that our technology is optimized for use in oral drug delivery, something that you're going to put into your mouth. Because of that, taste matters. Now, it doesn't matter very much for a capsule, but it matters a heck of a lot for a beverage or for a CPG. And because of that, we can reduce the amount of sugar or artificial ingredients that are required in those products. The biggest benefits that people recognize is speed. I'll show you in a moment in a graph just how quickly we get drugs into your bloodstream. And whether you have someone around you who is having a seizure, whether you have a migraine headache, whether there's any number of different conditions, you know darn well that time is important and you want your drugs to take effect quickly. We also get much more of the drug into your bloodstream. It's called bioavailability, and it means that in general, we can use lower doses of drugs. And that means we can lower the negative side effects because we're using smaller doses. We discovered in 2018 and 2019, delighted to discover that we crossed the blood-brain barrier much more effectively. And you might ask, well, why would that matter? Well, for certain drug classes, most of your receptor cells are located either in the central nervous system or in the brain itself. Nicotine is a prime example. If you can't deliver nicotine into the brain, it's of no use because that's where your receptor cells lie. I'll show you how we do that. And we do all of this at less than 1/10 of 1 penny per dose of drug. So our manufactured clients, our corporate clients that use our manufacturing process actually experience an additional cost of less than 1/10 of 1%. And that makes us the most cost-effective drug delivery technology in the world. The drug delivery markets are huge. You can see some of the numbers here, but I'm going to drill down into some of the specific sectors to give you a bit better idea on that. And I want to make it clear that for 2021, we have 3 main areas of investigation. Yes, our tech is effective in a dozen different areas, but this year we're working on CBD or cannabidiol for hypertension, oral nicotine formulations, in part because we already have 2 of the world's largest nicotine companies as commercial partners, and antiviral therapies. This is where we really start to communicate a lot of information. This chart on the right, the black line is indicating our technology in a human clinical study that we performed using a 90 milligram dose of cannabidiol. Time is measured from left to right and quantity of drug in blood measured vertically. The dotted gray line was from a separate study, a competitor that used a nanotechnology. You hear that word a lot. A lot of people don't realize how old nanotechnology is. The peak in nano patents, for example, in America was about 12 or 14 years ago. So a lot of those technologies are actually coming off patent and are now generic. And what you can see here that in both studies, blood was drawn roughly every 30 minutes for between 6 and 8 hours. And at the 30-minute mark, the first blood draw, we've already delivered more drug than the competitor's technology managed to reach at the 2-hour mark. And at that 30-minute mark, they've practically not even started. And also by the 60-minute mark, we've delivered more drug than the competing technology ever did manage to do as it peaked at the 4-hour level. So this is called moving the curve to the left. It is highly desirable in the drug delivery business. And this is what we do. We deliver more of these drugs and we deliver them much more quickly. On this graph, I'm going to take a little bit deeper dive. It's the same black line. The dotted gray line in this case is representing our own control formulation. So this was a formulation that does include our patented formulations, but did not include our patented processing. And you can see that even our patented processes, or excuse me, patented formulations convey a lot of benefit, both in time and volume, to the patient. On the left-hand side in the bullets, I want to draw your attention to the bottom two bullets. In this human clinical study that was published in 2019 in a peer-reviewed US medical journal, we also evidenced that our technology was successful in lowering human blood pressure by about 5% with this very, very small dose. The generic CBD that was not processed with Dihydratech did not lower human blood pressure. This was an amazing discovery. We also discovered cerebral perfusion, which is the quantity of blood and fluids flowing into and out of the brain. Dr. Phil Ainsley, who I mentioned earlier, managed to fly some very specialized equipment from the university over to Europe, where the study was conducted, and they use a form of Doppler radar to measure blood flows inside the human brain. And we were able to evidence in this study that our technology increases those blood flows. This is hugely important for our number one area of focus. I'm not going to get into some of these data points with you, it's highly technical, but I really want to talk about the hypertension market. There's over 1 billion people around the world who suffer from high blood pressure or hypertension, but interestingly, only 1 person in 5 is currently treating it, i.e. that market could grow by 500% to treat everyone who has it. Why? Why are so many people walking around with high blood pressure and not treating it? Well, there's 2 reasons. One, some people just don't consider it to be serious enough. But more importantly, most people who investigate it recoil when they learn of the side effects of most of the existing pharmaceutical hypertension drugs. You see some of them here on the screen. Some of these side effects are extremely serious. And what is of great interest to us is that CBD is not known to have any serious side effects in multiple studies conducted by others. For example, GW Pharmaceuticals was just purchased a month ago at a valuation of over $7 billion because they, of course, were the trailblazer in the CBD market, and they obtained FDA approval to use CBD to treat pediatric seizure disorders. They did a fantastic job, and they were dosing it up to 1,400 milligrams per day in children with no serious side effects. As a result of all this, Lexaria is delighted to be able to announce that in the coming months, starting next month, we are running 3 human clinical trials using CBD for hypertension. In these trials, we're going to be using various doses between 300 and 450 milligrams a day, i.e. around 4 to 5 times what we used previously. And what we are trying to evidence is a 10% or greater drop in blood pressure. If we do that, we feel that we will be successful in demonstrating that Dihydratech CBD is a competitive, effective, and cost-competitive alternative in the hypertension market. Just to put a point on this, the number one selling hypertension drug in America has sold over $62 billion worth of that single drug over its product life. These are massive markets.
Chris, this is incredible. We do have about 30 seconds left. If you can put
a last thought to it. I'm going to have to just skip some of this. We're doing a lot of work in the CBD sector. We're doing work in this giant $800 billion nicotine market. We've evidenced 300 and 500% more drug delivery to brain. We're working with some of the biggest companies in the world in the nicotine market. We're also active in the antiviral. In our first study released before Christmas, we've shown great promise in delivering some drugs that are being investigated for use in COVID-19. Here's what I want to tell you. We just got listed on NASDAQ. We only have 5 million shares in existence. We have 2 years of capital in the bank. We don't spend a lot of money. We need you to help us to grow our company. We want your support as shareholders. And we thank you very much for your time. Please come to our website, lexariabioscience.com, to learn more about the company.
Chris, that was absolutely fascinating. The runway for you seems to be quite long. A lot of potential there, my friend.
It's absolutely enormous. Most people have a hard time wrapping their mind about the $100 billion markets that we're chasing.
Yeah, wow. Chris, thank you so much for being here. Chris will be back with us at future events, but please do check into them. LexariaBiosciences.com, listed on the NASDAQ, LEXX. I may also look into it myself. Chris, thanks so much, my friend. Glad you were here.
Thank you so much. Have a super day.
You too. Awesome. So 2 fantastic presentations to start off. That drug delivery aspect of Chris's presentation was super interesting to me, but we're going to keep going. I think to maybe one of the panels of the event. Very, very excited for this topic because we've all been struggling through this for a year now. I'm going to bring over Jason Colbert. He is the Director of Research from Dawson James Securities. They themselves had an interesting announcement recently, but Jason, I'm going to let you introduce the panel and get off here.
Good morning. Can you guys see me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but you might need to turn your camera on if you can.
Let me see just bear with me. Okay, there we go. Good morning, everybody. Yes, COVID is a very interesting topic, and it's a really interesting panel. I had the pleasure and luxury of being on television yesterday and talking a little bit about something very unusual that's happening in the world. Does one size fit all? When we look at drug development, it's very, very unusual to think that one drug treats all patients. And in terms of the COVID epidemic, there has never been a mass vaccination during an actual pandemic. So we are on new ground here. So one of the really exciting things when we think about this is, what are we going to learn from this process? And it's very clear when I look at this panel and the range of companies that they really represent what I think is going to happen over the next 2 to 3 years in terms of not just the COVID pandemic, but in terms of the next pandemic as well. What do you need to know? Well, you need to know is the company leveraged to COVID? In other words, if the company's business really climbs as a result of either therapeutics, diagnostics, or other elements of COVID, how will that affect the company? How will it translate going forward? Another aspect is, what do we need to learn about COVID? For example, if you've had COVID, do you need to get a COVID vaccine? If you've had a COVID vaccine, are you still safe from COVID 6 months or a year down the road? And if you do get COVID, what therapeutics are available to treat you and prevent death? And I think these panelists can answer that question. So I see on my right, Henry G is the CEO of Sorrento. Sorrento is a 2.5 billion market cap company. Henry, I looked at the recent 10K. You may even have more money than this on the balance sheet, but 56 million in cash. The thing that excites me about Sorrento is it's still flying under the radar screen. People do not appreciate the scope and breadth of this company, both in oncology, in pain management, but here we're going to talk about Sorrento and COVID, both on the therapeutic side and the diagnostic side. We also have Prophase, ticker symbol PRPH. I see Ted there. I love Prophase because I view it as a leveraged play towards COVID. And as we see COVID testing increase, you may have heard me in the past say that I have a son at University of Wisconsin. He gets tested every week for COVID. So as we see testing increase, this company, Prophase, is going to benefit from that. And there'll be some challenges going forward. And then the other question I asked is, what is your immunological status? If you've had a COVID vaccine, are you safe from getting COVID in 3 months, in 6 months, in a year? The Aditech score is the next generation of immune surveillance, and we're going to see its applicability towards COVID. But what's interesting is it's more than just COVID. And in fact, Amro, congratulations. I saw that the psoriasis trial, you had some news on that this morning. So with that, let me turn it over to Henry first. And Henry, in about 5 minutes or so, just give me a basic description of Sorrento and focus on the COVID opportunity for us. Thank you.
Yes, Sorrento is a NASDAQ listed company, and we have working on all solutions relating to COVID-19, that including diagnostics as well as therapeutics. In the diagnostic side, we have a rapid antigen detection for COVID-19, which we call the COVID stick, which is very rapid. In the 15 minutes, we can detect whether you have infection or not infection with accuracy. And on the therapeutic side, we have neutralizing antibody. It depends when you get infected in the mild to moderate space. We are having IV form as well intranasal form of the neutralizing antibody. As of today, we have finished the phase 1 for the IV form and into phase 2 with outpatient setting as inpatient setting as well. And intranasal form of the neutralizing antibody, we just got the FDA clearance, and we are right now doing the phase 1 clinical trials for it. Now, the beauty of this one is a combination of these may having both inside and outside approach that you can get to the nose clearance, lung infection blockage as soon as possible as intranasal, and then you get to systematically with the IV form. Now, our approach to this whole COVID-19 is detect early and treat timely. Now, treat timely including different stage of COVID-19 patient treated with different drugs, because not a one drug fits all. We have the moderate to mild to moderate with neutralizing antibody. With moderate to severe, we have a small pill called abivertinib, a BTK inhibitor. Is a strong cytokine storm, we call it stopper, cytokine storm stopper, which is blocking the production of a pro-inflammatory cytokine, including IL-2, IL-6, IL-1 beta, as well as TNF alpha. We have close to 200 patients already treated, and half of them in the US and half of them, more than half of them in Brazil. So we're gonna get to data readout probably within a month or so. That's very exciting. We can't wait to see the data. And lastly, but not leastly, we have the mesenchymal stem cell treating severe patient in the ICU settings. And we have so far have tested the patients in the ICU, and every one of the patient, I'm emphasizing here, every one of the patient discharged from ICU, and right after that, the discharge from hospital as well. This is very exciting. And we're recently announcing acquiring a compound for the long hauler. That means, you have lingering effect after infection, which typically lasts for over, 9 months, potentially over years to come. And we have a low dose naloxone, which is good for the fibromyalgia, and which is a similar symptom to a long hauler. So we got that exclusive license with our subsidiary, wholly owned subsidiary called the Silex. We're going to be able to exercise this one as relating to non-opiate pain management as well on that company. So we are pursuing very aggressive, potentially gets into phase 2, phase 3 right away with that compound.
So you really have the complete spectrum from a rapid diagnostic, COVID stick, to a range of therapeutics. And I just want to ask you one quick question, which is, when we saw the president get COVID and he was treated with the Regeneron MAB cocktail, Sorrento is working, when you describe one of your therapeutics as a MAB cocktail, a similar type product, right?
Yes. So what we have is right now at this moment, STI 2020 in clinics is a single antibody, works on the Washington strain, UK strain, and we just found it out it works on the Brazilian strain potentially too. So that's very exciting. But we, as you noticed, that we got the license from Mount Sinai as well from antibody discovery from our library. And we have over a dozen antibodies right now, works on all variants of concern. And as today discovered, that including the South Africa, Brazilian strands, UK strain, Washington strain, and we are having a Covishield on a development to treat all variants of concern as today is known.
Henry, how many people at Sorrento are working on COVID?
Oh, we have hundreds of people right now working on COVID. We have R&D staff with say 100 PhD, and we have over 300,000 square feet the CGMP manufacturing facility.
Thank you so much. So I cover Sorrento, ticker symbol SRNE, buy rating. Please feel free to go to the Dawson James website and pull down the report. Henry, great job. Let me flip now to Ted. Ted, one of the questions that comes up when you and I talk about prophase is how big is the market opportunity for diagnostics? And I just want to remind you of a conversation that we had, particularly when the government stimulus came out and the COVID care package. The government, in essence, just in the US, we're not talking global, defined the market. So people who question, is this a billion-dollar market? How would you respond to that?
Sure. Jason, would you mind if I just give 30 seconds or a minute on the background of my company first?
No, we're going to get to the company.
Oh, okay, fine. So how big is the opportunity? Look, the Biden administration pushed for, billions, actually hundreds of billions, more than $1 trillion, but hundreds of billions of dollars for testing for COVID. They want to get the schools open. We now have sports arenas opening back up. We have weddings and events opening back up. COVID goes through waves. Everybody is a little burned out right now because of what we went through the last several months. All of a sudden they see a downtick in the incidence of COVID. Everybody thinks that the worst is over. They're thinking psychologically, because people are getting vaccinated, that COVID is going away. What people don't understand is that in the entire country, less than 20% or a little over 20% of the population has gotten one vaccine. Less than 15% have gotten 2 vaccines. So first of all, only a very small percentage of the population has actually been vaccinated. Secondly, people also don't understand, just because you get vaccinated doesn't mean that you can't get COVID. You can still get COVID. And in some instances, it's actually more dangerous because you'll be asymptomatic or you'll have such light symptoms, you won't even realize that you're sick with COVID, which means that you're even more dangerous to passing it on to other people. So testing is going to be a tremendous industry over the course of this year. We're going to have waves up and down in COVID. Right now, we had a downtick in February, but already in Europe, we're seeing an uptick in the incidence of COVID. They're panicking around the rest of the world while we think that we've beaten, this virus.
Well, so clearly one of the things you said was that the government has allocated not $1 billion, but billions, many billions
Hundreds
of dollars to define the diagnostic market. We're not even talking about therapeutics. So clearly the potential to expand your business in diagnostics is huge. This is a multi-billion-dollar market. Tell me a little bit about prophase and about the epiphany you had to make the transition from being what you were to where you're focused today.
Sure. So we used to own the Cold Remedy brand, which we sold to Mylan for $50 million. We kept our manufacturing facility, and we still have a dietary supplement business that we sell into 40,000 food, drug, and mass stores around the country. Last year, because of COVID, we saw an opportunity to both help people with testing. And so we pivoted into owning 2 CLIA labs. These are high complexity molecular labs, testing for COVID and other upper respiratory incidences and viruses. We have the capacity for 60,000 tests per day. Most of that is free capacity. Our motto was, if you build it, they will come. So we believe that because we have this tremendous, and that's from the movie with Kevin Costner, Field of Dreams. And so our approach was, if we build this tremendous capacity, and the other key point is the turnaround times. Most of the large labs, they turn around the results in 3 to 7 days. We turn around our results in less than 24 hours. So we have tremendous capacity. Turnaround times are fast. If you think you have COVID, you want to know that day. You don't want to know a week from now. So we have the fast turnaround times. We have an incredible lab for reporting results. We also have the newest, latest state-of-the-art Thermo Fisher equipment for testing for multiplex, which is multiple genes, so that we're testing for the COVID strains and mutations. So we're still going to get the true positives from from these mutations. Finally, we're growing rapidly. We just raised about $43 million in January. Most of that was at $12.50 a share. Our stock's trading at a little over half that. We're trading near, it's amazing because of the NASDAQ sell-off. We're trading at near liquidating value where our company is growing, cash flow is growing, earnings are growing, and it's a tremendous opportunity for our company.
Ted, thank you. That was very concise. Sure. I'd like to hit a little bit on what is your capacity capability. So right now, I know that you have 2 places where you're processing. I visited the one facility out on Long Island, which is absolutely beautiful. How much capacity do you have? And let's say if you were at 100% capacity, how much revenue would that equate to?
Oh, I haven't even calculated those numbers. If we even get to 10 or 15% of capacity, our numbers are going to go through the roof. As it is, we're, and I don't want to get into specific numbers because we're reporting next week, but we're at under 10% capacity utilization. And even at those rates, we're growing rapidly, we're cash flow positive, we're generating earnings and growing. So we're tickled pink with our performance. We really started the business in Old Bridge, New Jersey, started testing a little bit in December, rapidly grew into January. We saw the opportunity, so we built out a larger lab in Garden City, New York. And I mean, clearly the opportunity is enormous. As I mentioned, because of wedding events and sporting arenas and schools opening up, there is so much new opportunity for testing. And the way we view it is, yes, this is a profitable business for us. At the same time, we're helping people, because if we can isolate the people that are COVID positive faster, we hopefully are going to mitigate the transmission of the virus.
So you're being a little bit modest, but because I know that you have a tremendous capacity to test a lot of samples, and I know that if I looked at I did a very interesting model on Prophase where we looked at margin on one grid and capacity utilization on the other grid. And I'll tell you that the numbers get crazy when we start looking at 20, 30, 40% capacity, and we start looking at margin assumptions. I think my assumptions are very conservative. So we've really broken this down in the model. I'm excited to see, what you're going to report next week, and you'll hopefully give us some insights into how the business is doing. And just one last question: how do you go about selling this capacity? How does that work?
So there are RFPs that are popping up all over the place. There's a tremendous, when the Biden administration got the hundreds of billions of dollars approved, all of that is going to states, which is then mandated to school systems. So we have school systems that we're now talking to. At the same time, as I mentioned, you have sports arenas. At the same time, we're talking to wedding event planners that are all excited to be opening up again. There's so many different avenues. There's so many groups of people that we are talking to. It is hard, honestly, it's hard to keep up. So, but we're building our business brick by brick, test by test, and quarter through quarter. There are going to be ups and downs. February had terrible weather, which slowed things down a little bit for shipping of specimens. We do a lot of testing across the state of Texas. Texas, I guess, never had snow flurries before, and they just shut down. So we slowed down in February, and now we're growing again. But quarter by quarter, there's no question we're going to be growing our revenues, cash flow, and earnings going forward. And as I mentioned, we're trading near liquidating value with a positive growth, actually positive revenue growth and cash flow positive. And we have a very strong balance sheet. As I'll announce it next week, we have a lot of cash on our balance sheet.
So Ted, you did a great job, and you started to set up AMRO to talk a little bit when you were talking immunologically about could you still get COVID if you've been vaccinated? How do you know what your COVID status is? And AMRO, I really see you as a critical piece of the COVID jigsaw puzzle. And of course, this has huge implications beyond COVID for a range of diseases from cancer. And I know you guys are working on psoriasis, but talk with us a little bit about what is Aditax and what is the Aditax score, and help me understand what you're seeing in terms of people's immunological profile who are maybe had COVID, maybe are in the hospital, maybe got a COVID vaccine and they want to know if they're safe. Help us understand how you fit in this landscape.
Jason, thanks for having us on the panel. And I just want to touch on a quick point that Ted started talking about in terms of the market size for COVID-19 and beyond. One interesting thing that we're seeing from our point of view is there is a unique shift in the marketplace where diagnostics is not only going to be driven by medical professionals, but it's also being driven by individuals. Individuals now are keenly aware of how critical our immune status is. They want to be tested for COVID, which are the tests that Ted and Henry provide. Society as a whole is becoming very, very aware of how important it is for us to understand our body. So we see that fundamental shift in the market, and we see that market continuing to grow from where we are. Now, back to your point, it's going to be really interesting now to see how, as we go through this next phase of the pandemic, now we need to begin to understand our immunity status. So Ted, for example, is talking about weddings are opening up. People want to go back to sporting events. Look, we are all so ready to get back to living. And that's just reality. It's human nature. And what's happening in the marketplace, where 2020, the focus has been on infection status because it's a way to mitigate risk. It's a social approach to really minimizing infection and death. But now as we move forward, we need to begin to understand, how do we get back to reopening societies? How do we get back to work? How do we get back to, again, sporting events? And one of the key answers and one of the key tools is understanding our immunity status. So what does that mean? Personally, for myself, for my family, we need to not only feel comfortable that there is infection control being done by whatever organization or whatever location we go to, but we also need to understand, are we really protected? So if we get vaccinated, and that the numbers are out there in terms of statistics, whether it's Moderna or Pfizer or J&J or any other vaccines, those come with statistics based on the clinical trials that they did. I know personally, I don't want to be 1 out of 10 that end up not developing immunity because of whatever factors. So where Aditax score is, and that's the commercial brand that we have for our innovation platform, we basically look at multiple analytes with very high specificity, very high sensitivity. We run the data through set of algorithms to provide meaningful information, whether you've been exposed, whether you were not exposed, and if you were exposed, do you have an indication of robust immunity? And we truly believe that this is going to be one of the key tools that we are going to need, in addition to PCR testing, to really begin to go back to what we used to be doing before COVID. And that's one segment of Aditax. Of course, you mentioned earlier that we have the Therapeutics segment, which is pretty unique or pretty uniquely and pretty strategically complement the Aditax score side. And that's reprogramming the immune system to address organ rejection, autoimmunity, and allergies. So that's a little bit of overview of what we do, Jason.
Have you gathered any insights in terms of the Aditax score where have you had a chance to test people who've been vaccinated, and do you get a feel for what their fingerprint looks like? And are you seeing variation in the immunological profiles, that maybe some people have a stronger immune defense after vaccination versus some people who maybe don't get a huge impact after being vaccinated? Are you seeing that kind of variation?
We are, Jason. We have been Aditax scoring people for clinical study purpose, and we're just going on the commercial side, as we announced about a month ago, and we are seeing interesting patterns. Now, I'm not ready to provide any conclusions right now. We want to be, we want to be very accurate when we're ready to do that. But we are certainly looking at patterns in terms of, Moderna, Pfizer, people that had COVID and got vaccinated, people that had COVID and did not get vaccinated or don't want to be vaccinated. So really interesting patterns in terms of, even the types of antibodies that are being developed for someone that's vaccinated and someone who developed antibodies but did not get vaccinated or did not get the vaccine. Really interesting patterns, and I think that knowledge again is going to be very critical for us as to move forward, not only in reopening society but also developing therapeutics that Henry was talking about earlier.
Right, and that was my next question, which is if someone is in the hospital and they have a serious infection with COVID, you would think that the Aditech score would become a critical element towards their treatment. That's correct, right?
We certainly believe so, yes, because we can objectively monitor what's going on with their immunity and with their immune system as we're administering certain therapeutics.
Okay, so Henry, I'd like to ask you a question, which is, when you hear AMRO talking a little bit about the immunological profile, I know that is not new information to you, but where is Sorrento? It seems like it would be, all of you guys seem very complementary to each other. So my first question, Henry, is, do you find that technology exciting? Do you have a similar technology that you're working on in Sorrento in terms of understanding the immunological profile of a patient who might be getting a Sorrento therapeutic in the future?
Yeah, AMRO's technology is very exciting. And the reason is that when you do therapeutics, if you already have, let's say, a neutralizing antibody in your body, maybe a neutralizing antibody is not the way to go. If you have a T-cell profiling, if you have an immunity, T-cell immunity, maybe you have a very strong, but if you can detect the patient in the, moderate to severe, or, in the mild to moderate, if they don't have antibody, that's when you wanted to using the neutralizing antibody, especially right now, if majority, if not all, I believe it's all right now, it's all vaccine against the Washington strain. So the vaccination gonna escaping the, in the South Africa strain, Brazilian strains, name it, some emerging strain gonna be escaping. If you have a score, you can detect it. You have immunity against Washington strain, but not South Africa. That's when you can select which neutralizing antibody to use. And at the Washington strain, for example, the strains against the originally Washington strain being stopped for distribution in 3 states right now. That's including California, because it's not useful. And they have a majority of the strain is not even Washington strains.
Well, so Henry, you're bringing up a different topic, which is the vaccines today are all going after what I thought was a very conserved region on the spike protein. But what you're saying is that we may see escape where that region may not be as conserved as we think it is.
No, so all of the vaccine, Jason, is right now is all against the whole spike protein.
Correct.
There is no subunits right now. There is no conserved regions. And we actually are studying the conserved regions. So maybe you have one common regions that potentially works on all coronavirus. However, as of today, every one of the vaccine, either messenger RNA or adenovirus, they all against the whole spike protein. When you have the whole spike protein, when you have some mutation, which is a collection of mutations as South Africa, Brazil, they change the conformation. When they change conformation, some of parts you have a neutralizing antibody. Then some of parts you don't. And when you have the binding pocket being the mutated conformation change, your vaccine may not work at all. And that's where it's getting very interesting. Everybody thinking you got the vaccinated, but you don't have the immunity against the variants of concern.
And one quick question for you, Henry. You also have CoviStick, which is a rapid test. You heard Ted talking about his capacity to be a provider and really turn around at a very large scale testing. How do those two things compare? Is CoviStick a point of care test And then on a positive, you probably go for a second test. Tell me how you think that.
The COVID sticks right now is a lab developed tests, which you can use in Clear Lab for testing as long as you validate it against the PCR approach, which is what TED is doing. And I think it's very complementary, two companies very complementary. So COVID stick potentially could be useful in the Clear Lab setting. Meanwhile, if you get the EUA approval, then you can potentially commercialize in the point of care. If you get the at-home base, then you can use at home on the potentially on the supervision of professionals.
Great job, guys. So 3 companies, I really like them. We've got complete coverage from the initiation of coverage report to the latest updates, right available on our website. You can see CEOs, very smart. They understand their company. They understand their drivers. And what we're looking for in this panel is companies that not only can bring great things to all of us and help, put the COVID pandemic behind us, but that are leveraged and through this great work will benefit the company and grow the company. And then you can see how the infrastructure and technology that these companies have can help down the road in terms of other things, from as simple as flu to being therapeutically prepared for the next pandemic. Thanks.
It pains me to cut this conversation short. It's been an incredible panel, gentlemen, but we are hearing from, I believe, all of you. Jason, really lovely job moderating this discussion. Henry, we'll see you in less than a couple hours on the other track. Ted, good to have you with us as well. Amro, shall we stick around and talk about AddedX a little bit more?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Awesome.
Thanks,
Thank you all.
Thank you,
gentlemen.
Jason.
Thank you.
Perfect. Everybody, thank you so much. We did get a little COVID sticks discussion, but 12:15, you will hear more from Sorrento on the other track. Amro, why don't you go ahead and share your screen if you have a presentation, and I'll let you take it away, my friend.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Elliot. Let me.
A lot of fans of your product on our YouTube chat right now, Amro.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Look, it's really timely, Elliot. I mean, it is right now. That's, as I was sharing with the panel earlier, that's the real question: is what is my immunity status, so I can understand how to make a decision moving forward. So hopefully, you guys can all see my screen.
Let's see.
Elliot, are you?
There we go. Perfect.
All right, great. Well, again, my name is Amro Albana. I am the co-founder and CEO of Diagnostics. We're traded on NASDAQ. We actually went public back end of June, back in 2020, and our symbol is ADTX. Just a few seconds here on the safe harbor disclaimer, if you don't mind taking a quick look. And I really, look, obviously the audience here is going to be hearing from a lot of companies, a lot of good quality companies, but I want to summarize Diagnostics really in 3 main points. We are a unique company in that we combine a unique combination and a strategic combination of therapeutics and health tech, both of which focus on improving the health of our immune system, and both of which share one thing in common. They're focused on taking a fundamentally different approach to therapeutics and immunotherapies, as well as immunodiagnostics. Number 2, we have 2 key milestones to accomplish in 2021. On the therapeutic side, we want to make sure we transition the company from preclinical to clinical. On the monitoring side, the diagnostic side, we want to get into meaningful revenues. So we're a young company. We've been public for about almost 9 months now. And these are 2 key milestones that I have been communicating with the market as far as how I see the company transitioning from where we are today to where we want to be. So becoming a clinical stage company and getting into meaningful revenues with the Diagnostics score side of the equation. And frankly, we have an attractive valuation. We're right now trading in market cap of 44 million. So hopefully the market can see the potential growth for a company like ours with everything we're doing. So what we do is we're developing promising discoveries, promising innovations that are focused on immunotherapy, as well as immune monitoring. And I'll get into more details. We are located in Silicon Valley. That's our product development center up in Mountain View. We have our immune monitoring center, the Diagnostics Immune Monitoring Center in Richmond, Virginia. That's actually where I'm at right now. It's right next door. And our finance, accounting, legal, business development is located in New York City. So let's get into the reprogramming side, which is the therapeutic side. The field we're in is labeled as immune tolerance or induction of immunity. And the whole concept of immune reprogramming, and instead of suppressing the immune system to stop it from doing something you don't want it to do, you want to retrain it, you want to reprogram it to behave differently. So as an example, think of organ transplantation. When someone receives an organ, our immune system will do its natural job and will begin to reject it. It will recognize that it's a foreign organ, it will begin to reject it. Autoimmune diseases, our immune system somehow treats our own cells and tissues as foreign and it will begin to attack it. So as allergies, the same concept, except it's with external substances, allergens. And the whole field of immune tolerance is to reprogram the immune system to make it identify a specific cell or a specific tissue as self. If we're able to accomplish that, that obviously becomes a significant breakthrough in the field. And immune tolerance has been shown to be achievable, but the questions really remain to be, can it be made into a product? Is it feasible logistically and economically to produce? And will it require additional hospitalization? And we believe the approach we are taking actually does answer all these three questions. It can be made into a product, it will not require additional hospitalization, and it is feasible and logistically possible to ship and produce, and very economically possible to produce. So that's really our approach. Very strong IP portfolio. We have 95 issued patents in the US and internationally, and we did it in 4 animal models. I'll just talk about 3. In skin allograft as a proof of concept in organ rejection, we've shown an increase in survival of the graft by 300%. We've done it in psoriasis as an autoimmunity model. We've shown 69% reduction in skin thickening and 38% reduction in scaling. And we've done it in T1D. It's published and it's public study, and we've shown reversal of hyperglycemia and suppression of T1D. So very promising animal data. Of course, as we all know, success in animal studies does not necessarily translate into humans. And that really becomes the major question for our therapeutic side for these 3 indications, which is moving forward with human trials. So major inflection point once we reach the human trials. As we announced this morning, psoriasis is the very first indication, first program that we are pushing forward through trials by Q4 is what we're anticipating. Skin allograft will follow psoriasis, and we're looking at first half of 2022. And type 1 diabetes, we're looking at getting into clinical trials in second half of 2022. Beyond that, our specific technology that we are working with to translate into multiple indications really can translate into many other indications beyond the 3 that I just mentioned, in autoimmune diseases, allergies, dermatology, and certainly organ rejection. And you can see the pharma market is pretty active in these indications. And we really look at it 2 ways. One, the 3 indications that we're working on, type 1 diabetes specifically and psoriasis. As you can see, a lot of activities, a lot of interest in the marketplace by big pharma in these 2 indications. So that's why we're pushing forward with psoriasis first, T1D after. On the skin allograft, there is really not much activities, but that shows big opportunity. Plus, it really becomes a proof of concept in an organ rejection model, because skin allograft is actually a pretty challenging model. And if we can show success in terms of safety and efficacy, we believe it opens up the doors to beyond just skin, of course, solid organs, kidney, liver, and others. So big excitement, big opportunity we see with the ADI technology. So let me switch over to the additive score side. We started working on monitoring the immune system more than 2 years ago, way before COVID. And we did a partnership with Stanford University to develop a platform that will enable us to understand the immune or someone's immune profile. And the reason for that is as we were developing therapeutics, it's actually the conversation that we touched on in the previous panel. As a company is developing therapeutics, you have to understand someone's immunity profile before you administer and as you're developing the drug, during clinical trials and post-clinical trials, so you can continue to monitor someone's immune system so you can get an idea what's going on with their immune system. If you're programming something, you got to understand its profile. And Aditech Score is a platform with multiple applications in multiple categories to analyze with high specificity and high sensitivity multiple analytes of the immune system, antibodies, cytokines, and others, to give us meaningful information about the immune system. So areas that we see Aditech Score in: allergies, general health like gut health, drug and vaccine response, which is what we just discussed, disease susceptibility. Think about kids and young children that could potentially develop T1D. That's where we see Aditech Score in. Organ rejection, understanding or predicting or even detecting an organ being rejected early on, years in advance in some cases, would be extremely helpful to individuals. And of course, infectious diseases, which is COVID. So speaking of COVID, let's talk about where we see COVID right now. Again, I'm not sure how many people already attended the panel, but this is a little bit of repetition as far as COVID-19. The question right now is going to be, in 2021, what is my immunity status? I really believe there's going to be a transition from focus on protection, on infection, to protection. I do believe infection testing will continue, but now people are going to look at protection. So let's take a great example, a cruise ship. Cruise ships right now wanting to open up. So if they're focused on infection only, it's great to say that a ship, which is pretty impossible to do, a ship is infection free. But even if they can, what about from door to shore? What about the hotel? What about the airline? What about everything else in between? What about excursions? So ultimately, we need to understand protection status. We need to understand immunity status. That's where we see 2021 and beyond is going. And this is where Aditech Score is perfectly positioned to provide immunity or an indication of immunity status, whether those who are exposed, not exposed, vaccinated, not vaccinated. We really do need to understand, individuals' immunity status. So how does it work? This is really why I labeled it as health tech, where samples get collected through channel partners, collection sites, hospitals, major employers, CLIA labs, other CLIA labs. They collect the samples. They have an agreement with us. They ship us the samples. We process it in our immune monitoring center, Aditech's Immune Monitoring Center. We process the samples, we collect the raw data, we run it through our proprietary algorithms, and we ship back Aditech Score report outlining the individual numbers as well as a set of comments to guide someone of what those numbers mean. So they can make a decision individually, or they can make a decision along with their physician. So let me summarize Aditech with 1 minute left, I believe, here. Again, it's a pretty unique company in a sense where we combine therapeutics and health tech. On the therapeutic side, in 2021, we are transitioning the company from preclinical to clinical. And you've seen our announcement today, psoriasis being the first to go into clinical trials in Q4 of 2021, of course, assuming all the regulatory approvals is secured. But we are well on our way with our IND enabling GMP talks and looking to begin that clinical trial in Q4. On the health tech side, Aditech Score, this is the really catalyst for our revenues in 2021. And we're starting with COVID-19. I'd like to just bring up the fact that I say COVID-19 is certainly a health challenge. It's a global challenge, but I also believe it became a $1 trillion awareness campaign where individuals became keenly aware of how critical it is for them to understand their health status and not just rely on medical professionals. And that's why we see Aditech Score being a major contributor in this field. So those are the two key milestones that we are pushing forward in 2021. And with a 44, 45 million as a young company, we feel we are very well positioned as an attractive investment because of what we're doing, what we're accomplishing, and what we're looking to do in 2021. So with that, I do certainly appreciate everyone attending and listening to Aditext. And I thank you, Elliot, and your team for inviting us to present at your conference.
Absolute pleasure, Amro. We do have a question from the chat from Joseph Sutton. Would you mind diving in a little further to your channel partnership with Easy? He's curious because he says the website only has FDA approved tests. So he's curious about the FDA status for Aditext.
Yeah. So what we're, first of all, we launched Aditext Core for COVID-19 as a lab developed test. So we secured our CLIA certification. We're operating as a CLIA certified lab, and we launched COVID-19 as a lab developed test LDT. I know that some of the audience members probably interested in knowing the status of our EUA. We submitted an EUA back in August. We really have not had any, communications with the FDA other than the, canned email that we get that we are in queue. But with that said, and I said that it's actually last year, our interest as a company is not only EUA and it's not only LDT, it's to really go for full 510K for the platform as a whole. And that's what we're pursuing. Now, as far as Easy is a channel partner. We signed up with them. They have 8 locations in Southern California, 1 location up in Northern California. And that really becomes our first physical locations where people, certainly in California, can go and begin to get Aditext scored. But they are a channel partner, and we announced that partnership about a week and a half ago.
Fantastic. Thank you for that. So another question here from Gab A. If ADTX issues shares in the future, do you have an idea of what those proceeds will be used for if that is a part of the near future here?
Yeah. So a couple things. One, we have enough cash to operate in 2021, and I've always wanted to make sure that the company is not in survival mode, is in growth mode, and both programs are now funded by the capital we have that we filed last in Q3. And of course, we're about to file our K as well, just like everybody else. The capital markets for us becomes really focused on growth, meaning if there's a program that we want to advance, we want to accelerate, and I see that it contributes to the growth of the company, then we will engage with the capital markets.
Beautiful. And then from Chris, keep grinding, Amro. You're on to something. Thank you so much for being here. Really informative, hugely topical. We appreciate your insights, Amro.
Thank you very much, Elliot. Thank you all. Bye-bye.
All right. Fantastic. That is Aditext. They are listed on the NASDAQ as ADTX. Please do reach out to Amro. You can reach their website, aditxt.com. We're right on time. We have had some amazing conversations thus far. We're not even halfway through, y'all. We may be close to halfway through, but I'm excited to welcome the next presentation, the president of Alpha Cognition, Fred Sanchillo. Fred, once you get your mic and camera on, you can correct my pronunciation of your last name if indeed I was incorrect. But this is Fred Sanchillo, president of Alpha Cognition. They are currently not listed, but very excited to join us. Fred, shall I turn it right over to you, sir?
Yeah, if I have some luck with getting the presentation.
No worries at all. There should be a share screen button at the bottom there now that you are joining me as a panelist.
Which I have done, but it's not behaving itself here. Can you see my screen?
I cannot.
Oh, that's not a good thing. Let's see, how do I do this? I'm going to be using.
Kelsey, can we make sure he has the opportunity to share his screen just to confirm?
I have. This is the fear of everybody.
Oh, no worries. No worries. You're far from the first here. Hey, I see something here. There it is. There it is. I see your Zoom screen. So we just need to click over to that presentation.
Oh, yeah. How do I do that now? This is not going well here, folks.
Oh, no worries at all. Zoom and the pandemic are the life of us all, my friend. So I think, yeah, now that you're resharing your screen, just the appropriate window, I would say.
Yeah, let me give you a second here. Of course, the talk disappeared. Oh, Lord. This is the worst nightmare.
Chris says we should turn ourselves into cats. I'm assuming
I wish I had.
the reference to I'm not a cat. You know, I'm on Word Feud, and I've played 4 people that say I'm not a cat, Chris. So fantastic. So Fred, again, Alpha Cognition. Sorry,
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm not going to be able to share the screen. Unfortunately.
Kelsey, do we have his deck that we can share for him?
Yes, give me one moment.
Perfect. This is why we have backup plans. We always have a plan B.
Well, that's why I sent that out earlier today, to make sure somebody else could do it. There is no share screen function here for my, unfortunately, for the presentation. So.
All right. Well, we'll get that up. We are still relatively on time here. So, all right. Kelsey is going to pull it up. Fred, as we're doing this, do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Yeah, I can. My name is Fred Sansilio, and I'm president of Alpha Cognition. And I've been in the industry for about 35 years, actually closer to 40 years now. And I've been in drug development, in management. I've managed public companies, private companies. Right now, I hold a position as president, and I'm also a board member of Alpha Cognition. And I would really appreciate if somebody can get that presentation up. Like I said, I've sent it ahead of me here.
Yep, Kelsey,
I'm going to start doing
working on it.
Those presentations where the guy uses the, the screen in the background to talk. Really
you know, it's probably the most engaging presentation we would have, in any sense. We'll do that live next time we're in person.
Yeah. Are we having any luck with that presentation here?
Yeah, she's sharing it now. All right. So Fred, just give her cues on when to go to the next slide and I'll hop off.
Okay, you can go ahead to the next slide, please, and we'll start. And I apologize to the audience for that delay. Before we get started, however, let me remind you about forward-looking statements and the discussion here. Next slide, please. Okay, Alpha Cognition is a late-stage biopharmaceutical company focused on diseases that affect the brain. Our lead compound is Alpha 1062. A patented new chemical entity designed for the treatment of mild to moderate Alzheimer's dementia. This program is utilizing a de-risked regulatory pathway called a 505(b)(2) NDA. FDA confirmed that approval will require only a single pivotal bioequivalency study, since Alpha 1062 is a prodrug of an approved product, but with minimal side effects, and the potential for improved long-term outcomes. Alzheimer's disease is a very large and growing market with serious unmet medical needs. In 2019, over 19 million scripts were written for treatment with acetylcholinesterase inhibitors. That would translate to over $7 billion of branded sales for this class of therapeutic. But till now, existing therapeutics have serious gastrointestinal side effects that create overall dissatisfaction and discontinuation. We aim to launch the first new branded acetylcholinesterase inhibitor in over 18 years, designed to overcome the side effects seen in all of the products in this class. Next slide, please. Not only do we expect to submit Alpha 1062 for the treatment of mild to moderate Alzheimer's disease in the first half of 22, but we designed a pipeline of life cycle management products to expand their reach into a broader market. Alpha 1062 is being combined with memantine and following a similar 505(b)(2) regulatory pathway for approval. This time, it'll be for moderate to severe Alzheimer's. And we're also developing a nasal spray formulation for the treatment of traumatic brain injury. Both products are in development and will follow behind the initial approval of Alpha 1062, expected in the first half of 23. This rapid development program was only possible with the acquisition of experienced industry professionals with a demonstrated ability to bring products through the development process and into the market. Alpha Cognition's management team has been working together for decades and successfully gained FDA approvals for dozens of products and has commercially launched over 20 products successfully. Next slide. I just wanted to take a minute of your time to share a bit of the history of the company with you. Alpha Cognition is not an overnight success, but a company that has been working on neurological products for over 15 years. Starting in the early 2000s, Ken Corkell and Dennis Kay founded the firm to explore treatment opportunities to mitigate rare brain diseases. Years later, and following the acquisition of Alpha 1062, the management team was expanded to include both development and commercial professionals. More recently, a reverse merger onto TSXV was completed, and trading of our stock will actually begin next week under the symbol ACOG. This important milestone coincides with the ending of pilot clinical studies and the commencement of pivotal phase of development for our lead product, Alpha 1062, for the treatment of Alzheimer's disease. Next slide, please. So to expand on that, we're entering the final stage of development of our first product, and we plan to initiate the single pivotal study in Q3 of this year. Top-line results should be available in Q4. Following this and the required stability study, we should be seeing a submission to the US FDA in the first half of 22. Next, using a similar formulation approach, we're combining 1062 with memantine to expand usage to include moderate to severe patients. Pilot studies for the combination will commence in the second half of this year. Work on the nasal formulation for the treatment of traumatic brain injury is well underway. We've already completed preclinical tox studies on the nasal delivery of Alpha 1062 and completed human phase 1 and phase 1b toxicity trials. We're in the process of completing preclinical pharmacology work expected later this year, and will progress to an IND following review of the data with the FDA early next year. Lastly, our second patented therapeutic, Alpha 602, a protein-based product for the treatment of ALS. This early stage program is in the preclinical phase and has recently gained FDA approval of its orphan drug designation, specifically for ALS. These slides didn't come out very well on the screen. You must be using a Mac or an Apple. Next slide, please. Alzheimer's disease is characterized by memory loss, behavior changes, and loss of many everyday functions. What's been clear for decades is that the disease begins to destroy neurons that secrete and neurons that bind a chemical called acetylcholine. That's a neurotransmitter. As the number of neurons decreases, both acetylcholine and alpha-7 nicotinic receptors are reduced, directly impacting memory, learning, and executive function. These are characteristic of Alzheimer's. Current therapeutics increase acetylcholine by inhibiting the enzyme called acetylcholinesterase that otherwise regulates it. Hence, the class is called acetylcholinesterase inhibitors. What is unique about Alpha 1062 is that it's not only an inhibitor of the enzyme, thereby increasing acetylcholine, but it also enhances functionality of the alpha-7 receptor and provides a second possible mode of action. Next slide, please. Okay, I wanted to give you all a better understanding of what the actual molecule looks like and why the FDA considers this a new chemical entity, but allows us to rely on previously submitted data for Razidine. Razidine is the brand name of galantamine. Galantamine is the active material, and it's depicted on the left. What we've done was deactivate the molecule by binding a benzyl ester to the hydroxyl group that you can see at the top of the screen. That's the OH in red. This, coupled with making a gluconic acid salt to enhance the solubility, creates an entirely new molecule depicted on the right. It's totally inert when it enters the gut and highly water soluble. However, once in contact with certain enzymes that usually are found in large concentrations in the liver, the gluconate disassociates from the molecule and the enzyme is cleaved, releasing galantamine as the metabolite. Galantamine then becomes the only substance that remains and travels to the brain where it functions as an acetylcholinesterase inhibitor and an alpha-7 nicotinic agonist. Next slide. Now, keeping this in mind, and again, without a pointer, this is a little bit more difficult. This is what occurs. This diagram is a cross-section of the small intestine. When any of the current acetylcholinesterase inhibitors on the left enter the intestinal lumen, they're active. They've not been deactivated. They're not inert. And they're consequently absorbed into the intestinal wall. The inhibitor, the active inhibitor, binds to neurons in the intestinal wall and causes vomiting and diarrhea. This is classic for all drugs in this class. This action not only causes nausea and diarrhea, it also reduces the amount of acetylcholinesterase inhibitor available to circulate. Hence, you see slightly depressed bioavailability. Now, let's take a look at the right side, which is alpha-1062. Alpha-1062 enters the gut and totally bypasses the neurons. It doesn't see them. It's totally inert. When it does that, it passes directly into circulation at higher concentrations than the active counterpart. Following absorption through the hepatic there's a hepatic activation that then rips off the benzyl ester and releases the galantamine. So all of this occurs as a first pass effect in the liver. What's left is galantamine at very high concentrations, and it travels to the brain. Now, what we've seen and what we postulated before we started running clinical trials is that when we compare galantamine with alpha-1062, if this is true, we should see higher bioavailability of galantamine. We should see reduced nausea and vomiting as compared to galantamine itself, which is lower bioavailability and increased nausea and vomiting. Let's go to the next slide. Next slide. Hello. Okay. We believe that alpha-1062 will address the unmet needs of people and caregivers living with Alzheimer's disease. We expect to show significantly less GI side effects, and patients may actually be able to start therapy at efficacious doses, thereby seeing improvement in their symptoms earlier. Today, patients have to be titrated up to the effective dose over a very long period of time. We also expect that with limited side effects, patients will become increasingly compliant and long-term benefits will result. Next slide, please. Let me share some preliminary results with you. This is the results from our pilot program. To the left, we show the bioequivalence of alpha-1062 formulation with commercial Razidine. As you can see in this diagram in the chart to the right, we have met the bioequivalence requirements needed for approval. Although, as predicted, slightly more bioavailable, the results are well within acceptable limits suggested by the FDA for such a study. But we believe the next diagram is even more telling. If you can flip to the next slide, please. We've dosed alpha-1062 in several pilot studies. To date, we've not seen any adverse events for the 8 milligram tablet. When we compared this with published data for Razidine, we found that even at the 4 milligram dose taken BID, side effects were common. On the right, you'll see, in fact, large studies conducted on Razidine show the incidence of adverse events to be over 35%. As I said, so far, we've not seen any GI adverse events related to alpha-1062, and based on the mechanism of action, we don't expect to see any. Next slide, please. Now, this is a really important diagram. This is extremely telling. Over the past decades, patients have been treated with galantamine, and some have been able to tolerate the efficacious dose for several years after they've been titrated to the efficacious dose. What Feldman reports here in this publication in Geriatric Psychiatry is that 80% of the patients treated with galantamine, that is those patients that tolerated galantamine for 3 years, were still at home compared to only 30% that didn't receive treatment. When treatment continued for 4 years, 60% remained free of long-term care, while only 25% of the untreated group remained at home. The cost of long-term care is very high, not only in terms of dollars, but in the patient's and caregivers' quality of life. Being able to stay home and avoid a nursing home environment is a priority to most seniors. Next slide, please. Alzheimer's disease presents a large opportunity for a differentiated new brand product. In 2019, over 19 million scripts were written for acetylcholinesterase inhibitors. Translating this into branded sales would show a total market size of over $7 billion. This is an enormous market opportunity that's growing and has a high rate of dissatisfaction among patients, caregivers, and physicians. In our recent survey, we found both physicians and payers willing to accept the profile of our Alpha 1062 product. In fact, we've learned that our product will cause all current prescribers of acetylcholinesterase inhibitors to rethink their prescribing habits and switch some of their patients to Alpha 1062 to avoid the nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting they normally see. Next slide, please. Alpha Cognition is preparing to have an impact on the Alzheimer's market, which is segmented into two major groups: long-term care with specialists, shown here in gray on the left, and primary care physicians, shown in blue. Our compelling value proposition will support reimbursement at branded pricing as we deploy an internal sales force to focus on the long-term care segment. A strategic partnership will expand our efforts into primary care, and will expand our distribution into the international market with strategic licensing arrangements. Many of these discussions are already underway. Next slide, please. Our lifecycle management plan for 1062 is also to generate applications for 2 additional products that are already in development. The first will be a combination of 1062 with memantine, following a similar regulatory pathway as for the initial product. This 505(b)(2) application will rely on data for both drugs and expand our market share to include moderate to severe patients of Alzheimer's. A second research program, as I said before, is underway to develop a unique nasal spray formulation to administer our prodrug into the nose to treat traumatic brain injury. This treatment will be a breakthrough therapy since there are no present approved drugs to treat these patients. In preclinical experiments, we've seen indication that Alpha 1062 delivered intranasally may result in a significant deposition of the drug in the brain, where it will enzymatically convert to galantamine. Galantamine has shown promise for the treatment of TBI in several human trials, but suffered setbacks due to the same GI effects that limited its use for Alzheimer's disease. In our phase 1 and phase 1b trials in over 90 subjects, Alpha 1062 nasal spray was well tolerated and showed minimal side effects, even at doses far higher than presently approved for the current indication. We believe that the preclinical pharmacology work evaluating Alpha 1062 as a treatment for TBI will report data by early next year and allow filing of the IND soon after. Next and last slide, please. To wrap this up, our value proposition is compelling. We have several near-term value inflection points to be announced in the next few months, followed by multiple product introductions over the next couple of years. Our lead compound has been de-risked and addresses a large opportunity. Our pipeline adds additional opportunity to treat the entire Alzheimer's market from mild to severe patients. And we will continue to develop Alpha 1062 for other indications, starting with TBI. In the long term, we are exploring treatment options for ALS and have already gained FDA agreement with an orphan indication here. Lastly, our in-house development and commercialization teams are optimizing the value proposition and preparing for launch by leveraging internal sales and marketing expertise with ongoing strategic partnerships. Next slide. And I want to thank you for your time and attention. And I think we have about a minute or two for a question or two.
Yeah, Fred, you weren't even phased, man. That was well done.
No,
So
the slides weren't behaving themselves either. They appeared to be shifting all over the place.
well, you got the information out wonderfully. We do have a couple questions here. If you want to give a couple second answers
Sure.
to each from Sky, could people without Alzheimer's use this drug to increase cognition function?
Yes. As a matter of fact, there is use off-label of galantamine for exactly that reason, and it's also a neurotropic, which makes you dream very vividly.
Wow. So market share looks to be much bigger than I thought originally. That's fantastic. So what age are the tests surrounding? Curious on how good of a fit it is for early onset Alzheimer's from double B.
Yeah, the drug itself, galantamine, and as a result, 1062 is going to be targeted at mild to moderate. There are plans post-approval to look at MCI, which is really prior to getting Alzheimer's disease. You begin just having memory loss, and we are going to be looking at phase 4 studies in that area and others. We have very interesting plans for that post-marketing.
Perfect. Fred, thank you so much for being with us. It was Fred Sancilio. I wasn't correct before, but we are very happy to have you. Alpha Cognition, listing on the TSXV, ACOG. That's alphacognition.com. Thank you so much again, Fred.
You're very welcome. Bye-bye.
All right.
Thanks.
All right. So we are going to keep moving on. I mean, we have touched on some very innovative companies and therapies, some pipelines that I am just so curious to follow now. We are going to revisit our COVID discussion, though, with Ted Karkus is coming back to the stage here, CEO of Prophase Labs, listed on the NASDAQ, PRPH. We just saw him in the panel maybe 30 minutes ago, if that. Ted, welcome back, sir. Just making sure you do have the share screen function down there, correct? Well, let's make sure you get.
There we go. I just want to get off of mute.
One thing at a time, Elliot. Come on.
And share screen. I don't see a screen to share, but quite frankly, I don't believe in presentations anyway. I'm going to talk for the next 15 minutes about our company. So if you can put up the presentation, that's great. In the background, feel free to do so. And in the meantime, I assume you, Elliot, would you like me to get started?
Yes, sir. Please go right ahead.
Awesome. All right. So I am Ted Karkus, CEO of Prophase Labs. Stock symbol is PRPH. And yes, we are on NASDAQ. I want to highlight forward-looking statements. I'm not going to read the forward-looking statements, but I am going to presume that everybody listening to me today has. We are reporting 2020 year-end results on March 31st and Q1 approximately May 15th. So look out for those. I have to be careful in terms of what I talk about in terms of numbers, since we are about to report next week. So I'll try and dance around that a little bit and try and give you as much flavor as possible. By way of background, I have a 40-year history of investing in and consulting to small cap development stage companies. One of my experiences was with a small Canadian biotech company that was on the verge of bankruptcy. I was a large investor. I forced a restructuring of the company. I forced out the CEO, battled with the board, promoted the two guys underneath the CEO, did two financings for the company, put the biotech company in a new direction, and several years later was sold to GlaxoSmithKline for $1.4 billion. The reason I mention that is from that experience, I learned how to restructure and run a company. And so the company I'm now the CEO of, Prophase Labs. Originally, I was just a large shareholder of our company. After some questionable activities, I decided that the company was in need of a new strategy, new direction. I launched what's called a proxy contest and replaced the board of directors with a new board of directors and became CEO. Originally, I was just looking to liquidate the company. But after becoming the CEO, I learned that most of the businesses of the company were actually worthless and I had to write them off. There was only one business that I thought had some value, and that was the Cold Remedy brand. But it had declining sales for 4 or 5 years, and so I had to turn that around. I had to restructure the entire company. I had to learn how to be a CEO. This started 10, 11 years ago, so this has been a long journey for me. So I restructured the company, replaced virtually everybody in the headquarters. We went from about 26 people to 7 people doing the work of 26 people to turn around the brand, turn around the company. Ultimately, we sold the Coldy's brand, which had declining sales and was in a lot of trouble. Ultimately, I sold it a few years ago for $50 million. And the bottom line is I always do what's best for long-term shareholders. That's number one. I grew up investing in small cap development stage companies and believe in terminal value on a per share basis. What does that mean? It means every decision I make in terms of raising capital, spending money, hiring people, what to do with our company, it's all with the idea of, is this going to increase the value of our company on a per share basis? And with that, when we sold the Coldy's brand for $50 million, I immediately did 2 stock buybacks, which actually increased the value per share of our company. And then after that, I did 3 special dividends to benefit the shareholders. So our long-term shareholders believe in me, support me, and support my actions. And going forward, again, I will always do what's best to build the value of the company. So now, last year, with COVID hit, we pivoted into 2 high complexity molecular labs. These are CLIA laboratories in New York and New Jersey. We started with a small one in New Jersey, built it out, saw enormous potential. So we built out a second lab in Garden City, New York. The first lab has capacity of 10,000 tests per day. The second lab has capacity for 50,000 tests per day. We test both swabs and saliva. There is a growing trend for people that are being tested regularly. They don't want a swab stuck way up their nose. So they would rather saliva. We work with one of the best saliva collection device companies called Spectrum Solutions that had the first FDA EUA for saliva. That was last April. As I said, we have 60,000 tests per day of capacity. Most of that is free capacity. My approach has been to say, if you build it, they will come. As I mentioned in the earlier panel from Kevin Costner movie, Field of Dreams, the idea is if we build this large capacity, we also have fantastic turnaround times. One of the issues in our industry is that the large labs turnaround times are 3, 4, even 7 days. If you think you have COVID, the last thing you want to do is wait a week to find out to have that confirmed when you could be contagious to so many other people. It is critically important to have fast turnaround times. So we built our labs with the understanding that we'd have tremendous capacity for large customers, and we would actually provide turnaround times in less than 24 hours. And as I mentioned, most of the large labs are 3 to 7 days. We also have a state-of-the-art app for reporting results. So we have great technology to go along with our lab processing. And we also, because we're relatively new in the industry, we purchased the latest state-of-the-art Thermo Fisher equipment. In response to COVID, Thermo Fisher developed a new multiplex platform, test for more genes. So we test for all the new COVID strains and mutations. There's currently tremendous activity for new business. COVID always goes in waves. We've gone through at least 2 waves last year. We're going through another wave now. We peaked in January. COVID incidents did drop off in late February. And at the same time, interestingly, the stock market sold off, which hit our stock 2 ways. But meanwhile, we see tremendous activity going forward. The new administration just received approval for over $1 trillion of spending. We're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars for testing and for reopening schools. We have sports arenas and stadiums opening. We have weddings and events. And we are talking to so many groups of people. And it's just a matter of when new orders click and when more testing continues. I'd like to talk about vaccines for a minute. There's a little bit of confusion there. As of today, only a little more than 20% of the population has even received 1 vaccine. And it's under 15% have received 2 vaccines. So to think that all of a sudden COVID has gone away because of vaccines, it's just not true. The fact of the matter is COVID goes in waves, just like the cough cold season. It's going to go through waves. In fact, we're going through a new wave of COVID over in Europe. Where in parts of Europe, it's actually picking up and becoming very dangerous. And it's clear that that new wave is going to hit the United States. I don't want to be a bummer, but when it comes to vaccines, when they talk about percentage efficacy, they're talking about to save people from severe symptoms and death. We're not talking about preventing people from either getting COVID or from transmitting COVID to others. So vaccines are great. And that's why I went to the elderly first, who are most at risk of severe symptoms and death. But the truth of the matter is, vaccines don't prevent you necessarily from getting COVID. And even worse, if you are vaccinated and you get COVID and you don't have symptoms, it's like a ticking time bomb. You're a walking time bomb. You can pass COVID on to others, makes it a very dangerous situation. So vaccines are critically important. Obviously, we don't want people dying. We don't want people getting severe symptoms, but you have to be careful in terms of confusing severe symptoms when they're talking about efficacy percentages, as opposed to preventing you from getting COVID or transmitting COVID. Look, a lot of people have gotten burned out from wearing masks and from social distancing. People are getting out now. They're wearing masks less. The truth of the matter is, because of the psychological wave of not wearing masks and less social distancing and more sports arenas opening up, there's going to be another wave of COVID. We are extremely well situated as testing starts to rise again at some point in the future. As far as our company is concerned, we are growing rapidly every quarter. I don't want to get into too much of the details now. We started testing for COVID, really just started ramping up in late December. So you're going to see a bump in revenues and earnings, obviously. I don't think that's any secret from our December testing. But then we've already announced, and this I already announced publicly, we had an initial goal that by the end of December to have 1,000 tests per day of actual processing. That's based on a 5-day week. We are open 7 days, but I like to average it based on 5, since weekends are often slower. We very rapidly grew and hit not only 1,000, but 1,500 tests a day by the end of December. In January, I've also stated publicly, we actually hit 2,500 tests per day, which is an enormous amount of tests. If you think about 95% of the labs in the country, probably only doing 200 or 500 tests a day. We grew, we executed where others didn't. We grew very rapidly in January. I don't want to get into the first quarter numbers now. Unfortunately, I'll probably say a little bit more when we announce our year-end 2020 numbers publicly, in the press release, and of course, then on May 15th, we'll announce our Q1 numbers. I will tell you that in the month of February, there was tremendous bad weather. We do an awful lot of testing in Texas, and Texas really all but shut down. If you think about it, when we test across the country, we use FedEx for shipping specimens into our lab. Everyone was concerned with FedEx. Also, testing facilities shut down. So there was a slowdown. And then also that was exacerbated by COVID testing dropping off. But by the same token, our 3 largest customers are actually now going forward, actually looking to grow their testing. I'm looking forward to our testing actually growing. So in any event, when you look quarter to quarter, our numbers are growing rapidly, our revenues are growing rapidly, our cash flow is growing rapidly, our earnings are going to be growing rapidly. Meanwhile, NASDAQ sold off. We just raised an enormous amount of capital, about $43 million in January. Most of that was at $12.50 a share. Our stock price now is like half that. And meanwhile, I haven't reported the numbers, but we have a tremendous amount of cash on the balance sheet. We have tremendous net working capital. We're getting down near liquidating value, while meanwhile our revenues are growing, our earnings are growing, our cash flow is growing. So if you're interested as a long-term investor, I really am not interested in short-term investors, but we grow the value of our company long-term. And I would suggest to you certainly want to take a look at our companies if you're interested in being a long-term investor. Again, we raised $43 million in January, trading near liquidating value, which is primarily because of a combination. NASDAQ had about a 10% sell-off. I don't control NASDAQ having a sell-off. And I said COVID goes in wave. We went in a down wave in February, March, but there's certainly another wave coming in. And besides the fact that there's another wave coming, again, the Biden administration has mandated that these dollars be spent, and this is all being distributed to the states, and from the states it will be trickled down to the school systems. There's a tremendous amount of activity with opening up schools and looking for testing solutions. As I said, we're cash flow and earnings positive and growing, and we expect every quarter to grow for the foreseeable future. Again, this is not a guarantee, but it certainly appears that based on current activity, we have a tremendous amount of potential. I would also tell you that I say in almost press release, we're actively pursuing new M&A activities, both within our industry and outside. The capital that we raised through 2 investment banks is led by Think Equity and Dawson James. We have strong sponsorship from our 2 investment banks. The amount of capital that I raised put us in a position, it really put us in a different playing field because we have a tremendous amount of capital. We have growing businesses. It gives us opportunities that we did not have previously to make acquisitions, to merge, to look at new technologies. We are looking at new technologies on a daily basis. We're looking at ways to complement our COVID testing businesses. We are looking at antigen tests. Understand that in general, most of the rapid tests out there are not as reliable as PCR COVID tests. The reason is what we do with the PCR COVID test is we actually analyze the RNA strand directly to see if you have the virus. The virus exists, in layman's terms, within the RNA strand. All of the rapid tests out there are testing what are called antigens that are circling around the RNA virus. The problem with testing for antigens is those antigens can be there for a number of reasons. And quite simply, in actual practice, rapid tests, you're going to get false positives and false negatives because you're not testing the RNA strand directly. However, coincidentally, we are looking at some antigen tests that are highly reliable that maybe could complement, because in many cases, companies and individuals decide that they need both a very rapid test as well as the PCR test. But interestingly, our PCR test gives results within 24 hours because of our tremendous customer service and because we have such tremendous capacity. So the fact is, in our particular case, we think less people would be looking for rapid tests if they know about what we have to offer. At the same time, there are other PCR tests that are coming out that are faster, but that's not to be confused with a rapid test. There's an enormous amount of information that I've provided in a short period of time. I see that the management slide is up. When we bought the New Jersey lab, the first thing I did was hire a COO, Steve Kamalik, who's been in the industry for decades. He started as a lab tech. He helped build up his former lab to be a very large lab. I was fortunate enough to hire him at ProPhase Labs. We immediately built out our Garden City lab. We attracted some fantastic talent. We have 2 of the best high complexity molecular lab techs in the country working for us. What I also learned after getting into the business is it's not just the lab processing. That actually becomes the easy part. Once you have the great lab techs and the great equipment that we have, the difficult part is actually the technology in collecting patient data and in reporting results. Fortunately, we hired 2 IT techs. We hired Sergio Morales, who is our Chief Information Officer and head of our IT department. He actually managed his own IT firm of 18 IT professionals. Somehow we convinced him to leave his own consulting firm to join our firm. So we have tremendous technology, which gives us the ability to have a great, what's called LIS system, Laboratory Information System. We have great technology for collecting patient data and for reporting results. We're developing a special app for reporting those results. So quite frankly, I'm really excited about every part of our company. Strong financials, growing, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, it's an inexpensive stock price. That's not to say it's not going to go a little lower. I have no control over NASDAQ, but I can tell you that we're growing and I'm really looking forward to the future. I said a lot in a short period of time. Elliot, would you like to hand it over to questions?
Yeah, Ted,
please?
that was awesome. You got through a ton there. I'm curious, like in a few seconds, is the COVID testing market, how saturated or unsaturated is that? But it seems like you all are well positioned, so I'll qualify that.
Sure. So it's an interesting question. The base way that I can answer it is that the large labs are still, their turnaround times are 3, 4, 7 days. You'll negotiate with a lab and they'll tell you that they're going to be fast. And then the next thing you know, within a week or two, all of a sudden you're not getting your results for several days. That's because many of these labs are at capacity. Now they might do special deals for special customers where they turn around the times very quickly. But in general, for the average public and for the actual for the average customer that goes to them, the turnaround times are horrendous, which is one of the reasons we got into the business. So saturated, I don't know what saturated means. And also the way I look at it, we're not competing with the large labs. I don't think they can compete with us because we have the large capacity, but our large capacity is untapped at the moment. We are extremely successful, making a lot of money doing a small percentage, of our capacity, under 10%, but there's no reason why we can't grow that our capacity utilization tremendously. And there's so much activity out there with new customers that there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to gain many of those new customers, particularly in the areas, as I mentioned, schools opening up, weddings and events, sports arenas opening up, you name it. There's so many new customers. So there's a tremendous amount of activity. I don't want to be depressing either, but COVID's not going away. We've never cured flu. Vaccines don't cure flu. We're always 9 months behind. We're always creating a vaccine for the flu that already occurred. Same thing with COVID. COVID hit us, last February, March. It took us till the end of the year. It took 9 months to create a vaccine. And now it's going to take 6 months before everyone gets vaccinated. COVID mutates faster than flu, and it's more transmissible. So COVID's not going anywhere. Vaccines are not going to prevent COVID from sticking around for many years. So we're well situated. What I believe, we're in maybe the second inning for COVID testing. We just happen to have gone through a lull for 6 weeks. And it's interesting, the stock market picked it up even faster than we did. But now there's no question there's another wave that's going to be coming. I can't control what NASDAQ does, obviously. Right. I can only control building the value of my company over time.
Well, ProPhase is here to stay too, it sounds like. So Ted, thank you so much. NASDAQ listed PRPH. That is prophaselabs.com, I believe. We'll drop that link in the chat. Ted, thank you so much again for being here with us. Wealth of knowledge, my man.
Thanks, Elliot. Really appreciate the opportunity. Right. Have a great day.
Have a wonderful day. Awesome. So honestly, I feel smarter now. So again, thanks to Ted. We're going to keep moving right along, though. We are welcoming back AcceleRx Pharmaceuticals for a fireside chat with the one, the only head of Benzinga's news desk, Brent Slava. Brent, get your camera and mic on, man. How you doing?
What's up, Elliot?
Oh, he's got the
looking
Benzinga
good, brother.
Jacket. You too, man. I like the jacket.
How's it been going? How's it been going so far today?
It's going well, man. The education
Nice.
I'm getting is just second to none.
Nice.
I'm biased, but I'll happily say that. So, Brent, I'm going to go ahead and let you introduce Pam and hop off.
Dr. Palmer, are you out there?
I am here.
Dr. Palmer. How's your day going?
How are you doing, Brent?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. So we have AcceleRx co-founder and chief medical officer, Dr. Pamela Palmer. And there was an earlier AcceleRx presentation. It was by one of your colleagues, Vincent. And I listened into a little bit of it. He was going more kind of like from the business perspective a little bit. You're going to be going a little bit more into like the medical side of things, right?
Absolutely.
So let's get started. Let's give a quick company overview if you can.
Sure. Well, AcceleRx was started in 2005, and it really came out of my experiences working as a pain management physician at University of California, San Francisco. So I was the head of the pain clinic there that dealt with both outpatient chronic pain as well as taking care of postoperative patients with pain issues. And, really seeing, I think, not only was there an outpatient crisis with opioids back then where people were obviously taking too many and becoming addicted, et cetera, and was early stages for that. But there was a separate crisis that was going on in the hospitals. And it really was with all the errors that can happen with IV injectable opioids. Mm-hmm. The drugs themselves have active metabolites. They have slow penetration to the brain, so you can get dose stacking. They all look the same. They're all clear liquid injectables. And so, I was asked again and again throughout the West Coast to be an expert witness in wrongful death cases involving hospital-based opioid management. So AcceleRx was started in 2005 really to address the inpatient opioid crisis that I was sort of observing. And that's why we've never been involved with the outpatient use of opioids.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. I'm just jotting down a couple notes here. And so you kind of just hinted at it, but I want to ask in a couple more deliberate ways. What are or is the main Accelerix product? And what is kind of the highest level vision that is helping you and other team members motivate your goals in your day-to-day operations? And I think you just kind of hinted at it a little bit, but yeah, go ahead.
Well, yeah, so basically, I mean, our lead product is called Dasuvia, and it was developed in concert with the Department of Defense because, again, I was trying to come up with a way to quickly treat pain very powerfully. So, of course, using an opioid. And again, I will say we're not trying to grow the opioid market. We're just trying to replace IV injectable opioids. If you do not need an opioid, do not use Dasuvia. If Tylenol or Advil or a local anesthetic block works for your pain, then that's what you should do.
Right.
But in the situation where you're needing opioid level analgesia, we have a non-IV method of treating the pain. It's a sublingual tablet of 30 micrograms of sufentanil. And we love it because it's really straightforward. It's one dosage strength, I should say, for everybody. It's always sufentanil, it's always sublingual, and it's always 30 micrograms. So the dosing errors that we saw with the injectable opioids, I mean, IV morphine, people don't realize this, IV morphine commercially comes in 10 concentrations, and they all look like clear liquid. So you can see right there the setup for dosing errors that can occur. That Dasuvia, from that standpoint, is much more simplified.
And so I wish we had a little picture of the delivery method, but it's just like a little like slider, and you basically just slide the pill under your tongue. That's it, right? There's nothing else.
Well, the nurse does, so you don't as the patient.
That's
so
a key.
The nurse, yeah, you're exactly right. It's a teeny, tiny, small sublingual blue tablet. It's 4 times smaller than a sublingual nitroglycerin, if anyone knows what that looks like. So we actually have it housed at the tip of a little plastic applicator, and it comes preloaded that way. So the nurse just has to rip open the foil pouch, pull out the applicator, pop it under the patient's tongue, depress a little plunger, and that's pretty straightforward from that standpoint.
How long does it take for the little pill to dissolve?
About 5 minutes.
That's it? Okay. And then how long before a patient will start feeling the effects?
15 minutes. So we said that was the earliest time point that we measured in our clinical trials. But if you look at the pharmacokinetics of the drug, where you're basically looking at the plasma level of sufentanil, in 15 minutes, it also reaches therapeutic levels for sufentanil. So not only does the pharmacokinetics tell us it should work in 15 minutes, but the clinical trials also showed that it works in 15 minutes.
Right. And so how long is a patient feeling the effects for? How often, I guess, is a nurse or a doctor having to reapply for the patient?
Well, yeah, so basically, most of the time we're being used in fast-paced settings.
Right, I can imagine,
because
right?
of the nature of the pharmacokinetics of the drug. So it lasts about 3 hours in younger patients, and patients over the age of 65, it lasts about 4 hours.
Okay.
So oftentimes, whether you're dealing with ambulatory surgeries that are only 45 minutes long, a lot of times what they're doing is they're just dosing a single dose about 15 to 20 minutes prior to the surgery. They're using it as the intraoperative opioid and the postoperative opioid with just a single dose. And they're able to show a dramatic reduction in the overall opioid exposure to the patient and to the recovery times in the recovery room. And so that's been shown actually in multiple recently peer-reviewed published articles about Dasuvia.
Understood. And so, you know, being that you're the chief medical officer, I wanted to get into a little bit more of like what's actually happening inside a patient's like body/brain when they're given a pain management medicine.
Well, it binds to the opioid receptors, and that's the neat thing about sublingual sufentanil is that typically IV fentanyl is used intraoperatively. So as an anesthesiologist, which is what I am, we would inject 50 micrograms, let's say, of IV fentanyl. What the problem is, you get this rapid high peak followed by a rapid trough. And so you get sort of, side effects, and then you have to dose again because it fell off, and side effects and dose again. So what we're seeing with Dasuvia is that we've got 17-fold blunted peak plasma levels with an extended duration of action. And so that's how, with the sublingual depot of the sufentanil leaching into the plasma over time, we're actually able to give a much nicer profile of the drug to the brain than you get with the typical bolus IV injections of opioids. So that's what we're really trying to do. We're trying to rethink how opioids are administered, both in the emergency room, in palliative care, where your loved one can get really sort of clouded mentation when they're trying to talk to their loved ones before passing away. So there's so many areas where a nice, low, horizontal, flat profile of drug is better than the sharp, high peaks you get with IV administration.
Mm-hmm. And so just taking a quick step back here, I mean, how important are pain management solutions for physicians and patients today? I would say respond to a critic who is unsure why pain management drugs solutions even exist in the first place.
Well, I mean, like I say, if Tylenol and Motrin treated all of our pain, it'd be a wonderful world. But unfortunately,
right.
When you break your femur and you come into the emergency room, no one's screaming out for Tylenol, right?
Yeah.
So we have to have powerful opioids, and that's an absolute given. We have not changed the fundamental paradigm of IV bolus opioids in decades. So we are the first time that you can give a sublingual opioid to a patient that is not opioid tolerant, that's just your regular garden variety patient coming in, and give them him or her quality pain management. And, whether it's orthopedic surgery, for example, orthopedic surgeons are now doing total hip and total knee surgeries same day discharge.
Wow.
You tell me that pain management is the fundamental key aspect of getting that patient home. So whether it's orthopedic surgery or plastic surgery, for example, that's very reputational. If someone goes and has a facelift and they don't have pain afterwards, they tell their friends about that. But when they're feeling woozy and groggy because of some bolus IV opioid that then wears off, 20, 30 minutes later, that's not a good experience for them. So a lot of doctors are adopting us because of the great patient experience. And so they go and tell their friends. It's a nice word of mouth advertising.
And you just gave one there, I'm sure, but what are some of the other large challenges that you think the pain management industry is facing today?
Well, I mean, I think that, the pendulum swung wildly towards opioids about 30 years ago. And they were overused, they were overprescribed. And now the pendulum has swung to this opioid-free approach to managing pain, which is not even tenable. It's just not a good way to treat patients. And I think the pendulum's going to come back to the middle point where we're using opioids where they belong. We're trying to minimize the overall opioid exposure and use them in combination with a bunch of non-opioid analgesics. And that's really where Dasuvia fits squarely into it, because we've been showing, through these clinical trials run after the approval of our drug, that if you use Dasuvia, you're overall reducing that opioid exposure to the patient. So it's almost the opioid that's opioid sparing.
That's a good way to put it. So what do you think the pain management market looks like in 5 years, in 10 years?
Well, I really do believe that we tried hard to find new targets in the body to treat pain. We've not been that successful. We're still relying on opioid receptors, inhibiting cyclooxygenase, which is what NSAIDs do, local anesthetics. So really what we've been seeing is we're going after the same molecular targets, but we're trying to do it with better and improved drugs. So newer capsaicins, newer local anesthetics, newer opioids. I really think that we're still going to be seeing that over the next 10 to 20 years.
Gotcha. And I know there's a lot of, prospective patients, prospective investors out there. So tell us what you think is the best way for patients and investors to learn more about the pain management industry and, of course, AcceleRx.
Sure. Well, I mean, our website is great. We've got some of our real world evidence that's been published about Dysuvia on that as well. Our press releases give you all of the information as far as the publications we've had. And the great thing about those publications is they're open access, which means you don't have to pay $50 to $60 a paper. You can just Google those names and they pop right up for you.
Great. Really good stuff, Dr. Palmer. Dr. Pamela Palmer from AcceleRx. She's co-founder and chief medical officer. Thanks for joining us today, Dr. Palmer.
Sure, Brent. Thanks so much for having me.
Yep. Have a good one. Elliot?
Thank you both so much. Dr. Palmer, much appreciated. Again, that is AcceleRx, NASDAQ listed, ACRX, and that was our one and only Brent Slava, the head of Benzinga's news desk. Thank you so much, sir. We'll see you soon. All right, fantastic. Awesome fireside. So we've heard from AcceleRx twice. Very interesting pain management solution. Definitely check into that NASDAQ ACRX. All right, so in very, very exciting company coming up next. I think you'll definitely want to pay attention here. We have the CEO, interim CFO of Lineage Cell Therapeutics. They are NYSE American listed LCTX. This is Brian Cully. How are you, Brian?
Hi there, Elliot. Nice to meet you. I'm fine. You hear me all right?
It's a little choppy, but if you continue to talk, we can. But I do see your screen, so we're on the right track here.
Very nice. That's great.
Perfect. All right. I think we're good, sir. I'll let you take it away.
All right. Thanks very much. A pleasure to be here. First time presenting at a Benzinga event, and really appreciate the inclusion. As a public company, I will be making some forward statements. You can learn more about our risk factors through our filings. So Lineage Cell Therapeutics, really, what are we looking to do here? Nothing less than ushering in a new branch of medicine. The aim of the company, our sole purpose here, is to manufacture and transplant specific cell types and then deliver those to the body. I'm going to show you a few examples. You've probably heard a lot about different approaches in cell therapy. You've probably heard a lot of wondrous things about cell therapy. I want to be very clear that Lineage does something very different. We never put a stem cell into a human being. What we do is we use stem cells as starting material. That starting material is that the cells can become any of the cell types in your body. So your body is comprised of 200 or more different cell types. We can manufacture different cell types and then use those cells to replace what's missing. So we are transplanting whole cells to the body. This is very different than using undifferentiated stem cells, which have a lot of questions about whether they really work, and people are going to clinics and getting things, injected into them all over in different places and spending a lot of money. But there haven't been a lot of randomized and controlled clinical trials that have passed through the FDA process to demonstrate whether or not you're actually getting any sort of benefit. So that is our mission, to manufacture specific cell types, deliver them to the body in order to drive positive clinical outcomes. Why are we so passionate about that? And the answer is that using whole cells may be able to generate outcomes that are beyond the reach of traditional small molecules or antibodies and traditional pharmaceuticals that you think about. And we've seen some evidence of that. For example, in a condition which is only directionally gets worse, we've been able to show a reversal, a rescue of some tissue. I'll describe that in a minute. In spinal cord injury patients, which for decades have really had nothing, we've been able to show that we are able to prevent the cavitation or the hole that forms after a spinal cord injury. So we have 3 clinical programs today. We recently updated our cash position as of March 5th, had 57 million in cash equivalents, and the company's market capitalization has been growing substantially over the recent period. So this is a schematic or an illustration of our technology. We use those cells up there at the top right-hand corner of the image. And again, you can, in theory, manufacture any of the 200 different cell types. We focus down at the bottom on those three. We can manufacture specific retina cells, spinal cord cells, and a certain type of immune cell to treat various diseases and conditions. Each of our clinical stage programs has received validating and meaningful levels of funding, upwards of $40 million in the aggregate from groups like the California Stem Cell Agency and others. And we have some notable clinical milestones later this year. In fact, we just reported yesterday an update with our lead program, Oprogen. That's where we transplant retina cells to treat one of the leading causes of vision loss. That vision loss is called AMD, or dry age-related macular degeneration. It's caused by essentially a wound in the back of the eye, and the wound gets bigger and bigger. So this is a panel of images of a patient's eye in the back of their eye, and you can see that black spot is getting bigger. And the red line is showing actual data from their vision, going from 20/20 down to being essentially completely blind. As that wound grows, it's a lesion that's getting worse and worse over time. So what we do is we manufacture the new cells to replace the ones that are dying off and causing that lesion. We do this in part because there are no approved therapies for this condition. There are two forms of this condition. They're called wet and dry. There are therapies for wet AMD, and they're doing about $10 billion in sales. But many more people have the dry form of the condition. And again, this is an untapped market, certainly undisputably with many billions of dollars of revenue potential. Now, people have tried, let's not be ridiculous here, people have tried to treat dry AMD, but they've tried with traditional approaches like small molecules. What we're doing is we're manufacturing those cells and transplanting them. And we've had a lot of success. We've transplanted successfully 24 individuals. So compared to others, especially some academics that are working in this, we are way beyond where others are with respect to our clinical experience. This is a one-time treatment so far. The first 12 patients, they were all legally blind. That's a safety consideration. We're treating people who have very bad, very advanced disease, and we do that because we don't want to do any harm. After we gained some confidence and we saw some encouraging initial results, we moved into patients that more accurately reflect our intended patient population. That is to say, people that have got less advanced disease. And for us, these are individuals who hold out greater hope of being able to treat their condition. And we finished enrollment in November. Now this graph, I'm going to spend a minute on this because this is breaking data. We just recently, just yesterday, we announced an update. So a prior version of this graph had maybe half as many patients, and we've updated it. And what's really notable, the takeaway here, is that the treated eye, because everyone has two eyes almost, the treated eye is able to read more letters than the untreated eye. This is impressive because what we were happy about is that in the first 6 patients, we had seen that at 4.5 months, about 5 out of those 6 patients were either at or above baseline. And again, this is a progressive condition. It only gets worse. So we were very happy that 5 of 6 patients at 4.5 months had gotten better. Well, we recently announced additional data, which another 4 out of 6 patients were again at or above baseline, meaning 75% of our patients were at or above baseline at 4.5 months. That's notable because with small numbers, you always run the risk that it might be just luck. You got a few patients going the right way, but we essentially doubled our data set. Things were affirmed through 4.5 months. And I can tell you that those patients, those original 6 that we treated, call it pre-COVID, those patients maintained gains. They continued to be at or above baseline at their longest measured time point, whether it's 9 or 15, 18 or 24 months. So the ones that went up stayed up. So we're really happy to have announced that we saw another 4 patients that had an early indication of a trajectory of being positive. And we think as this data set grows, it's going to be very encouraging for us, and that we'll continue to monitor these patients. I do want to add that the other thing that we look at is the size of the lesion, but that takes a lot of months to follow. It's a slow growing effect. So this is vision. This is looking at letters on an eye chart. Visual, the size of the area of atrophy takes longer to monitor. So there's not really anything notable to see in the first few months, but next quarter, we intend to provide another update. And so you'll be able to see patients out to 6 months and follow Again, how are they trending? What's the trajectory look like? This is an example of, is just to give you a reference point, how many letters of improvement. Here's a 10 or 15 letter improvement. Obviously, it'll really help you pass your driver's license exam or read your phone and just have a better quality of life for people who are headed toward blindness. The other thing that we've done, and no one else has shown this, is we've been able to demonstrate something called retinal regeneration. So this is that wound that I said, it only gets worse. Well, we actually made one of these get better. So this is a tracing. It's an aerial view of the wound. And in orange, that's the size of it in the back of the eye. That's how big it was. We traced it and colored it in so it was easy to see. And then after a year, it had grown from orange to red. And we treated the patient basically when they were at red, when the wound was like that. And then 9 months later, we traced it again and we've colored it in blue, and you can see that it's smaller. And then out at 23 months, which is the last available data, that patient still had a smaller area of atrophy. This does not happen. Human beings do not have the ability to regenerate retinal tissue. So if you had 100 people and you followed their areas of atrophy, 100 of them over time would have a larger area of atrophy. Well, here's someone who after 2 years of monitoring has consistently had a smaller area of atrophy and improved vision over this period as well. This is the promise of cell therapy. This is the promise of cell transplants. This is the promise of Lineage Cell Therapeutics. I really love how we are positioned among the other companies working in this, because many of them are approaching it in a traditional way. Small molecules, antibody, trying to stop inflammation. I think the problem is too big. I think the problem requires transplant medicine. There was an article this morning on Endpoints News, a very widely read industry article talking about the big open secret in cell therapy is manufacturing, and that there are a lot of companies that are working on promising clinical issues but haven't figured out manufacturing. We've figured out manufacturing. We manufacture more than 99% pure retina cells. And in just a 3-liter bioreactor like the one I'm showing right now, we can manufacture 5 billion retina cells. That's equal to 2,500 clinical doses per batch. And it is straightforward to add more bioreactors, larger bioreactors. We grow these cells in 3 dimensions. They're not grown on plates. They're not grown on 2 dimensions. So we can scale in a very straightforward manner. The cells don't know if they're in a little thimble of liquid or a swimming pool of liquid. They all behave the same. So we have exquisite control of our manufacturing, and we can scale up, making it affordable, unlike a lot of cell therapies that when you start doing the math on whether they're affordable, these customized therapies, autologous therapies, it just doesn't pencil out. So we have invested in manufacturing in order to differentiate ourselves among other companies. I will not go through this for the benefit of time. I will try and get some questions at the end, but we have positioned our lead program to take advantage of the multi-billion-dollar commercial opportunity in dry AMD through regulatory advantages, through product enhancements, through scale and in manufacturing. We've done a lot, and I welcome you to look further into it when you have time. Another area of interest for us, for which we're in the clinic, is spinal cord injury. Again, nothing available. It needs new approaches. So we transplant cells so that we can help people like this young man who was on our clinical trial. He was paralyzed after his car crash. Here you see him throwing out a baseball, but it's more important to me that he can manipulate that knob on his wheelchair, right? That's mobility, that's independence. I'm less interested in, the one day where he throws a baseball. I want to make sure that this kid can feed himself and dress himself and use the toilet when he wants to. So that's about getting upper extremity mobility. How do we get mobility for people who are otherwise paralyzed? And there are about 18,000 new cases of spinal cord injury every year. So what we do is manufacture different kind of cell. We manufacture oligodendrocytes. These are cells that are kind of like, they provide the insulation to the wiring of your nervous system. If you want your fingers to move, they need to receive a signal from your brain. That's carried on axons, and that signal needs insulation in order to be carried appropriately. We provide those cells. This is just some deep data to give you a sense of one of the big problems with spinal cord injury is it can leave a hole behind. This is the top left panel. This is a rodent slice, and after an injury, you have this problem. And you can see on the right, after transplanting our OpRegen cells, you can essentially fill that area. That's important because an electrical current cannot jump across a gap. It needs material to be carried on. And so that's one of the many advantages of using OPC1. These cells come from an NIH registered cell line. They're just like our other program. They're off the shelf. We've never had problems in our eye program with rejection. We don't have problems with rejection in our spinal cord. We are able to manufacture these cells also by the billions. So this is a ready-to-use formulation we've developed. We also have been working on delivery, new enhanced delivery and enhanced scale. And this has been very well tolerated. As you can see, with 534 reported AEs, it reflects how serious these conditions are, but only one of them, and it was fairly minor if you read the asterisk there, only one of them was even related to our cells. So we have a very encouraging safety profile, and we have shown that in about 80% of the time, we've been able to avoid that cavitation, avoid that hole that forms after an injury. More importantly, we've been able to show in about a third of the patients, they were able to gain 2 or more motor levels. So in spinal cord injury, one of the things that you measure are motor levels, i.e. how much can you move, right? What do you care about if you have a spinal cord injury? Moving and feeling. So we have been able to show that we can improve the locomotion of these individuals, essentially moving people from a C4 injury to a C6 or a C5 to a C7. That's a level of neurological injury in the neck. And look at the differences that you can see moving from a C4 to a C6. It's basically going from around the clock care to being able to provide significant care for yourself, just getting a little housework around the house, helping to get yourself around, maybe using the toilet, but you can eat, you can rest, you can bathe yourself. That is a big, significant, clinically significant move. So we have an excellent safety profile. We've seen high levels of engraftment. It's been very well tolerated, and we're going to be moving toward a randomized controlled clinical trial with this program next year, and we're hopeful to be the first therapeutic to provide for these patients, using also a new device that we recently announced and showing these levels of improvement. So these are measures of impure cells, cell types that you don't want. The old stuff that another sponsor used is in blue. The Lineage stuff is in orange. You can barely see it there, but that's because it's so pure. So we think that is an important safety component, and it reflects that we have good control of our process. In this image, this is an actual procedure, but a very similar setup you might have seen on Grey's Anatomy, that popular show. They borrowed our device and our storyline to talk about how you might be able to use cell therapy to improve outcomes in patients with spinal cord injuries. This has been a supported program, the first clinical program supported by the California Institute for Regenerative Medicine. We have RMAT designation, orphan designation, and of course, we've got a lot of patent coverage. So this is a compelling opportunity to provide new therapeutic outcomes in spinal cord injury. Lastly, we have an oncology program. This reflects our third clinical stage program, third form of cell. We manufacture the dendritic cell. The dendritic cell is part of your immune system, and it is nature's most powerful antigen presenting cell. So it delivers the information to your immune system. We all have immune systems, but sometimes you need to fire them up. And that's what a vaccine does, right? COVID-19 vaccines, it's about firing up and giving information to your immune system. We can do exactly that. In this case, what we're doing is we're putting tumor information into dendritic cells, and then tens of millions of dendritic cells go into the patient to inform the patient's immune system about what makes a tumor cell a tumor cell. So how do you find and destroy that tumor cell? Your immune system needs that information. So we've seen very high levels of antigenicity specific to antigen, and this also is in the clinic. We have one patient left to enroll on this clinical study.
Brian, about 30 seconds left if you can.
Great, thanks. Perfect, Elliot. This also is a platform. We can go after many different tumor types using this platform. So with a lot of news ahead, also just yesterday, recent news, but thinking forward, the takeaway here for Lineage Cell Therapeutics is that this is a growing company in the leading field of regenerative medicine and cell therapy. We control our own manufacturing. We have many hundreds of patents to protect our programs. The company is well funded into 2023 and one of the growing leaders in regenerative medicine and cell therapy. So with that, Elliot, I thank you very much. And if you're able to ask a question, I'd be happy to follow up.
Brian, that was really, really informative. We are at time, unfortunately, my friend, but I mean, I actually have 3 or 4 questions myself, but is there an email we can reach out to with any questions, requests, feedback?
You bet. Info@lineagecell.com. I'm going to go right to my my director of investor relations, and she can connect people as they need. So info@lineagecell.com, and they'll be all set.
Perfect. Brian, thank you so much for being here. Again, this is Brian Cully, CEO of Lineage Cell Therapeutics, NYSE American listed at LCTX. I like to mix up my ticker letters, apparently. LCTX. Thanks, Brian. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Awesome. Incredible company, y'all. Please make sure you are fully knowledgeable about Lineage Cell Therapeutics. We're following up right with another one. Very excited to welcome Rob Nie, Knie, the CEO of Hoth Therapeutics. They are NASDAQ listed, HOTH. Rob, how are you, sir?
Elliot, how are you today? Thanks so much for having me. Appreciate it.
Oh, we're glad to have you. I'm getting so much education right now, and I'm going to let you continue it.
Great. Thanks so much. Let me share my screen here with everybody so we can show the presentation. Let's go here. Once again, thanks everybody for joining Hoth Therapeutics presentation today. Appreciate your time and joining our conference. Safe harbor statement, obviously, and this presentation is on our website at hoththerapeutics.com. So please feel free to visit it. So Hoth was founded in 2017, global platform for immunological disorders, unmet needs, and deliver value to patients, and of course, our shareholders as well. Give a little bit of the company overview, and then we'll talk about all the different therapeutics that are currently in the pipeline. Our #1 program right now that's going to have clinical results probably in Q2, as we're starting the trial here in late Q1 for Biotech. That's for atopic dermatitis in pediatric patients. It's a novel compound of 2 drugs that form a way to actually handle atopic dermatitis in a way that's not currently met. Most treatments today handle the symptoms only. They don't handle the undercurrent and the underlying issue, which is usually Staph aureus. So the way our therapeutic works is a DTPA chelator. That chelator kind of sucks up the zinc, which then clears the way for our therapeutic, the other end of the therapeutic, gentamicin, to get in and actually clear the Staph aureus. So you're not just handling the symptoms, you're handling the underlying cause. So flare-ups would be further and fewer, which would be great. And there's nothing really on the market that kind of handles that. Currently, what you see are corticosteroids or Eucrisa from Pfizer that more stop the inflammation, but don't actually stop the underlying cause. As I mentioned, that phase 1 in Australia is starting. We expect to have some data on that early next quarter. Multiple shots on goal. We have a really robust pipeline. HT001 is something we're super excited about at the company. It treats the cutaneous side effects when a patient is going through chemotherapy. What does that mean? Well, about 36% of patients that go through chemo have to stop treatment or drop out. Why? Because they get these cutaneous lesions all over their body, whether it be on their chest, their back, their face, their lips. There's nothing currently on the market for that. So how's it treated right now? It's treated with different ointments and topicals to try to take down that inflammation and those cutaneous lesions. Unfortunately, it's not very successful. So what does HT001 do? HT001 actually, when applied as a topical, we believe will reduce these cutaneous lesions. We could treat patients prior to chemo or while going through chemo. We recently received feedback from the FDA from our pre-IND, very good feedback. We're looking to see if we can possibly get a breakthrough strategy designation for that. We hope to start a phase 2A trial later this year. We're currently finishing up our toxicology studies. HT002, we released some data on that yesterday. That's our peptide therapeutic for COVID-19, which showed really robust in the in vitro study that was then confirmed by an independent lab that showed HT002 is like a remdesivir, if you could think about it in that sense, where it goes after these H2 inhibitors and stops COVID. So you're still going to have quite a few patients that whether they don't get the vaccine or areas in the world where the vaccine is not available, so therapeutics are really most certainly needed for here in the US and throughout the world. Then we have H2003, acne and psoriasis, licensed from University of Maryland, Baltimore. That work's being done by Dr. John Zippin at Weill Cornell here in New York. We hope to have some further preclinical data on that next month. What's really unique about H2003, it's just not acne and psoriasis, it's an anti-inflammation platform. And we think that's something that you see in many acne companies. They're one-trick ponies. They're only going after acne. What we're doing here is we really have an anti-inflammatory platform that we think there's other indications that could be serviced by HT003. Then HT004 is asthma and allergic inflammation. That's out of NC State. That's a gene therapy drug. What's different from our gene therapy drug from other gene therapy drugs is the fact that when our gene therapy drug is used, and we've shown this in preclinical studies, it shuts off the gene when it's being used, but then the gene goes back to its normal state after you stop taking the therapeutic. Most gene therapy companies haven't been able to do that. We think this asset out of NC State is pretty exciting for that reason alone. Then HT005 is lupus, and HT006 is our partnership with the US Army and Walter Reed for hospital-acquired pneumonia. And you might have saw today, Vaccilarate, our partner for COVID-19 vaccine, issued some preclinical data that was very positive. And the on-the-go SARS-CoV testing device system is licensed from George Washington University. We recently took that in-house to further development as we look forward to moving that along at a quicker pace. Partners, as you can see, UMB, Camargo, Mass General, University of Cincinnati, US Army, and others. What we think is kind of unique about our partners are, we keep them all in the family for us. So what does that mean? When we license something, we continue to sponsor research at these universities and keep the inventors involved. Keeping the inventors involved is really important for us. They know their therapeutic better than anybody else, and it's their passion project in most instances. So as I mentioned, all the shots on goal, here's our pipeline. What's really exciting for us and happy to share is, our therapeutic has shipped to Australia, trial starting. So that atopic derm trial really changes us from being a in development company to a clinical biotech company. And we think that's something that's really significant. So as I mentioned, the BioAlexa platform, what's so different about it? Atopic dermatitis, $6.5 billion in 2017, going to 16 billion in 2027. Current treatments are expensive and a lot of them don't work. You've got topical steroid addiction. Most parents don't want to put topical steroids on their children. Can't be in the sunlight, layers of sunscreen, and the other part of it is they're only treating, like I said, the symptoms. You're only really stopping the redness and the itching. We need something in the marketplace that actually treats the underlying cause. That's where we think BioAlexa is in a really sweet spot. So, as we mentioned earlier, this is also a platform. We did a DFU study at Mass General that showed really good results. We had a really good pilot study. We continue to go further for DFUs. That's sort of a secondary indication for BioAlexa. H2001, as I mentioned, we licensed from George Washington University. This is something that, it's a life-saving therapeutic and there's nothing in the market. When patients have to drop out of chemo due to these cutaneous lesions, that's a real life support formulation therapeutic that we can provide. We did a 12-week study at GW that recently confirmed the topical application would be effective in suppressing, EGFR treatment. So we really think that moving forward in 21, as we get our toxicology studies back from Charles River, we'll be able to start the trial late this year. Here's some of the pictures, as you can see, non-treated when going through chemotherapy and then treated with HT001. I mean, you can see obviously in these rat studies, large rat studies, that the therapeutic was very, very well received. And this is on our website too. You can get a further look if you if the picture's not clear. So we had 4 formulation candidates under evaluation. 2 candidates were left. We actually have now, I can say here, we have 1 formulation, which we think has given us the best indications. No toxicity, very, very clear in clearing the skin, stops the EGFR rash. The formulation has skin protectant functions as well. We have the target dosage ready. This leads us to, our trial at a quicker pace. So I talked a little bit about the COVID-19 therapeutic from Virginia Commonwealth University that we issued information on yesterday. As we mentioned, the virus binds to these ACE2 receptors, which allows the virus to replicate. With this therapeutic, it actually stops it. It stops that binding of the SARS-CoV spike protein. So this is really super exciting. We are in our next steps going through, we have our proof of concept assays. We have, confirmation of that from an independent lab. Now we move on to the current tox study at Charles River. So this acne and psoriasis asset from University of Maryland, Baltimore, you have 7.5 million people alone affected by psoriasis. There's nothing been new in the acne front from quite a long time. Accutane is the tried and true that's used for severe acne. So what's bad about Accutane? Accutane's been around forever. It's been used. We know how it works. We know the molecules behind it. Problem with Accutane is if you use it, you have to get blood work done once a quarter or so. Pregnant women, young girls that are thinking about getting pregnant, young women, you really have to be cautious on using Accutane. So if we have something here that's non-toxic, non-systemic in the acne space, we think that's a game changer. As I mentioned, preclinical trial at Weill Cornell, we'll have further data on that next month. So we talked earlier about these toll receptors that showed really, really good significant downward expression after treating with VNLG-152, which is H2003 for acne. We'll have some further clarity and confirmation of these studies. But once again, we think this is an exciting opportunity. 2 companies were recently bought for, not even in clinic, just preclinical results. One by GSK, the other by Eli Lilly in the acne space. We happen to think we have a really good anti-inflammatory platform here that could be super exciting. Asthma and allergic inflammation. This is the gene therapy drug I talked about earlier from NC State. Dr. Glenn Cruz is currently doing the studies. We'll have further data on this in Q3. We recently have moved on to our next tox issue, which will be testing done probably in Q2, Q3, which will give us more of a preclinical mouse data, which will also then allow us to go into our pre-IND later this year. And as most people hear about anaphylaxis, we think this is something that's really interesting that's come up after Dr. Cruz gave us his most recent study from NC State. What showed is H2004 was really effective in stopping anaphylaxis. You hear a lot about anaphylaxis right now when people have reactions from the current COVID-19 vaccine. So, anaphylaxis is something that is, takes place from food allergy, asthmatics, and so forth. So to have something new on the market for anaphylaxis can be a game changer in that space too. Inflammatory cell recruitment and so forth, and stopping that with a gene therapy drug that actually can go back to its normal state after use is something that differentiates our H2004 drug from other therapeutics that are currently on the market. So Z-Pods we have a joint venture with a company called Xylo. And Xylo has developed this delivery system, which then makes the endocannabinoids in your body function and bring down inflammation. So with our therapeutic and using Z-Pods, we think we have a drug that goes after the cutaneous lupus issues that they face when they get inflammation, redness, and so forth. So we had really good preclinical studies done at Albert Einstein that was confirmed at Jackson Labs. Our next preclinical study starts late Q2 2021. Xylo, as I mentioned, is our partner. They do the actual preclinicals for us. Why do we have Xylo do that for us? It's cheaper for us. They have the lab, which then keeps our costs low. So you can kind of see here through the graph how well our AEA did with Z-Pods. Controls rapid metabolism, really brought down inflammation in the body significantly. And here are some of the pictures from H2005 in the animal data. You can see the untreated with the empty Z-Pods, and then with our therapeutic in the Z-Pods, the mice really have unbelievably reduction of these cutaneous lesions and inflammation through the body. What's kind of interesting about this too is when people think endocannabinoid, they automatically think THC, marijuana. What's kind of different for us is we're going after the endocannabinoid system in the body, but without the effects of a THC or medical marijuana or so forth. So what you're doing is you're getting that same anti-inflammatory effect. And then we'll just talk about H2006. This is our partnership with Walter Reed Medical Center, based in Washington, D.C., Maryland area, and the U.S. Army. So what are we doing here? We have a really, really interesting market opportunity that we're going after. There's a large amount of patients that go into hospitals, get respirator, or have pneumonia while being in the hospital. VK28 is an iron chelator properties that is essential for bacterial growth and survival. We've got proof of concept data. We recently announced a study with UC Cincinnati to further the studies of VK28. And what's really neat about doing it at University of Cincinnati is we have an unbelievable relationship there for our atopic dermatitis drug. And the doctor that's doing it is one of the world renowned for new antibiotics. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about the company as a whole, where we are financially, where we are for 2021, and sort of catalyst. So the company has approximately $20 million in the bank. We have 23 million shares currently outstanding. We are funded through 2021. We have no need for capital. We believe we have a good runway for all our therapeutics to handle all the financial ramifications of a new trial for H2001, our trial for Biolexa, and all our preclinical studies. What are catalysts for 2021? Catalysts are obviously the Biolexa readout for atopic dermatitis. We'll have multiple readouts on that for each cohort. Preclinical data on H2001, confirmation data, start of the trial later this year. Our acne platform and psoriasis platform from Dr. John Zippin at Weill Cornell. We'll have data on that early Q2. And we'll also have data on our VK28 program, most likely in Q2. We'll start further preclinical studies and toxicology studies on our gene therapy drug, which we'll also share with the investment community results of that. COVID-19 assets that we talk about, that we released some data on. So today, our partner company, Halovax, that we're an investor in, and we stand on the development committee. This vaccine, we released data that had really good confirmatory study at Mass General Hospital on how well the vaccine did there. It's kind of interesting, that vaccine is not an mRNA vaccine, it's more of a traditional vaccine. Also on our preclinical work from UV, we already released that the other day, talking how well that did in comparison to like a remdesivir. So that's kind of our pipeline. That's where we are today. That's our financial situation, which we're in really good shape. And we think we have an exciting 2021 ahead of us.
Rob, you might have the most robust pipeline I've seen yet today. That is very impressive. So much is going on past COVID, but obviously lots to be excited for within the pandemic. So thank you so much. Don't go far. We're going to be hearing from you again in 20 minutes, I believe.
Sounds great. Thanks, I really appreciate you having us on.
Yeah, of course, Rob. Again, that was Rob Neve, CEO of HOT Therapeutics. They are listed on the NASDAQ, HOTH. Rob, we'll see you in a second. Next up, before we get to our panel with Rob and Brian from the Lineage Cell Therapeutics company, we have Daxor Corporation. Michael Feldschuh, the president and CEO. They are listed on the New York Stock Exchange, DXR. Michael, let's get your camera and microphone on. We are excited to have Daxor Corporation with us. There we go. And in the interim, y'all, we have a panel. We have multiple presentations upcoming, and this is just day 1 of 2. Exciting couple of days here in biotech. I'm learning tons. Michael, pleasure to have you, sir. I'm going to turn it right over to you.
Great. Thank you so much. Pleasure to be here. Thank you for having Daxor as part of the Benzinga conference. This is our first time participating. We're very excited. So let's jump into it. Daxor, we have some forward-looking statements here in our deck. We are a publicly listed company on the New York Stock Exchange, ticker DXR. So what is Daxor? Daxor is the global leader in blood volume measurement technology. We're focused on blood volume testing innovation. We've developed and market the BVA-100, which is the first and only diagnostic blood test cleared by the FDA to provide safe and accurate objective quantification of blood volume status and composition compared to patient-specific norms. It's used in the hospital setting for both inpatient and outpatient care in a broad variety of very significant medical conditions and challenges within our healthcare spend. The BVA-100 is used in conjunction with VolumeX, which is a single-use diagnostic tracer radiopharmaceutical. This test is reimbursed and covered by both CPT and APC coding. It's covered by both public and private insurance for the inpatient and outpatient setting. And I'm going to get into why blood volume measurement is so important and how Daxor is leading the way within this very, very significant addressable market. Just as a way of background, Daxor owns and operates a 20,000 square foot state-of-the-art ISO 14385 certified production and research and development facility out of Oak Ridge, Tennessee. So what is this blood volume test? Why does it matter? Well, first of all, what our test does is what no other diagnostic metric does in medicine, which is that it provides a rapid 98% quantification of the total blood volume, red cell volume, and plasma volume that a patient has. This FDA-cleared test can generate results inside of an hour, and it's been recognized for reimbursement, as I just mentioned earlier. Believe it or not, doctors don't really know, absent the utilization of our test, exactly how much blood a patient has in their body. They know the temperature of the blood, they know the pressure of the blood, but they don't know how much blood a patient actually has. And that's a critical metric for healthcare practitioners to know, because a large number of life or death decisions are based upon the patient's blood volume. And we'll get into why that's important and how this test really is a paradigm shift for medicine. Just to let you know, this is not a clinical stage company. We are a commercial stage company. We have had over 50,000 blood volumes performed in leading hospitals across the country, in over 65 hospital systems. We have dozens and dozens of peer-reviewed publications establishing the value of blood volume analysis, confirming the accuracy and improved outcomes, over 100 published peer-reviewed studies, case studies, and poster presentations at conferences from leading research centers across the country. So a quick executive summary of Daxor, some key points to keep in mind as I go through the deck and to understand what the opportunity is around Daxor. Daxor is the global leader in blood volume technology. We have more experience, more knowledge than any other company within this space. We are the only FDA-cleared ISO 13485 medical device within this marketplace. We have a very exciting business model. This is a relatively high margin insurance covered razor blade diagnostic model. And I'll get into what that razor blade means in a moment. We have a very, very significant number of areas where blood volume management is at the center for how medical conditions are managed. So you have heart failure, critical care, hypertension, sepsis, just to name a few, where blood volume management is at the center of what healthcare teams are trying to do. We reported 50% revenue growth in 2020. We have been expanding our sales and commercialization team as well as our commercial channels. And we have received backing from the Department of Defense, which has given us over $2 million of military contracts. In addition, the NIH just recognized us last month with their point of care award for the company, giving us a grant through their CAP facility. We'll get into that as well too. I mentioned how BVA, of course, has been very well validated and shown to improve outcomes, reduce costs, lower mortality, and lower length of stay for patients. We have a very robust R&D program right now, funded through partnerships, as I mentioned, with major organizations such as the DoD and the NIH. And we have a number of important studies underway. So there's a continuous pipeline of not only product development, but also clinical outcomes, furthering the need and showing the value of our diagnostic to improve results. As far as the company goes, it's very exciting. We have a totally clean cap table. We have no warrants outstanding, $15.7 million of net assets, no warrants, very high insider ownership, and a very low 1.4 million share free float. So we are a company that is very much geared for shareholder value, and we are very, very focused on generating that. So a little bit more about who we are. Daxor became the global leader not overnight. We became the global leader through decades of fundamental research, basic R&D that actually has its roots in the 70s. We received clearance initially for our diagnostic test in the late 90s, proceeded to do a significant amount of research and evidence generation in the 2000s and the early 2010s. There's been a number of different pivotal outcomes that have shown not only the uniqueness of our diagnostic, but also the value of it compared to other options that healthcare practitioners have. I'll get more into that. And what we've seen as the result of this has been a growing adoption of our technology and a recognition by some of the most important organizations that support this kind of work about the value of blood volume diagnostics. So what is Daxor's mission? It's to advance healthcare by making sure that patients have optimal fluid management. And that's done through blood volume analysis. Our vision is really that no patient should have anything other than optimal blood volume. Optimal blood volume for all patients is our vision, and it is attainable if practitioners have access to the right diagnostic. So what is our diagnostic? So you can see on the right, there's a tracer that's injected at the bedside into the patient. There's a detector that's at the center illustration. And the result is that this tracer, when injected into the patient, is measured by the detector. So the detector is the so-called razor, and the injectate is the razor blade. Every time the test is run, this injectate is used. Our test is considered the gold standard in the industry. That means that it is the most accurate test of blood volume. And it is utilized not only by leading healthcare centers, but it's also been utilized by drug companies and other researchers in order to validate the accuracy of their own or the utility of their own pharmaceutical interventions as well. So Daxor is the company of choice that large pharma companies go to when they have a volume effective drug and they want to test its effects. Our diagnostic has been shown to dramatically decrease mortality, lower the length of stay, and save healthcare systems as well. I'll get into what some of those levels of evidence are around that. As I mentioned, over 50,000 tests are been performed on patients to evaluate blood volume at leading medical centers. As we speak, there are patients who are getting their blood volume evaluated with our diagnostic today. So why is volume measurement so important? Why is this something that you might not have ever heard of or been aware of? And why is it something that is so crucial for outcomes? Well, it's very simple. Your blood is the conduit for the oxygen that perfuses your tissues. It's literally the way that we breathe and we live, is that when we do bring air into our lungs and we exchange that for oxygen via the hemoglobin, that is what perfuses our tissues. And so care teams, and it's universally understood that the imperative is that tissue perfusion must constantly be maintained. And the body has a number of mechanisms to try to constantly keep our blood volume and our perfusion happening. The problem is this: there are a number of different medical conditions, both acute and non-acute, that can lead to blood volume derangement. If those blood volume derangements are not corrected, then a patient can suffer from decompensation or organ damage or death. And so this ball kind of represents what's happening here. The body is trying to keep the volume in an optimal place. And right now, care teams are really flying in the dark. They don't really have a good sense of where the patient's blood volume is. That's because symptoms of volume overload or hypervolemia and symptoms of underload or hypovolemia look very similar to patients. So, the care teams are constantly trying to decide, does the patient need more fluid or diuresis to take volume off? In addition, they're trying to understand whether they need red cells or plasma volume. Our test answers all of those questions. What are they using today? Well, they're using a variety of indirect measures. They're costly, some of them are invasive, and all of them are vastly inferior to direct blood volume measurement. It's sort of like if you were running a shoe store and you didn't have something that could measure somebody's feet, so instead you had something that measured their height. You say, well, I guess the guy's 6'3", so I'm going to guess he has a size 13 shoe. No, that doesn't really work. So chest x-rays, echocardiograms, wedge pressure measurements, all of these things have been shown to have very low correlation to actual blood volume. Why are they used? Because they're readily available, and up to now, that's what's been available. What's been the validation around it? Well, we've had far more research outcomes than I can get into in this brief presentation, but in the areas of heart failure, critical care, sepsis, syncope, which is fainting, surgical blood loss, and acute respiratory distress syndrome, blood volume analysis has been shown to be a very, very important measure and something that care teams really want to know more about. And I'll get into the highlights now of what some of these research outcomes have pointed to. Something to just be aware of is that anything that makes a pivotal difference in outcomes in something like heart failure and critical care, these are massive total addressable markets, both in the United States and globally. This is some of the largest areas where we spend money in healthcare. This is not a diagnostic that solves a problem for some kind of orphan drug kind of situation. This is not a narrow market. We're talking about one of the largest areas of healthcare spend and one of the leading causes of death in the country. How big are these markets? Well, heart failure is over 6 million people suffer from heart failure in the United States alone. 1 million of them will end up in the hospital this year. About a third of them will be dead within a year of having been hospitalized for this. It's one of the leading causes of death. Critical care and sepsis also represents about 8 million admissions annually. This doesn't even touch on other areas where blood volume management is very important, including things like dialysis and ARDS. So we're really in a situation where we're making decisions every single day about how patients' blood volume should be managed, but doing so with inferior diagnostics. So what happened for Daxor? Daxor had at the end of 2018 a very pivotal study published in JACC Heart Failure, one of the leading heart failure journals in the world, showing that when blood volume management was used to guide care in 245 patient encounters, that it reduced heart failure mortality by a whopping 82% on a 30-day basis and 86% on a one-year basis, and it cut the 30-day readmission rate by 56%. Why are those numbers so important? First of all, hospitals are measured on a quality basis of their 30-day outcomes. Anything that reduces heart failure by 82% is massive. Similarly, 86% on a one-year basis, also a very, very significant number. You can see the p-values on these studies were 0.001. Just to give you a sense of what that meant, in the control comparator group, 35% of the patients were dead within 1 year who did not receive blood volume guided treatment. Those that received blood volume guided treatment, fewer than 5% were dead within 1 year. This was a very significant outcome. We've seen similar results actually in the ICU side. This is a prospective randomized controlled trial, also published in a leading peer-reviewed journal. It showed a reduction in mortality by 66% for severely ill ICU patients, and it lowered their length of stay by 20%. So we're seeing significant value when patients are treated, where patients have the benefit of practitioners who know exactly what's wrong with their blood volume. That gives them individualized care and precision treatment outcomes. What does this translate to in terms of health economic value? A tremendous amount, actually. Blood volume guided treatment has been shown in a study that was published in the fall of 2020 to be 5 times more cost effective than other sources of treatment. The threshold of what's considered good value is about $50,000. When you treat with blood volume plus standard treatments, the cost was approximately $10,000, so 5 times more cost effective. It is forecast to extend the quality life years of a patient by a full 2.3 years. That's why Medicare and private insurance both recognize the value of blood volume analysis and have awarded us with CPT and APC coding for our test. You can just see that it's an exceptional value and it's something that extends patient lifespan. Why? Diagnostics are cheap, therapy is expensive. Our diagnostic optimizes that therapy. So we have ongoing trials that are going on with a partner therapy company, CHF Solutions. They do precision volume removal. We have a prospective randomized control trial in heart failure being done by Duke. We have a multi-center COVID-related study that's being led by NYU. It's just a small slice of all of the exciting research that's going on. Again, also recent published data in the last 3 years. This is just a slice of how much is going on with blood volume analysis in leading journals. You can see that everything from the Society to Critical Care Medicine to the Heart Failure Society all are receiving exciting abstracts and papers about the value of our BVA technology. And again, we are the unique, only blood volume diagnostic that is approved by FDA and the global leader. So innovation and next generation products. Well, the Department of Defense came to us several years ago and said, can you make a portable, ruggedized, rapid version of this to handle hemorrhage and blood loss for our soldiers? We agreed. That started a series of military contract awards for us. 30% of our warfighters die from hemorrhage. And so we have been working for years now to develop our next generation product. We're incredibly excited about it because it has both military and civilian applicability. It's something that can be used on the battlefield, and it can also be used at the bedside for patients in the ICU, or it can be used in the outpatient setting as well. So we've been receiving multiple contract awards. We just received one last week, $750,000 from the U.S. Air Force for a novel fluorescent tracer-based system. We're very excited. Our next generation products are a tremendous leap forward in terms of usability, speed, and we're just so excited that we're now in the military supply chain, and we're something that is will be eligible for contract award going forward. So having the military system as well as civilian hospital systems all wanting our product. Again, as I mentioned earlier, the NIH also looked at our technology. They're very excited about us. They gave us a grant also. That just happened 2 months ago through their CapCat Point of Care Innovation Institute. They also recognize pardon me, they also recognize how very important what we're doing is, and they also want to speed the development of our next generation of products, and we couldn't be happier. We rose to the top of a very, very selective and competitive field. Just to give you an idea, fewer than 2% of companies get the kind of military awards or the kind of NIH awards that we get. We are really at the top of our game right now. Our business model, again, there's a massive addressable market here. Heart failure, for example, we estimate that if we achieved only 30% penetration of the market in heart failure, just 30% of it, that would be a recurring annual revenue of $585 million. You look at critical care sepsis, 20% of the market is $320 million. Hypertension, which also involves volume management, is a $1.2 billion annual recurring market at just 5% penetration. Surgical blood loss and transfusion, similarly at a 10% penetration, is a $2.2 billion market. In other words, what we're seeing here is that this is a multi-billion-dollar addressable market. There's a huge need to improve outcomes in these areas, and Daxor has the diagnostics, the patents going forward, and the technology in order to make this happen.
About 1 minute left there, Michael.
Thank you. I have to go quickly through this. We sell our device, lease it. We also make money from our single-use kits. We have exciting agreements that we've just been signing with third-party distributors to accelerate our sales through major medical centers and hospitals. We have international expansion in the books as well. So we're going to be globally distributing our product. We have a very robust patent portfolio, a number of patents that have been filed last year, granted in past years. We have half a dozen now for this year. We have a number of growth catalysts going on, better clinical outcomes, next generation technology, an accelerating distribution and commercialization team as well. So we have a large number of avenues of growth and a number of catalysts. I'll leave it to people to look at this slide later. Daxor itself is at a very attractive entry point. We feel we just have a $52 million market cap, no outstanding debt, just 4.01 million shares outstanding, and a free float of 1.3 million with 67% insider ownership. So we are very much committed to what's in the future here. Again, the highlights of the company, I can't really go into all of them due to time constraints, but I can say that Daxor has accelerating sales, accelerating R&D, and a number of exciting partnerships going on. This is our management team. It's deep, it's experienced from some of the leading companies in the space, and we're very excited about what Daxor has in the books for 2021, 2022 coming up. Thank you very much. That's our information. I'm sorry that we don't have time for further questions.
Yes, no worries. Michael, I mean, the value is obvious. Wonderful presentation. President and CEO, Michael Feldschuh of Daxor Corporation, listed on the New York Stock Exchange, DXR. I think a very valuable play. Thank you so much for being here, Michael. Really
thank you so much. I hope everybody has a great conference.
Thanks so much. All right. Honestly, very excited from that last presentation, one that I will be paying close attention to moving forward. I'm very excited for the upcoming conversation as well. I'd like to welcome Shanti Rexeline, a Benzinga biotech-focused reporter, to the stage. Shanti is going to be having a conversation with two executives that are returning as well, Rob Nee and Brian Cully from Therapeutics and Lineage Cell, respectively. Shanti, I'll let you take it away.
Hello, I'm Shanti from Benzinga. Welcome to the panel discussion on coming together to address unmet medical needs. Today we have with us Brian Cully, CEO and interim CFO of cell therapy company, Lineage Cell Therapeutics. It's a nice market listed company trading under the ticker symbol LCTX. Welcome, Brian. I'm excited to have you on the panel.
Thank you, Shanti. Hi.
We are also joined by Rob Nee, CEO of dermatology-focused biopharma, Therapeutics. HOTH is a ticker symbol. Those of you who are keyed into their stock may have seen a surge in it yesterday on the back of some positive preclinical data on the investigational COVID-19 treatment. Good to have you, Rob.
Thanks for having me, Shanti.
Yeah. All set, right? We are going to have an exciting 45 minutes ahead discussing a range of topics on unmet medical needs and how these companies are endeavoring to plug the holes in the arena of drug research. Those therapies that qualify as catering to unmet medical needs are potential game changers, possibly emerging as future standards of care, promising revenue opportunities that run from multi-million to multi-billion dollars. With that introduction, let's set the ball rolling. First up, let's hear from Brian. How do you qualify an unmet medical need? How important is it as a guiding concept for biotech R&D?
Well, hi, Shanti. So unmet medical needs, it's a funny term, right? It's got sort of formal and informal definitions. Basically what it does is it highlights that you have an opportunity to provide some benefit. So I think it's a term that originally had some real purpose and an intent by highlighting the problem, right? Because you've got the problem side, and you've got the solution side. So unmet medical need as a phrase sort of got borrowed by everybody because we're all trying to improve therapeutic outcomes for patients. So in one way, you could say that, you know, any advantage, any improvement is addressing an unmet medical need. And so people start saying things like severe unmet medical need or serious unmet medical need. But it really is contextual. You can offer a tiny improvement to a huge market, and that's a big change. Or you could have a huge benefit to a small number of people, and that's a big change. So as a guiding concept for biotech, it really is core to everything we're doing because we're all trying to make the patient condition, the human condition, improved. And so whether you're working on, you know, squeezing out a little more efficacy from an antibiotic or working on an enzyme replacement therapy, which heretofore didn't exist, and can be life-saving. They all fall into that unmet need because we're all trying to deliver solutions where the outcome is a better result for the patient or the person.
Rob, anything you would like to add to that?
I think Brian really summed it up well. It is true. Unmet medical need is anything. If you're a patient and you're not getting the therapeutic that you need for your treatment, whether there's something on the market today that doesn't help you, or there's a therapeutic that's not giving you the efficacy that you need, it's an unmet medical need to you. So I really think, as Brian mentioned, every biopharma company believes they're working on an unmet medical need, and we continue to do so, and that's innovation for you. And that's COVID-19 vaccines and therapeutics are a perfect example of unmet needs, and then biopharma working at the speed that they did to try to remedy these different indications.
Okay, that was insightful. Rob, what are the regulatory and governmental incentives as well as institutional support available for pursuing treatment options for unmet needs?
So,
go ahead.
I think that's a great question because, we think unmet medical needs and then we think how long they take to get to market. There's a gentleman named Brian Wallach who suffers from ALS, and he continues to raise money for ALS. And he talks about, will there be something for me? I don't know, but I want research to continue for the next patient. So there is a way for that patient to get some resolution, get help, and hopefully a cure. So I think with the FDA environment, what you're seeing with right to try for drugs that there are no clinical pathway for, or not a big enough patient population to start a clinical trial, those are really important functions that the FDA is allowing biopharma to go after. So I think that's something that's unique and different that we've experienced this decade over the last 4 years, and it continues. Started, I believe, in the Trump administration, continued by the Biden administration. What's nice about it's a nice bipartisan issue that everybody can get behind. We're all about patients getting better, about trying therapeutics for life-saving needs when there's nothing else on the market. If the patient is willing to try it, if they're at their final, there's no other treatments out there, there's nothing else to try. So this is an important thing that the FDA and Congress has gotten behind to allow patients to experience.
Thank you. How about the expanded access program of the FDA? Is it something special to therapies in development for unmet medical needs?
Yeah, I think that's something that, as a biopharma company, we look at, and I'm sure Brian looks at as well. This is something that's unique. And once again, you could talk about the vaccine or other therapeutics, whether the FDA, I always believe the FDA as a whole is friendly to biotech companies. And, they have a fine line that they have to balance on for patient safety as well. So I think what we're seeing here is with innovation moving so fast, the FDA realizing how fast, whether it's gene therapy, whether it's, mRNA vaccines for COVID patients, whether it's dermatological or, cell advancement that Brian's company is doing, which is phenomenal. The FDA is really receptive to helping companies and helping patients and balancing that fine line.
Okay, thank you for that insight.
Sure.
I appreciate the fact that both your companies are doing some solid research and potential therapies to address unmet medical needs. Brian, apart from profit motive, what are the other driving factors that keep you going in this quest?
Well, I'm driven by trying to, I often say, consistently have said, I'm trying to leave the world a better place than when I found it. So for me, I am motivated deeply by trying to develop new therapeutics. And I really think without exception, everyone I've ever met in this industry feels the same way. Profit may come from that, although I think actually as a CEO of a growth company, I'm really more focused on creating value, right? Elon Musk created a lot of value before he ever turned a profit. So I feel very strongly that you can do well by doing good. And so, these breakthrough therapies, it is incredible. I early in my career had an opportunity to meet a gentleman who was involved with the development of a new heart therapeutic and to treat heart failure. And I mean, he touched 1 million people, right? He saved 1 million lives by contributing to that program. That was striking to me, because when you look out into the night sky and you see, you know, billions of stars and you start feeling meaningless, if you can help 1 million people be better, that is really motivating. So yeah, I'll take biotherapeutics over, you know, marketing cereals every day of the week.
Oh, that's inspiring. Brian, Rob, would you like to add anything to that?
What Brian said, actually, you know, great thought, made me think about that as well. You know, we're so small, right, here, you know, but we all can try to contribute in some way. And, you know, it's one of the things that we've kind of talked about at Hawth. You know, you want to make your therapeutics accessible for everybody, right? And we all do. You know, we have that, you know, being profitable and trying to take care of our shareholders, and so they do well. But as we all know, you know, what is the first thing? You know, do no harm, right? So we're sitting here all today trying to make mankind better, trying to make a way to help patients who have no other help. So you really think, as you mentioned, the gentleman that he met, that, you know, when you save 1 million lives, amazing. And, you know, if you look at the scope of biotech companies, you could look at the large and small, you know, they help patients each and every day.
Okay, that's some high ideal to have. I appreciate both of your efforts. Moving on to Brian, could you please shed some light on your pipeline, especially on the pluripotential, that is the technology behind your pipeline?
Yeah, of course. In a sentence, what we do is we manufacture specific cells that your body has lost, and we replace them. So we're really a cell transplant company. And we have 3 clinical programs today. One is for dry AMD, which is a condition where your retina cells die and you go blind. So we manufacture brand new retina cells and transplant those to the body to preserve your vision. We also have a program where we manufacture a special kind of spinal cord cell. So people who suffer a spinal cord injury, you know, the classic diving board accident or skiing or whatever, they become paralyzed and you can't move your arms and legs, but they have the potential to recover. So we manufacture spinal cord cells and we transplant them to the area of injury to try to help individuals have greater mobility and recovery. And in the 3rd iteration, we manufacture a type of immune cell. It's the part of your immune system which is responsible for educating and informing your T cells. And so we manufacture these things called dendritic cells, and we load them with information to teach your immune system what a cancer cell looks like to ensure that it has the horsepower to go and kill it. So really we are we're a platform technology manufacturing various cell types and trying to accomplish things that small molecules and antibodies have not been able to accomplish so far.
How does your cancer vaccine candidate BAT2 differentiate from other currently available, novel oncology therapies?
So we have we manufacture these dendritic cells to help treat cancer. Where it fits in is that currently, to just be very broad about it, you know, there are options like chemotherapy or immuno-oncology. So you know, chemotherapy is a little clumsy. It's about, you know, it's killing fast-growing cells. Immuno-oncology is about reducing a tumor's defenses. Where we fit a little bit differently is we're about more enhanced and targeted destruction of the tumor cell. So we provide a massive amplification of information to your immune system, so that rather than having, you know, a quiet whisper of information floating around your immune system, we have, you know, screaming from the rooftops to make sure that the T cells and the activities that they do in fighting tumor cells, that they have all the information they need to identify tumor cells and unleash the power of the immune system. So we think that we can fit very nicely without a lot of additive safety issues. We can fit very nicely and well tolerated in an immuno-oncology and or chemotherapy environment. And it's great. It's breaking space. I mean, CAR T is moving now into CAR NK and CAR Max, and so our dendritic cells, I think, are you know, destined to be picked up and become part of the physician's armamentarium going forward.
How does it cost compare with the existing therapies, with the existing IO therapies as well as the targeted ones?
Yeah, this is a huge unappreciated advantage of the lineage approach. And even today, there was an article about the open secret of manufacturing cell therapy, that the cost of these personalized medicines is so out of control. And we're seeing activity in the legislative side about how do we control costs and so forth. Our solution for that is that we use cell lines. So we never take cells from a patient and manipulate them. That's custom, right? That's bespoke. That's incredibly expensive. What we do is we manufacture by the billions cells from cell lines that have already been characterized, and we use them in ways that they're not rejected. And in doing so, by manufacturing billions of cells at a time, if we are transplanting, for example, 100,000 cells into the eye, that means we are already today manufacturing thousands of clinical courses in just a 3-liter bioreactor. So our allogeneic approaches really give us a huge advantage in an environment that is increasingly value pricing based and cost competitive.
Okay, that's great. With 2 candidates in mid-stage development and 1 in early-stage trial, what is a combined market opportunity you're shooting for?
Well, for our lead program in dry AMD, I can tell you that dry AMD is about 8 to 9 times more common than wet AMD, and sales of wet AMD programs are above $10 billion. So, I mean, there's many billions of dollars available because there's nothing approved yet. Similar for spinal cord injury, there's nothing approved. I mean, we have monopolistic opportunities to be a first mover and be able to establish a market for these therapeutics. So couple that with our reduced costs of goods and fact that there's a paucity of competitive threats, I think we're well positioned to do very well. And oncology, oncology is special. It has heretofore tolerated incredibly high pricing. So, even if that comes back down, I think we can navigate very well. And so I think each of our programs represents $1 billion commercial opportunity, and in some cases, quite a bit more.
Sounds real lucrative. Thanks, Rob. Rob, could you please apprise us of your BioLexa platform for atopic dermatitis in adolescents?
Sure. So, as you know, we're starting a trial in Australia this quarter. The reason we chose to do it in Australia is we get a tax rebate from the Australian government, and it's easy to recruit patients there in the pediatric level. And that data is still transferable back to the FDA. So we're very cautious with our money, where we spend it, how we spend it, trying to do right by our shareholders as far as keeping our costs down. So the total addressable market for atopic dermatitis is about a $16 billion market in 2025. It's around $9 billion today. It's growing at about 11% per year CAGR. So this is really a tremendous opportunity. If you look at the atopic dermatitis market as a whole, there hasn't been a ton that's been newly introduced. What you have mainly is topicals, which just treat the redness and the inflammation. Then you have biologics like Dupixent for really, really severe cases of atopic dermatitis. That's an injectable that parents really want to stay away from. It's not used for pediatrics at this point. So we think we're in a real sweet spot. We have a non-corticosteroid product that we're currently in the trial for. Big market opportunity. Cheaper to move for us to do the trial in Australia. So we watch our dollars there, as I said, and we'll have readouts for that in the first cohort early Q2. We're excited about that. We're excited about our anti-inflammatory platform, gene therapy and COVID assets as well. We think we've got a really unique pipeline, all billion-dollar opportunities and above for our shareholders, hopefully to participate in if we're successful.
Was the TAM you mentioned merely for the adolescent age group?
So $16 billion is the overall market for atopic dermatitis. As you might probably know, most cases of atopic dermatitis do start out as pediatric and then continue through the life. In many few cases as atopic dermatitis resolve itself. And what you'll also see is when you talk atopic dermatitis, you also talk food allergy. Most patients that have atopic dermatitis also have allergies such as food allergies. And, we have a drug that we're working on, as we talked about, for anaphylaxis. So we think, these two drugs can go kind of hand in hand as far as in our pipeline, that, immunological disorders that are unmet, that are underserved.
Okay, thanks, Rob. Brian, what are the key upcoming clinical pipeline catalysts for Lineage?
Key catalysts. Well, we had one yesterday, so I can tell you that we provided essentially a doubling of our clinical data. So we had seen some encouraging evidence of efficacy in our dry AMD program in the first 6 or 7 patients. We added data on another 6 patients, and it was consistent with the initial data. So that's a reinforcement of what we had seen. We obviously don't have data updates every day, but I can tell you that next quarter, we do intend to provide another update. And that one's of particular interest because the reading frame, i.e. the data that you get in the first 3 months, can be encouraging, but we feel that really it's the second 3 months that tell you whether a patient is responding well. So we're going to be really keen to see how these patients that are looking better than baseline, 75% of them are looking better than baseline. That's unusual. This is a this is a linearly degrading visual problem. You only get worse. And then on top of that, we also have been starting to look at something called retinal restoration. We are the only company to ever describe retinal restoration. And that is that we were able to make an area of injury smaller. And it shouldn't be possible because human beings lack the ability to regenerate retinal tissue. But we demonstrated it, and it was durable, and it was validated by experts in the field. And so we are hopeful with these newly treated patients that we will be able to reproduce that, because we think that that would be incredibly powerful. So we'll have safety update, delivery update, we'll have efficacy update, and if we see it, we'll have restoration update as well. So a lot coming next quarter for Lineage just on the lead program.
That's really exciting few months ahead for you. I wish you good luck for it. How about Hoth, Rob?
So for Hoth, as I mentioned, we have the atopic dermatitis trial going in Australia. We'll have the start of our trial for HT001, which is our lead oncology drug. This is for cutaneous lesions that take place for chemo patients, which is really something that there's nothing in the market for currently. So we think it's a big market opportunity for Hoth. Then we'll continue to have some preclinical data coming out on our psoriasis acne anti-inflammatory platform and our gene therapy therapeutic as well. So we just recently released some news also on our COVID-19 assets that was very favorable. So we continue to have preclinical updates and obviously on our clinical projects as well. So a good time at Hoth Therapeutics, we think, in 2021. Super excited about this year. Company is funded for the year. Obviously, we have almost $20 million on the balance sheet, allows us to put all our programs in place. So we look forward to keeping investors informed.
That seems interesting. Moving on to the next question. Cash is key for biopharma companies, especially for smaller ones which work for years together on hopes of potential revenue at a distant future. Hoth, I for sure know, had a couple of private placements this year and an equity offering in 2020. How comfortable are you with your cash reserves?
So that's a great question, Shanti. And I think, biotech, and Brian could talk to this as well, is an expensive business. And it takes, quite a few dollars to put, preclinical and clinical plans in place. And it takes a lot of planning. And the planning aspect is really where you start spending money before you're even getting any results, such as putting your toxicology studies in place, patient enrollment, and so forth. But Hoth is in a really good cash position. As I mentioned, we have almost $20 million in cash on the balance sheet. No need for further funding in 21. We think, we have at least 18, possibly 24 months of cash, puts us in a really good position to put all our programs in place for 21 and 22.
Brian, you ended 2020 with a cash balance of 41.6 million. With so much going on with respect to your clinical programs, how sufficient is your cash?
Yeah, and to quote Monty Python, I got better. So on March 5th, we were able to report 57 million in cash and cash equivalents. One of the things that I'm really proud of is that having been the CEO of Lineage for a little bit more than 2.5 years, I've never had to do a traditional financing. We've been able to successfully fund the company by capitalizing from our extensive patent estate and conducting license agreements, spinning out businesses, converting them into cash. So we are well funded today, well into 2023. So that's more than 2 years based on our historic spending rate of about $5 million a quarter. So I think we're in a great position, and we can reach some major clinical and other developmental milestones with that capital. We've done that over the last 2 years, and I have no doubt that we'll continue to do that the next 2 years. So, more can sometimes be better, but we certainly have a lot of leverage with respect to our cash resources today.
Okay. Rob, if you asked to make one pitch to investors, what would be that one pitch you would like to make?
I think we're going after areas at Hot Therapeutics that, we talk about unmet needs as, this panel is named, right? We're really going after areas where there's tremendous opportunity for us, where we can have a first mover advantage, such as HG001, for cancer patients that are going through chemotherapy, where, there's a 36% pause or dropout rate. We look at our anti-inflammatory platform, from University of Maryland, Baltimore. There's been nothing revolutionary in acne and psoriasis space in some time. So we think, once again, another tremendous opportunity. We really feel that anything we've licensed from these universities, keeping the inventors on board with us through the whole process, preclinical work, through clinical, is a real differentiator from most other companies who simply license and then take it in-house and try to figure out where to start. By keeping the inventor involved, by keeping the universities involved, we really feel it puts us in a good position to succeed at a faster pace.
Great. Brian, are you with us?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Any other exciting user development you foresee for the current year you'd want to share with investors in your stock?
Well, I think what we're seeing and experiencing is what I call cell therapy 3.0. So at one time, there was a lot of hype and excitement around cell therapy many years ago, but it was too early. It was not ready to deliver. Scientific progress is sometimes slow, and it's not always a straight line. And one of the big problems was in manufacturing and delivery, but we now are in an environment where cell therapy has matured, and you're starting to see clinical evidence of that coming from companies like Lineage, like the retinal restoration in our spinal cord data. And actually, I would direct investors to just take note of what's happening in the field, because I think there's explosive growth. There are companies with multi-billion-dollar valuations that aren't in the clinic yet, and so I think that there may be some inefficiencies in the market with respect to Lineage today, because we are actually walking the walk with respect to what cell therapy promised many years ago. And I think it's going to be a fun story. And to add to that, Amazon used to just sell books. And, right now we're mostly known for making retina cells, but there are 200 other cell types in your body. And just like Amazon sells everything today, who knows where we could go in the future. So, it's next year is going to be great, but, there's a long ride here that could be, momentous.
Looks, your story is inspiring. One last questions to both of you. How do you see 2020 in general for biotech sector?
Would you like me to take that first, Shanti?
Yeah, you can, please.
So I think 2021 is, I wouldn't say it's a reboot year, because we had, 2020, even with COVID, as you saw for biopharma, innovation continues. It doesn't stop. Science never stands still. So I think in 2021, you're going to see, even more therapeutics hit the market, more exciting developments. We were lucky at Hot Therapeutics, where our labs at the universities were operating even at a reduced rate. So we're able to move all our programs forward. I think you're going to see a lot more of that in 2021 as the world opens up, as labs open up more, as trials once again really move at a quicker pace for enrollment. So I think 2021 is I know it's an exciting year at Hoff. I know it's going to be an exciting year for Brian at Lineage, so I know that continues for all of us in the biopharma space.
Okay, that's great. I think that sums up what we plan to discuss. It was one hell of an insightful session. Thanks again, Rob and Brian, for being with us today.
Thanks, Shanti.
Thanks, Shanti. Thanks, Rob.
Brian, good
Thanks to the three of you, Shanti. Wonderful discussion. Rob, Brian, so happy to have you both with us. Please do reach out, Rob and Brian. They have wonderful companies. Thanks again, gents.
Thanks, Elliot.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. Very interesting panel. Tons of information on unmet medical needs and what that really means. Again, Shanti, thank you. So we are going to move on with, I believe we have 4 more presentations with incredibly interesting stocks and incredibly interesting pipelines to discuss. But do please send me questions in the chats. I am here to ask those if we have time at the end of these presentations. There are 2 tracks to engage with. All of these presentations will be on the tracks after we conclude. And we're going to be back tomorrow with 10 more presentations as well. So everybody, thank you for joining us. Please continue to engage with me. I will continue to pass along your thoughts to the executives. So next up, we have Dr. Sanjay Shukla, the President, CEO, and Director of ATYR Pharma, NASDAQ listed as LIFE. Life. I love that. Dr. Shukla, can you hear me?
I can.
Is it Dr. Shukla, Dr. Shukla?
Shukla.
I obviously chose the wrong one. My apologies. I'm going to let you take it right away.
Sure. So just wanted to run through our slides here. Thanks for the opportunity. Just a quick question. Am I supposed to display on my own or?
Yes. If you should have the share screen option at the bottom there.
Yeah, I apologize here. Give me 1 second. All right. How's that looking?
Looks great.
All right. So thanks for this opportunity to discuss some of the things we're doing here at ATYR here in San Diego, California. We're charting a new path to medicine. I'm here to talk to you a little bit about some of our activities. This next slide is, there we go. Before I get into that, some of our forward-looking statements, I'll let you guys read that on your own. So at ATYR, we're really looking to develop a new class of medicines based on a very interesting novel proprietary biology platform that comes out of the Scripps Institute from the lab of Dr. Paul Schimmel. Dr. Schimmel has been instrumental in founding some rather transformative companies, Alnylam, Cubist, Alchemies, to name a few. But his life's passion and the lab's passion has really been around this new biology that he's discovered around fragments of enzymes in our bodies called tRNA synthetases. And these are enzymes that help us make proteins. What Dr. Schimmel discovered years ago is for some reason these enzymes break apart into fragments. They migrate out into different tissues in our bodies, and there they play a very different non-enzymatic role. They play a role in helping us control immune environments. So ATYR's job is really to look at these fragments and determine how can we make medicines from this, where could they be utilized, in what sort of different sort of disease conditions might they be useful. We have 3 verticals we've created in clinical, preclinical, and discovery. ATYR 1923 is our clinical asset. This is an immunomodulator for severe inflammatory lung disease. This is a program that we are focusing on a form of interstitial lung disease known as pulmonary sarcoidosis. Data is expected in this very important phase 2 trial upcoming here in Q3 2021. We recently reported out some positive results from a mechanistic COVID-19 trial that we just read out here in the last couple days and weeks. I'll talk to you a little bit about that today. We also have a program focusing on NRP2 antibodies. What is NRP2? NRP2 is the receptor that 1923 binds to. It's a cell surface receptor that is expressed on immune cells. But what we've learned about this receptor is we also see a high degree of neuropilin expression in cancer. So we've developed a number of antibodies that we think can unlock the immune system and be useful in cancer. ATYR 2810 represents our first anti-NRP2 antibody, And this is currently in IND enabling work where we've already shown some interesting animal efficacy in a triple negative breast cancer model. And we have some follow-on experiments that are reading out and will be presented here in a few weeks at American Academy of Cancer Research. Finally, we have our discovery programs focusing on other fragments. We are discovering new receptors from these fragments and have recently found 2 new fragments that seem to modulate and bind to natural killer cells, and this has implications in cancer. Our financials, this is actually, at the time we presented this, these slides were from last week, 31 million as of the end of, actually this has been updated, excuse me, 31.7 million as of the end of December. We're in good cash position here for these readouts, in particular our phase 2 readouts for 1923. So our pipeline, as I've described it, clinical program focusing on 1923, 2810 focusing on solid tumors in preclinical testing, and a number of interesting targets that we're looking at in cancer, fibrosis, and inflammation, focusing on a natural killer cell biology. This is a little bit about the science I described. As I said, there's about 20 of these enzyme families. They're all represented here on the left with these names, Rs, CARs, DARs. They represent the specific enzyme that helps you conjugate an amino acid to a tRNA. So HARS, for example, is in green. That's histidyl tRNA synthetase, and basically takes that amino acid and conjugates it to tRNA. But what it does, in addition to this enzymatic function, is it breaks apart into fragments. One of these fragments in particular we saw was enriched in the lung tissue, and early on we saw had some real utilization in downregulating immune cells that are activated during an inflammatory response in the lung. So we followed this fragment into the lung. There's other fragments that seem to play a role in immune policing different tissue environments, but this fragment really started us on this pathway towards interstitial lung disease. One of the early experiments we looked at was in a bleomycin-induced lung fibrosis model. We presented this at American Thoracic Society a few years ago. This is the gold standard model looking at acute lung injury. Here, rodents, where you see a healthy lung in rodents, when you administer this agent, it creates a really inflammatory injured phenotype. There you see in the middle, a lot of this infiltration of these dark dots. Those are immune cells, and even some of this sort of lighter pink fibrotic remodeling. When we went back and treated these animals with 1923, we saw some real robust resolution. And this was presented to about 24 leading pulmonologists from around the world. They thought that 1923 was a novel mechanism to treat inflammation. This is what put us on the map and got us looking towards more immune-mediated lung disease. So 1923, we have targeted for immune-mediated lung disease. It takes this fragment and it fuses it to an FC region of a human antibody, thereby creating an engineered protein therapeutic that now has the characteristics of a nicer half-life of 8 to 9 days. This can be administered once a month through a 1-hour IV infusion. We have seen that this drug binds to, as I said, NRP2, which is a cell surface receptor expressed on immune cells that are involved during an inflammatory response. So now we really understand that these effects we see are mediated through this interaction with neuropilin-2. Neuropilin-2, we have learned, is expressed in sick patients who have lung disease. Sarcoidosis is what we're focused on, and we have detected neuropilin. The target is there in the granulomas, the tissue of the worst pathology for these sarcoidosis subjects is the granuloma. We've also seen in the literature, New England journals showed that lung tissue from patients who died from COVID-19 also expressed neuropilin-2. It downregulates a lot of that inflammatory and profibrotic cytokine. We've already demonstrated good safety in phase 1, and even in our current trial, many of the patients have received the dose about 6 months, and thus far are tolerating the therapy rather well. Early on, as I said, we did some translational work in the bleomycin model. We ran a large translational campaign, similar to maybe what a large pharma might do before jumping into the clinic. So unlike a biotech that may look at 1 or 2 models, we ran a number of models, over 6 models. Here's a snapshot of 5. In each of these models, there's different types of injury Some can be more inflammatory, some can be more fibrotic. Depending on which model we ran, you get a different kind of injury phenotype. The important takeaway is we saw consistent downregulation of pro-inflammatory cytokines in all of these models. So this had a really robust anti-inflammatory effect, regardless of the type of presentation of injury and the type of injury we create. P. acnes was an experimental model, mimicked sarcoidosis, a lot of inflammation. We saw downregulation of these cytokines. Scleroderma GVHD model was presented at the Scleroderma Foundation a few years ago, has a mixed phenotype, inflammation in the lungs, but also skin fibrosis. There we also saw some nice efficacy. So this was a package of data that really made us comfortable, again, presented to pulmonologists before we went into the clinic and said, what's a good condition to look at? Our basic mechanism of action, therefore, is disease triggers. In some patients, it can be organic, an infection. Sometimes it can be autoimmune disease like scleroderma. Sometimes it can be environmental, which is probably what's causing sarcoidosis or some of the pneumonitis out there. In some patients, you get an aberrant immune response. What our drug does is it calms that immune response down, basically creates a much more stabilized lung by dampening the immune response, binding to this receptor that immune cells are expressing during this response. So let's talk a minute about interstitial lung disease. There's 4 major types. IPF, you've probably heard of because there's 2 drugs that generate about 2.5 to 3 billion in sales. But there are a number of other interstitial lung diseases that are the larger well-known ones are sarcoidosis, CHP, and connective tissue related ILD. These are conditions that present a little bit differently than IPF, a little bit more inflammation. All of these diseases have this common immune pathology, that aberrant immune response. So even IPF patients have some degree of inflammation. Our view is by targeting the inflammation, we're preventing the worst outcome. And that's really progression of fibrosis. Once these patients become fibrotic, and all roads can lead to fibrosis for these patients, that's really where you have the significant morbidity and mortality. Therefore, we think we have a really nice opportunity to address these more pro-inflammatory interstitial lung diseases. When you look at the relative market size, as I said, IPF dominates the market from a commercial standpoint, but there's a large green space opportunity in these more inflammatory conditions, of which we see approximately a $2 to $3 billion global market opportunity. aTyr is the leader. We're the furthest along of any worldwide biopharma in looking at these inflammatory ILDs. We're focused on these conditions because there's over 500,000 of the patients who are living with sarcoidosis, CTD, ILD, and CHP in the US alone, and about 3 million globally. Let's talk about our first indication. Pulmonary sarcoidosis is a condition characterized by clumps of immune cells, highly driven by T cells and macrophages that you mostly see these clumps, these granulomas in the lungs. About 200,000 patients in the US are afflicted. Half of these patients need some form of systemic therapy, but those treatment options are limited to things that are quite toxic. Corticosteroids, immunosuppressants, sometimes TNF inhibitors are used, but these come with a lot of toxicity. And unfortunately, none of these treatments prevent these patients from becoming fibrotic. You still have 50 to 60,000 patients a year progressing to that fibrotic phenotype. And that's really, as I said, the worst outcomes for these patients. So we're running a study. We've completed enrollment here with data expected in Q3, looking at 3 doses of our drug, 1, 3, and 5 milligrams. It's a randomized, double-blind, placebo-controlled trial testing these 3 doses. We're giving 6 IV doses once a month. What's unique about our trial in these patients is we are enrolling stably managed patients on corticosteroid, anywhere between 10 to 25 milligrams. We're forcing these patients down to a subtherapeutic dose by week 8. So we're making these patients effectively unwell. And our view is our drug is going to be able to control those patients who are getting 1923 compared to placebo. It is a safety and tolerability trial, as it is an early trial. But this steroid sparing effect, this is the first time the Division of Pulmonary in the FDA has endorsed a steroid sparing approach to treat ILD patients. Our study schema is rather elegant here in the sense that we're enrolling 12 patients in each cohort. Within each cohort, 8 patients receive our drug, 4 receive placebo. As I said, there's a forced steroid taper over the first 7 to 8 weeks of the trial. Everyone then gets to the starting line here with this 5 milligram dose. And what we expect is the placebo patients will not be able to control their day-to-day cough and shortness of breath. They will titrate up with their steroid dose. Titration is done by observing cough and shortness of breath using 2 validated symptom scores that these patients can be titrated based on those symptom scores. 1923 should keep these patients at a low level. At the end of the trial, you should see a splay in the steroid utilization between these patients. And if we are able to maintain this subtherapeutic dose, we know the drug is actually then working. We have the added advantage that towards the end of enrollment in cohort 1, the PI has asked us, hey, if folks are doing well at week 16, could we think about maybe tapering people completely off steroids? We wrote a major protocol amendment at that time and went back to the local IRBs and said, hey, can we try to get people off even any kind of background standard of care? They like that concept. Steroids are bad. Patients want to get off steroids. We now have the ability to potentially even get people completely off steroids towards the tail end of our trial. In particular, this will be important to look at as we advance into 3 and 5 milligrams to see if we have a dose response for that sort of complete responder population. I'll end here by saying much of that translational data we have been presenting at conferences basically year on year. It was presented a few years ago in Dallas. We were approached by a respiratory-focused company in Japan called Kyorin, and we have embarked on a collaboration with them. Kyorin has licensed 1923 already based on our translational data with upfront and milestone payments that we've generated of $10 million at this point. We're eligible to receive approximately $165 million more in milestone payments. The bulk of these are development because Kyorin will be joining our next phase trial as we look to actually get the drug approved in Japan. They're funding all that development work, but as we advance the development in Japan, aTyr will be able to access some of these milestone payments. Let's end here quickly with just the highlights from our COVID-19 trial that's just read out. This was a mechanistic study that we wanted to look at just one dose of our drug, 1 or 3 milligrams of 1923 compared to placebo. 32 patients were enrolled in this study, hospitalized patients needing oxygen but not mechanically ventilated. What did we see? We were looking at safety. We also wanted to look at some recovery. Maybe we see something within just one dose. And then the clinical biomarkers, which we just reported out. The study tracked well with safety. It was generally safe and well tolerated. That's good. No new scary findings from a safety point of view, even with a very serious population. We also see no long-term disability in the patients treated with the 3 milligram dose, as opposed to placebo, where you still have some folks who have limitation in activities. Signals of activity, we saw a modest improvement, getting people out of the hospital in about 5 days, 5.5 days. A tighter stats on that compared to placebo. Why might a placebo overperformed? The PIs thought, hey, this is actually a pretty good finding in placebo. But as it turned out, when we looked at the randomization, which is we're blinded, it's sometimes these things happen in small studies. We had some sicker patients in the 1923 group, more over the age of 65, severely hypoxic, more comorbidities. What that tells us is the drug had a tougher group to actually get better and still was able to outcompete and do a good job with placebo. These findings were backed up by what we also saw in the biomarker data. The biomarker data confirms this, that we had more of an inflamed population in the treatment group. Despite this, patients treated with 1923 showed a nice trend of improvement in over 80% of those biomarkers. So even those patients that had these elevated biomarkers, we see really strong reductions in interferon gamma, IL-6, MCP1. What's really interesting is these are the very same biomarkers that the animal studies also show the greatest amount of impact. So we see very nice validation between this patient biomarker data and what we saw in the animals. But also actually in this small study, saw a statistically significant reduction in serum amyloid A, which is a very well-known marker of inflammation in sarcoidosis patients. So with that, a lot more on the research side. I know we're running out of time. I encourage everyone to take a look at some of the work we're doing in cancer with neuropilin antibodies. I think the key catalyst to pay attention to are these sarcoidosis readouts that are coming out here in the near term in Q3.
Fantastic, Dr. Shukla. Really, really interesting. And it sounds like there's a lot of runway outside of just the COVID aspect of what you're doing, though. So very exciting time. Appreciate you being here. Thank you, Elliot. Thanks for the time. All right. So that is ATYR Pharma, Attire Pharma, NASDAQ listed LIFE, Life. Fantastic ticker. Awesome. Thanks again, Dr. Sanjay Shukla, President, CEO, and Director. All right. If you are learning a ton, drop a 1 in the chat for me. This has been an absolutely phenomenal day of education, deep insights into companies, panel discussions on COVID, on unmet needs. COVID's not going anywhere too quickly, but I am so excited. We are not done yet, y'all. We got 3 more amazing companies to get through. A-Dial Pharmaceuticals, William B. Stiley, Chief Executive Officer and President, NASDAQ listed ADIL. How are you today, Mr. Stiley?
Yeah, I'm just doing fine, Elliot. Thank you for having us today.
Oh, we are excited to have you. I am going to let you get right to it. I don't want to waste your time. Excited to have you tell us all about your company.
Okay, really appreciate it. So first of all, before I get started, again, thank you, Elliot, and thank you to Benzinga for putting this on. Before I get started into ADAL, it's always good to have an idea of to whom you're speaking. So a little bit about myself. I'm Bill Stilley, CEO of ADAL Pharmaceuticals. Background is undergrad, Marine Corps, and then in business. Started out in finance and heavy industry, but quickly, a couple decades ago, moved into life sciences. And my last position after a previous company where I'd been the chief operating officer and finance officer had been acquired. I worked for the acquiring company, and I was the vice president of business development and strategic projects. So strategic projects meant I did anything that got into trouble, and I ended up running a cardiovascular global phase 3 program, manufacturing drug for launch. But on the business development side, I was always looking for acquisitions. That's where I found the technology for ADAL. We liked it. It was on track for an acquisition. And at that point, the company board of directors said, stop the acquisitions and let's sell clinical data. We did that to Force as $1 billion+ deal. And that gave me the opportunity, though, because that drug had not been acquired, to go and start a new company around that technology. And that's what we're here today. We went public almost 2 years ago now, and we are driving forward, and that drug is now in phase 3 trials. So I'm going to share, take a second here, share my screen so we can go ahead and give the presentation. And so, as I said, ADAL Pharmaceuticals, we've all seen the forward-looking statements before. And what we have is a company that is focused on developing medicines for addictions. And our lead product is a drug called AD04. It's a genetically targeted drug for alcohol use disorder. So this is one of the largest disease states that exists in the United States and in the world as a whole. And the Lancet has even said it's the leading cause of death in people in their prime, which they define as ages 15 to 49. So we have a differentiated product, which in the 1/3 of the patients that would be expected to be genetically positive, helps them reduce their craving for alcohol, to reduce or eliminate their drinking. Currently in had a good phase 2 in 283 patients, and currently in phase 3 trial in 7 countries. And that trial is designed to be usable as a basis for approval in both the US and Europe. It's a reformulated drug, so we think that gives us a lot of advantages. Of course, with any reformulation, there's a couple of risks, but we think we have those well handled, and they are not relevant to our drug. And we think this is a drug, when you get approved, would be something that a small company could handle as far as taking out, becoming a multi-hundred million, maybe even low billion-dollar drug before you partner or are acquired by a larger company to go out and go to the general practitioners and make it into a blockbuster product. Patent protection out to 2032. We'd expect extensions to 2037. And exciting for us recently is we did our first acquisition of a company called Pernivate. That gives us an adenosine platform to develop a number of other drugs, including their lead product in pain. And with that, combined with the other alternative uses for AD04, really gives us a robust product portfolio already. So a little bit about the team, just depth in all positions, even for a smaller company like ourselves. I've already told you about, about me, which is the first person, Dr. Johnson, one of the world's leaders in the field of addiction. Joe Trulick has been with me at our CFO 3 companies now. Alex Lugavoy was chief business officer for Indivior, which had the $1.6 billion opioid use disorder drug. Mark Pekin, Skylar Vincent round out the team with great power, and then we're building. Jack Reich, one of the founders of Gensia, has recently joined the team as full-time management. We acquired through the acquisition. We didn't acquire Dr. Thompson, but through the acquisition, Dr. Thompson is now working with us and one of the world's leaders in the field of addiction, inventor of numerous drugs. Andrew Taubman has recently joined us as VP of Corporate Development, and importantly with him, he has that reimbursement background, having worked for Blue Cross Blue Shield at senior levels, and then our general counsel. Board of directors, again, depth and strength. Kevin Schuyler runs a $10 billion CIO operation. Tony Goodman was the chief commercial officer of the company that built Suboxone into that $1.6 billion drug. And again, bench strength below that. So when I say it's one of the largest disease states in the world, we're talking about potentially 35 million people in the United States alone. The damage to society is incredible. $250 billion of damage estimated by the CDC, by the NIAAA. As I mentioned, leading cause of death. American Oncology Association says more than 1 in 20 cancers directly caused by alcohol. Despite this, a small number of people are actually getting treated today as far as a percentage of that group. And, that's a big problem. I'll talk about why is that, especially when you say that in Europe, it's an even bigger problem. So this is really a global issue. And I would tell you the reasons why the current drugs are not being, the current treatments are not working is that they are all, can only be characterized by one word, and I would call that word extreme. If you think about it, first, dramatic life makeover, raise your hand, give up friends often, sometimes even dissociate from families. That's one of the most prevalent ways of getting treated. If you're, AA will tell you, you will likely not be willing to tolerate our treatment unless you have hit, they have a term, it's called rock bottom. It means your life has been destroyed in some way. So, and abstinence being the absolute end state for everyone. And not that abstinence isn't a great way to treat, and for those in whom it works, that is the perfect solution, but it doesn't work for everyone. And if you're willing to try one of the pharmacologic treatments, you have a drug that can make you violently ill if you drink. Most people just don't take that drug. One that's an injection, you get it every 30 days. It's very painful and has a number of side effects. And so really only those people that have hit rock bottom are willing to take these treatments today. And what the patients really want is they want to be able to stop the harm of alcohol in their life. And they're not so interested in those extreme treatments. So what we have, new method of action, very safe and tolerable drug as demonstrated so far. The oral dosing, which we think is very important, and it reduces the heavy drinking, which is really the culprit in causing most of the damage. Doesn't require them to go into public. If they don't want, they don't have to raise their hand. If that works for them, that's great, but they don't have to do it. And we think this is very important for the uptake in the market. And finally, there's a genetic test. So previously, the doctor's conversation might be something like this. Hey, I notice you're drinking a bit. Have you thought about getting help? Going to behavioral therapy, AA, maybe taking that injection. And the answer you often get is, whoa, maybe that's not for me. I'll do better. Now the conversation is, hey, there's a test to indicate whether a product could help you reduce your drinking. What do you think about taking that test? And the patients, the responses we get when we talk to them is, wow, that'd be really interesting. I'd like to know that. And wow, that would explain a lot. And this drug would be built for me. So we think this could really be important. It limits the number of patients that can potentially get the drug, but it will drive uptake is what we believe in a material way. So we have a product with that list that looks better than the things that are out there available today, assuming that all gets proven out in phase 3 trials, and we're driving forward. So the drug works through serotonin 3 blockade, which is well known to work upstream of dopamine, through the dopaminergic system. And it is also a drug that is already on the market today. So it's under the brand name Zofran. It's an anti-nausea drug. And when I looked at this, one of the first questions I asked is, what will stop people from just taking Zofran? It's already on market. And there have been problems with other drugs that are reformulated being used off of it, where the current drug is used off label. And with this, we don't think that'll be a problem for two primary reasons. The first is in dose response work, once you start overdosing the drug, it seems to stop working. And you'll note that Zofran is on the market at the lowest dose of a 4 milligram tablet, and our dose is a 0.33 milligram tablet, so greater than 12 times less. And if you look at drugs in the serotonin space and other brain drugs, you see that there is often an overdosing problem where if you overdose, it stops working. So ADHD meds, antidepressants, if you dose too low, they don't work. If you dose too high, they don't. Marijuana, that's a good one, serotonin effector. If you dose low, it's anxiolytic, meaning it helps with anxiety. If you dose high, it actually has the opposite effect. You know, people hear about paranoia and such. So our drug seems to behave similarly to other serotonin drugs. And so we would expect that if you overdose with the current doses, it would not work. And secondly, ondansetron is known to have cardiovascular effects at high doses. In an acute setting, like it's used for nausea, which is post-operatively and post-chemotherapy for a few hours or a few days, that's fine with Zofran at its high doses. But in a chronic setting, like for addiction, you would have potential safety concerns. So we think it's highly unlikely this would be a big problem. And then talking just real quickly about our patents, we have patents filed in over 40, or approved, I should say, and issued in over 40 jurisdictions. And if a generic competitor tried to come on at our dose, they'd have to do it on an approved patent, and our patents prohibit them from coming on. So now let's look at that phase 2 data I mentioned. So 283 patients. On the left, you have the primary endpoint of severity of drinking measured in drinks per drinking day. On the right, you have the secondary endpoint of frequency of drinking measured in days absence. And what you see from this, in that left-hand group, the target genotypes, the dark blue bars, in the right-hand group, the light blue bars are the other genotypes, that people on drug, on genotype, had a significant reduction in both frequency and quantity of drinking. That means they picked up the bottle less often, and when they picked it up, they could put it back down. And you'll note that they picked up the bottle almost 50% less often. And when they picked it up, they could put it back down 60% less drinking. So importantly, this also has demonstrated that it seems to have demonstrated that it reduces the heavy, which is also known as the harmful drinking, which would be the basis for an approval with the FDA and with the EMA. So we already have our trial design approved by the FDA. We're going out and we're running it right now. We expect to have data in about first quarter of next year. And this just shows that our plan for development. When we commercialize, we think that this drug will be used and have uptake just like antidepressants. Some people will go on it for a short period of time, rotate off, maybe go back on. And also the first initial doctor to prescribe it will be the specialist. Eventually, you'll have some people that end up going on it and staying on it for life, and you'll have the general practitioners that will be doing most of the prescriptions, just like with the antidepressants. So when you think about what this means for a market, remember I showed you that slide earlier of the number of patients. If you take just 1/3 of the patients, and then you use a reasonable monthly cost of $255 a month, you come up with a $36 billion potential market for just those that are genetically positive. And importantly here, notice that if you look at those already in the system getting treated, it's a potential $3 billion market. And so the question I'd ask is not even so much, can we get some of that $36 billion market, but how many of those people that are already going through the extreme treatments available today, you tell them there's a safe, easy to use drug, all you have to do is take a test to see if it's for you. How many of them will take the test? And if they're positive, how many of them will try it? I think of that 3 billion, which is really the low-hanging fruit, easily targeted, we can get a significant percentage. So manufacturing, we already have it worked out. We recently announced that we've scaled it up even further, and we are ready to go commercially. We've taken the time to invest in that, so nothing will delay us as far as the manufacturing is what we believe. And what we have is a massive market, a late-stage drug with good data in phase 2, the companion diagnostic to identify the responders. We've worked it out with the FDA already. Manufacturing is high margin, Simple, we can do it. Long, strong patent protection. And then there's indication expansions for AD04, we believe. We expect to do some trials, testing in opioid use disorder, maybe gambling. Look at label expansions once it's approved for alcohol use disorder. And then our recent acquisition of the adenosine platform through Carnivate, we think gives us a lot of opportunities. We're going to focus on pain for internal development, but we think there's cancer, asthma, diabetes, inflammatory diseases, which we can also go after as potential licensing opportunities. So thank you for your time today. And I'm not sure if we have time for any kind of questions. Elliot, turn it over to you.
Yes, sir. We do have a question in the chat, and I think an interesting one to look at a little bit more broadly here. Jeff Cavalieri references anti-abuse, but I would open up to probably other anti-addiction drugs as well. Anti-abuse is a drug that stops people from boozing. Can you compare AD04 to that? And how is it different and comparable?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'd actually say when you talk about an extreme drug, that is the poster child for an extreme drug. Antabuse, the generic is disulfiram, is a drug that if you take it and then you drink, it turns alcohol into a poison. It stops its breakdown so that it becomes a poison. And it makes you violently ill. So if you take the drug, then you drink, makes you violently ill, so bad that it can even be fatal. And what ends up happening there is people just don't take the drug. I once went to a conference, and here's my story about antabuse. I went to a conference, and I had a woman come in and say, she wanted to meet with me. She actually didn't want to talk business. She wanted to learn about our drug because she had a problem in her family with alcohol use disorder. And she said that antabuse had saved her life. And I was like, wow, I don't usually hear good things about antabuse. Tell me about it. And she said, yes, every day I get up and I make my mom take it. And I tell her if she doesn't take it, she has to move out. Because of that, she no longer drinks. And I have heard, and I had a similar thing happen where somebody came to me and said, oh, I was interested in what you're doing because I used to manage antabuse sales in Australia with one of the drugs in my bag. And he said, and I knew all 25 people that took it. And so, this is a drug. I mean, think about it. If you want to drink, you have a choice. So you want to drink, you can either drink and throw up all over the place, or you can just not take the pill. Humans are pretty smart. They know what to do with that.
Fair enough. So essentially, Jeff, AD04 is not fatal.
Yeah, it's not. AD04 is a simple, easy to use pill. You take it, It's just a medication, but the side effect profile is extremely low. So that is not one of our methods of action. Our method of action appears to work through craving inhibition, not through punishment if you do it wrong.
Can I ask, this may be a very layman terms question, but this is my own. So when your drug does not, or drug medicine does not, make people stop drinking, they can still have drinks. It works with the craving. So with that in mind, how does that affect overall withdrawal from the person? I'm assuming it probably lessens it by a great deal.
So we have not done a withdrawal study, and I'd say that there's, other than the fact that at much higher doses it has an anti-nausea effect, but it doesn't appear to have that at our. We would not expect our drug to be particularly useful in inhibiting withdrawal symptoms. What it will do is inhibit the over drinking in the future. And if you think about it, if you're somebody that can't control, and now all of a sudden, and by the way, it didn't just stop people from starting to drink, it allowed them to stop in the middle of the drinking, right? So we think that's important. But also, if you're somebody that's trying to be abstinent, that's what you and your doctor think are best for you, and you look and you see the bottle sitting there and it's calling to you, wouldn't it be great to have a little help? Right? AA will tell you, AA will tell you, get help from wherever you can. Get help from your friends, get help from AA, get help from God. And if you get help from a good pharmaceutical that's been tested in trials, that's shown is safe, and can really help you achieve what you want in your life, that's exactly why we take all of the drugs, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Good drugs, I mean.
Absolutely. Now, I believe, did I pronounce your last name correctly before? It didn't sound like I did. Was it still?
You did not, but that's okay.
My gosh.
So it's
I got the note and I still said it wrong. My goodness. So this is William Stilley, Chief Executive Officer and President of ADIL Pharmaceuticals, listed on the NASDAQ, ADIL. What a pleasure to have you. Incredibly important work you're doing.
Okay. Well, thank you, Elliot. And you have a great day.
Thanks so much. You as well. All right, fantastic. Jeff, thank you so much for the question. Please keep the questions coming. If you are learning a lot, drop a one in the chat. I'm excited to be here. I still have 24 hours of this, and I could not be learning more right now from these executives and thought leaders within this industry. And to answer your question, Pepsi 1-2, Ampio is right now. We have Holly Sharevka, Chief Operating Officer, and Michael Macaluso, Chairman and Chief Executive Officer from Ampio Pharmaceuticals, listed on the New York Stock Exchange, AMPE. As we bring them over, please do remember all of this is evergreen on YouTube. If you miss something, you can go back and watch it now or later. I suggest doing that later and asking as many questions for Mike and Holly as you have. Ampio Pharmaceuticals is an incredible company, and I hope you all have questions for him. Mike, Holly, let's get your cameras and mics turned on if we can, and we will get going. All right, I see Mike there. How are you doing, sir?
Good, thank you. Thank you for having us.
Oh, we are thrilled to have you. And there is Holly. How are you?
Hi, I'm great. Thank you.
Of course. Fantastic. You're both here. I'm excited to hear what you have to say. I'm going to turn it over to you.
Okay, I will share my screen and we'll quickly go through the presentation and then hopefully open it up to any questions. How's that sound?
Beautiful.
Okay. All right, so just to get started, thank you for the introduction and thank you everyone for tuning in. We are Ampio Pharmaceuticals. We are focused on advancing immunology-based therapies for prevalent inflammatory conditions. Of course, that's really applicable during this COVID time. And we do have a COVID program. So we're actively pursuing an application in COVID-19 and the fight against COVID-19. And we're excited to be able to share positive preliminary results in human trials there. And also we're in development in osteoarthritis of the knee, which is a chronic inflammatory condition where the standard of care hasn't really changed in decades. So we'll talk a bit about where we are in late phase development there. Ampion is our lead therapeutic, and that's what we're talking about for all of this. And Ampion really is a platform biologic, meaning the ability to address several different indications. And it's a multi-channel therapy, and that really means that because of the nature of the product in and of itself, we're able to deliver the drug intravenously, so IV, as well as inhalation and straight into the joint with an intra-articular injection. We have demonstrated data in multiple human trials, as well as a lot of data from our in vitro laboratory work. So we have a strong research and development group. And I believe you already announced there on the side of the screen there, you see AMPE as our ticker, and there's some just general business highlights. I'm joined today by Mike Macaluso, you see Mike there, as well as Dan Stokely, our Chief Financial Officer. So let's dive right into Ampion. What is Ampion and how exactly does it work? It's asking if I want subtitles. Sorry about that. So I'm having a technical difficulty here. So how does Ampion work? Let's see if I can. There we go. Can you see that? There you go.
Yes.
Okay, great. So Ampion is an immunomodulatory drug with anti-inflammatory effects. What does that mean? It means that Ampion modulates the immune response. And I'll talk about that with a graphic in the next slide. But essentially, how do we measure that? So we know that Ampion is modulating the immune response because in the lab, we're able to treat human cells with saline and Ampion, and we can show that in comparison to saline, Ampion actually reduces the presence of inflammatory proteins. So here's a list, for example, tumor necrosis factor alpha, IL-1 beta, et cetera. And so while we're reducing that level of inflammation, we're also increasing those anti-inflammatory proteins, such as interleukin-10, et cetera. And so that's how we're able to show efficacy across a wide range of different conditions. And here's a nice graphic to kind of give a visual to what I'm talking about. So Ampion actually blocks the transcription here in this cartoon. You can see the block with that little red bubble. We block the transcription of, for example, NF-kappa B, which then reduces the amount of those on the top there, those red inflammatory proteins. And we promote the transcription of things such as AHR and PAPAR gamma, and that increases the production of those anti-inflammatory or healing or resolving proteins. So essentially in a disease state, your body, the inflammatory response when you're healthy is quite good. It happens, according to an insult or an injury, and then your body's able to turn it off and you continue life and business as normal. In a disease condition, that response just continues and continues, ultimately attacking and sort of degrading and turning on your own body. And Ampion really works to restore the homeostasis across multiple pathways. So many products work specifically targeting one pathway, and Ampion is unique as a biologic in that it targets multiple pathways in the immune response and is able to provide that immunomodulatory effect. And all of this really comes from our foundation of research development, really discovery. And so we have an in-house scientific team, we have an in-house research laboratory, and we continue to investigate how this mechanism of action can be applicable across multiple disease conditions, in addition to those ones where we're already in human trials. And so along those lines, we've announced research collaborations with prominent scientists at Vanderbilt University, as well as one of the oldest children's hospitals in the country. And some of the things that we investigate include pediatric conditions and kidney conditions. And so what you really have is Ampion as an immunomodulatory therapy, really sort of laying the work as a platform biologic, and then you can see the different indications that we're actively pursuing in human clinical trials as well as R&D, and all of that is in an effort to continue to provide value to patients and to improve clinical outcomes for patients, which ultimately delivers value for shareholders. And how does that translate into the clinic? When can you expect results, and what is it that we're looking at? So in the clinic, we have inflammatory joint disease. Our late phase asset is osteoarthritis of the knee, and I'll provide an update on that. We're in a confirmatory phase 3 study under a special protocol assessment with the FDA. Essentially, that means we've agreed on the critical elements of protocol design with the agency. So we are attempting to de-risk the regulatory path forward to market by working with the agency and agreeing ahead of time on the elements of trial design. We've also demonstrated safety in osteoarthritis of the hand. So I mentioned the nature of our therapeutic is such that it's not incredibly viscous, which means we can use a fine gauge needle, and we can really go with large joints like the knee, but also get into those smaller joints, such as the basal joint at the base of the thumb. And in terms of inflammatory lung disease, we'll talk about inhalation therapy with our product to directly target inflammation in the lungs of COVID-19 patients. Along that is acute respiratory distress syndrome. So that's the leading cause of mortality in COVID-19 patients. So we can talk about the application there. And then very briefly, we'll touch on kidney pediatric disease and our long haulers or long COVID or PASC, as Dr. Fauci has recently provided an update on. Those patients who continue to experience low levels of chronic inflammation after COVID-19 infection. So cruising into COVID, I mentioned the different programs here. And so we'll break the categories up into inhalation, IV, and the long hauler or long COVID studies. And so we're really excited that we were able to announce positive preliminary results for the inhalation study. And we're expecting top-line results in Q2, early Q2, as well as the launch of a phase 2 study that we were able to work with the FDA on. The same is very similar with the IV study. So we did complete a study of 10 patients, and we showed safety and trends in efficacy with a small patient number, and we presented that to the FDA as well. To discuss the potential application for emergency use authorization, or EUA. Where does it fit in, and what exactly are we looking at here? And all of that also translates into the continued development in cases as we learn more with the emerging sort of evolving data on the pandemic with the long COVID or the long hauler study. So for inhalation treatments, the preliminary data that we reported and also shared with the FDA showed an improvement in all-cause mortality, such that if you're receiving standard of care, which approves, includes therapies that have been approved for emergency use authorization, so any standard of care, essentially whatever the clinic has and the hospital settings have for their patients, we allowed as standard of care. You were either in that treatment arm or you were in receiving standard of care as well as Ampion. And we showed that, in standard of care, your all-cause mortality rate is about 21%. And that number drops to about 8% with Ampion treatment. So that's really something that we feel is very clinically meaningful in this population. Likewise, you see those continued trends with hospitalization time, 11 days with standard of care treatment, and including approved therapies, and that drops to just 7 days when you add on that Ampion treatment. Same with oxygen use. So you remain stable or show improvement in your requirement for oxygen. For patients, with 86% of patients remaining stable or improving with Ampion treatment compared to about 75% of standard care patients. The same is true with quality of life measures and adverse events. So we ask a questionnaire, how are you feeling? And it's a standard set of objective criteria. And we're seeing stable or improvement with Ampion treatment, again, 86 versus 75% of standard care. And adverse events were really the same between both groups, indicating an unremarkable safety profile, or in layman's terms, well-tolerated safety profile. And so all of this is backed by scientific evidence and a regulatory submission to the FDA. So even though the agency is moving quite quickly, they do have requirements in order to allow you to move into humans. So we pivoted from an osteoarthritis of the knee program because of our in-house laboratory and our research and development. We were able to demonstrate application in the lungs. And the first thing you have to do with the agency is we worked with them in order to show the development of aerosolized Ampion. So you can see here this sort of bell-shaped curve is exactly what you want to see. That's the drug delivery into the lung, showing that it can be appropriately delivered to target inflammation in the lung. And that little pink box actually is a rat lung tissue to show, hey, this is exactly what you want your lung tissue to look like when you deliver your drug to the lung. You want to protect and maintain healthy lung tissue, which is exactly what we demonstrated. And we presented that to the FDA. And the FDA moved quite quickly to award us an active IND in order to allow us to move into humans. And so we conducted the trial that I just updated you on the preliminary results with a 5-day treatment of inhaled Ampion versus standard of care. Similarly, we developed a program for intravenous application. So as you know, COVID-19 presents a lot of symptoms. So not only just respiratory distress and issues, but there is systemic inflammation present that's manifesting in a lot of different ways. So we also wanted to investigate IV application to evaluate if we address the inflammatory cascade or that runaway cytokine storm that we're reading so much about using systemic IV therapy, could that also improve outcomes for patients? And in fact, that's what we're seeing with early data with our first study was a 10-patient study, and we showed that it was safe and well tolerated. We presented this information to the FDA as well. They did approve that active IND, and they gave us recommendations in order to move forward for potential application as emergency transportation product. They gave us recommendations on how to design a phase 2 study, which is that global study that we're evaluating in the US and Israel. And all of this really comes from a lot of the exhaustive research and development, as well as the osteoarthritis of the knee program. So as a recap in the market space for osteoarthritis of the knee, it's a global issue. Over 200 million people worldwide suffer from osteoarthritis, with 17 million people in the US alone. As a novel biologic, Ampion would qualify for 12 years of market exclusivity straight from the FDA. And we know that the standard of care in this treatment paradigm in these patients hasn't changed in decades. So perhaps the drug delivery is evolving, but really the foundation of treatment, it has remained NSAIDs, opioids, steroids, and hyaluronic acids, and ultimately surgery. And you can see on the graph here on the far side, you can see that this is the OAK prevalence as a linear trajectory. It just keeps growing. And that's in millions, while the spending on top also has the same sort of linear trajectory, but that's in billions. So we can see that the market is really requesting improved treatments and improved outcomes for patients. So as I mentioned, we were well underway in conducting a confirmatory pivotal study under a special protocol assessment with the FDA when the world was struck with a pandemic. And the CDC provided guidance that 8 out of 10 COVID-related deaths occur in adults aged 65 years and older. The CDC also lists a high number of comorbidities, and that is the exact patient population in our confirmatory study. Nature magazine reported that over 1,000 clinical trials were suspended due to the pandemic, and Ampion development for OAK is one of those trials. And so the FDA has issued guidance for industry as well as guidance specific to our program. We responded to the FDA's guidance, and we've recently submitted a proposal. And what are the kind of options that are available to us? Well, one of those would be, can we minimize any potential bias or effect of COVID-19 in the program and analyze the data now? And that's exactly what we presented to the FDA. Listen, we think that there's an opportunity to really use objective criteria to minimize any impact of COVID and potentially analyze the data now. And that's what we're talking to the FDA. Should they accept that, then we would be locking and analyzing the data, if positive, moving into BLA filing. Also in the guidance, one of the things that is open to companies is to increase enrollment to offset those patients who may have been impacted by COVID-19, or to conduct a new study altogether, right? And there's different iterations of all of this between conducting virtual visits versus in-home sort of in-clinic visits, conducting in-home visits, et cetera. So the proposal that we are exploring with the FDA revolves around analyzing the data at this time, but certainly there's a myriad of opportunities. And because we are being conducted under a special protocol assessment, the special protocol assessment guidance for industry suggests that the agency should respond within 45 days of the proposal. So we announced that we had submitted this proposal on our December shareholder call. So we're looking forward to continuing the dialogue with the FDA quite soon. A quick touch base on R&D for kidney, moving pretty quickly here. We continue to investigate the application of Ampion in other inflammatory conditions. And here you can see a schematic on how Ampion may be able to work in kidney disease. And when you think about inflammatory kidney disease, one of the first things that comes to mind are diabetics often suffer from inflammatory kidney issues. And so this could have really meaningful application, which is why it's so important that we continue our work in collaborations with those, such as the ones from those scientists from Vanderbilt. Manufacturing, I think it's important to note that all of our clinical trial material, as well as material that we're investigating in laboratory, comes from production in-house at Ampio's headquarters in Colorado. So that is actually a picture of our facility there. So we manufacture everything here. All of our manufacturing standards comply to both the US and EU regulatory requirements, such that we're able to furnish global demand as needed. So this is a recap of everything we sort of just cruised through in the inhalation study. We expect to have, that data coming up here pretty soon to support the preliminary results that we've announced. We also are moving quickly into a phase 2 program as suggested by the FDA in our discussions for potential emergency authorization. The IV study is along a similar trajectory. So we completed the initial safety studies and we're moving into the phase 2 program. The osteoarthritis of the knee study, as we just recently went over, we've submitted a proposal to the FDA. We feel confident in that proposal and in our continued cadence of dialogue with the agency. And so this is a brief sort of overview on when we might expect to see those milestones and kind of have results reported out on some of those milestones. And in summary, this kind of recaps everything we started with on Ampio as a company, what we're focused on, and how we're focused on addressing and improving patient lives and those patients suffering from inflammatory conditions with our immunomodulatory therapy. So with that, I would say thank you very much, and I would actually turn it over to Mike Macaluso, our CEO, for additional remarks.
Actually, we're ready to take questions if there are any out there so that we could move this along.
Yeah, absolutely. So we do have one in the chat. Are there any target markets for Ampion tests outside US, such as like a Europe or Brazil, if you hadn't touched on that already?
Yeah, I think Holly touched on that. We're doing the IV study for COVID, inflammatory COVID in Israel, and we'll be conducting that also in the United States. We're going to stay primarily in the United States initially. We'll do some studies, like I said, in Israel, but we'll expand later into other countries as things permit.
Another question, I think you touched pretty well on how the COVID pandemic has impacted Ampio. If there's anything else you'd like to touch on that, but also perhaps it's fair to ask how it will continue to affect you all moving forward.
Well, I think it gave us, we had been working on inflammatory lung diseases, systemic inflammatory diseases for many, many years. It was part of Dr. Baror, our founder, his initial scientific discoveries. The interruption of our phase 3 pivotal trial gave us the opportunity to really focus on those things and bring them to the forefront because of COVID. So actually, COVID has been a benefit, not to society, but to us in terms of the development of Ampion for inflammatory lung diseases, COVID, a side effect of COVID, systemic inflammation, again, because of COVID, and then the long hauler applications that post-COVID patients are experiencing, which again, having trouble breathing, blood clots, et cetera, we're able to address those things. And fortunately, they're all part of our clinical platform right now.
Fantastic. Mike, Holly, that brings us to time, but I mean, there's a lot of traction for your company right now, tons of interest in the chat. So we really appreciate you all being here. A lot of excitement in terms of what you're doing.
Thank you for having us, and look forward to answering questions in the future.
Yes, please. Email. Is there an email where they can reach out to you if we didn't get to their questions?
Yeah, mmacalluso@ampioPharma.com. My mmacaluso@ampiopharma.com. Be happy to answer them.
Perfect. Thank you all again. Really appreciate it. We will talk to you all very soon.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
You as well. Fantastic. That was Holly Sharevka, the Chief Operating Officer, and Michael Macaluso, Chairman and CEO of Ampio Pharmaceuticals, New York Stock Exchange listed AMPE. All right. We are on to a wonderful conclusion to our day. Red Hill Biopharma, the CEO, Dror Benasher of Red Hill Biopharma, is here with us today. NASDAQ listed RDHL. Dror, if you get your camera and mic on, we will get this going, but very, very excited to have you.
Thank you. Thank you. Great to be here. I see that you are having a really, really busy day, and I'm sure you're looking forward to some rest. So I promise to keep our overview short. Should I get going?
Yes, please, sir. It's good to have you here.
Thank you. Thank you. So how is that? Does it look okay?
Yes. If you want to fully present it, you're welcome to, but we can see your deck.
Perfect. Yeah, I'll keep it that way. Wonderful. So a few words about Red Hill Biopharma for those of you who don't know us. We're listed on NASDAQ, and we are up and coming, rapidly emerging specialty pharma company in the US. I remind you that because we are public, a lot of the statements that will be made here, we cannot guarantee. Those are forward-looking statements. So a little bit about us. So typically when you see a sub $500 million market cap company like Red Hill, you tend to see a single product, maybe a couple of products, maybe a technology platform, something like that. In our case, it's very, very different. Red Hill already has several FDA-approved products that we are promoting in the US. I'll talk about that in a moment. With a very strong commercial footprint, we have several phase 3 stage programs right now ongoing, including a couple of COVID-19 phase 3 stage novel molecules already administered in the clinic, advancing nicely. We are not aware of even a big pharma that has 2 shots on goal at phase 3 stage novel orally administered molecules for COVID-19. We have that, as well as other late stage programs. We have a solid balance sheet with $100 million. Revenues are rising really, really nicely. Last year, over 64 million, nearly 30 million in gross profit. And again, this is growing nicely, and we expect 2021 to be a breakout year with potential commercial operation break even. This is our pipeline. So as you can see, 3 products that have been approved, we are already promoting. I mentioned the revenues. The development pipeline has several phase 3 stage products. I will also mention that for lack of time, we cannot discuss all of them today, but we'll briefly mention a couple of them. At the bottom, what you see is our COVID-19 programs, phase 3 stage, which I will discuss right now. So we have 2 shots on goal for COVID-19. One of them is on the left-hand side, Opaganib, which is already over 2/3 enrolled in a phase 3 study that is run globally, approved in 8 countries. So again, over 2/3 enrolled. We expect to complete enrollment in the next quarter, Q2. And we are planning to issue the top-line results as well during the next quarter, Q2, all goes well. The other product is Upamostat, which is for non-hospitalized patients on the right-hand side. It is also in a phase 3 study in the US. What makes those molecules unique is that they have the potential to tackle existing and new mutations, emerging mutations. This is very important given everything we know about the mutations that keep coming at us with SARS-CoV-2. Governments are concerned, patients, of course, are concerned, the physicians are concerned, managed care is concerned, everybody's concerned about mutations. Those 2 novel orally administered molecules that are phase 3 stage, both of them should be effective against existing and new mutations because of the special mechanism of action which targets the host cell. The host cell as opposed to the virus itself. Opaganib on the left-hand side already completed successfully a phase 2 study in the United States, and as I mentioned, is about to complete a phase 3 study globally. Opaganib also achieved very exciting results when it was measured how it is doing against the virus itself. So Opaganib completely inhibited SARS-CoV-2, the virus that causes COVID-19. And not only that, it demonstrated the most potent activity versus all compounds that we tested, including remdesivir. Very exciting mechanism. Needless to say, the mechanism of Opaganib is not purely antiviral. Opaganib is also a potent anti-inflammatory, which is critical when you deal with a disease that causes inflammation and lung deterioration and so on and so on. So I will take 1 or 2 minutes to tell you about the phase 2 data that we generated. We have shown that Opaganib was found to be safe, very important in a phase 2 study. We have shown greater improvement in reducing oxygen requirement by day 14 across key and primary and secondary efficacy outcomes. Those are the endpoints. And this is a clinical improvement as measured by the WHO scale. We have shown greater improvement in reaching room air, 52% versus 22%. Both Opaganib and the control arm were on top of standard of care. The control arm was placebo on top of standard of care. We have also shown greater improvement in proportion of patients with 50% reduction in supplemental oxygen, 89% versus 66%. A high proportion of patients discharged by day 14, very important for hospitalized patients, 73% versus 55%, and a greater reduction from baseline of median total oxygen requirement, or AUC, which was 68% versus 46%. And this is in a small US study. It's very difficult to show such data in a small study. The phase 2/3 study of Opaganib is ongoing. We are going to enroll 464. We are well over 300, well over 2/3 of the patients have been enrolled, and we are enrolling nicely. The primary endpoint is a proportion of patients reaching room air by day 14, and the study has already passed 3 independent committees, including a futility analysis, which is very important when it comes to assessing the efficacy, the potential efficacy, and the likelihood of success in the study. Moving on to RHB-107 or upamostat, this is an outpatient study. So we are covering the whole spectrum, hospitalized patients with opaganib and non-hospitalized patients with RHB-107. That is a US study, phase 3, that we have initiated and are enrolling for. And the primary endpoint is time to sustain the recovery. There's a very strong need for an oral treatment in this indication. Obviously, the market is far larger in outpatient setting, far more patients that are not hospitalized, and you want to prevent them from being hospitalized and, of course, deteriorating. Where is RedHill going? RedHill is certainly going places, growing very fast. We have several products on the market, as I mentioned, but we also have a strong pipeline. We'll keep feeding our commercial organization with drugs that we bring to the market from within our pipeline, from within our company, in-house, just like Talicia for H. pylori infection. And we will do the same by non-organic growth, by bringing in products such as Movantik, which we acquired in April last year from AstraZeneca. We have 100 sales reps across the nation, headquartered in Raleigh, North Carolina, and we have another 30 field support professionals in the field. Company will keep growing, revenues will keep growing. It's going to be quite an exciting journey. The market cap is about 350 million. We have, as I mentioned, roughly 100 million in the bank. Commercial operations headquartered in Raleigh has all the functions that are needed. We can support a fast-growing organization, which is actually exactly what's happening right now. The managed care landscape is very positive for us. Even though we just launched Talicia about half a year ago, effectively, we already have 7 out of 10 commercially insured patients that can access the drug. And with Movantik, which is for opioid-induced constipation, 9 out of 10 commercially insured patients can access Movantik. So warm endorsement by managed care, the pricing, it's something that's very important. What I wanted to show you here is the strong growth of Talicia despite the pandemic. The pandemic is the worst possible time to launch a drug from scratch, especially a specialty drug that requires a diagnosis of the disease of H. pylori, because patients do not want to come to the clinic to be tested, and so on, for obvious reasons. Despite that, scripts have been growing, and we expect growth to accelerate significantly later this year as the pandemic gradually fades away. Revenues have been growing again despite the pandemic. We have generated 21.5 million in Q4 2020. Movantik, I mentioned for opioid-induced constipation. It's the market leader in its segment. It's been a transformative event for RedHill. We have worked diligently with AstraZeneca, transitioned the product, and are currently promoting it with more field force, stronger field force than AstraZeneca did. We are very optimistic about the prospects for the drug. Talicia is a very exciting drug that we have developed internally, have gotten it approved by FDA, and launched effectively last summer into the pandemic. What is important to understand about Talicia is that it is targeting a carcinogen class 1 called H. pylori infection. And H. pylori infection is something that, believe it or not, more than half of the world's population is infected with. 100 million Americans are infected with H. pylori infection, and roughly 90% of gastric cancer cases are caused by this infection, and a lot of other nasty conditions and diseases. The important thing to understand about Talicia is that it overcomes a high and growing resistance to H. pylori, to existing drugs by H. pylori, and therefore we believe that it will become the standard of care for this. The US market is big, as I mentioned, 100 million Americans are infected. We are promoting to many thousands of specialists, primary care physicians, and so on. The last drug that we are promoting is Emcolo for traveler's diarrhea. I will not talk about that much, given that there's not much travel right now. However, I will mention that Emcolo is going to become increasingly important as travel resumes, and as we all know, booking for international travel has been growing very rapidly by all measures, and we expect later this year to see quite a spike of travel. The other molecule I'll mention is RHB204 for non-tuberculous mycobacterium. Again, an infection that is creating a significant unmet medical need. There's no drug approved for first-line NTM infection. We have initiated a phase 3 study in the United States, and if we are approved successful, this will be the only first-line drug. It's orally administered 3 times a week. It's a standalone drug. It's an exciting program with a very significant market potential. One more drug I want to mention is RHB104 for Crohn's disease. We have successfully completed a phase 3 study, roughly 40% remission, and we have also been able to show durable remission after 1 year and maintenance of remission. So very exciting data for Crohn's patients, very strong unmet need. So to sum up, so that we can take a couple of questions, this year is going to be a breakout year, there's no doubt about it, both on the commercial front, because we already have several products that we are promoting and they will keep growing, but also on the R&D front. Our COVID programs are unique in that we are probably the only company in the world, or at least one of a handful of companies, including Big Pharma, that has 2 phase 3 stage orally administered novel molecules. One of these molecules, opaganib, is about to complete a phase 3 study. Over 2/3 enrolled, and we expect to complete enrollment next quarter, and all goes well, also announce top-line results. So overall, we expect significant growth this year on all fronts, and we plan, all goes well, on achieving also commercial operational break-even this year. I thank you for listening, and happy to take a call in the remaining time.
Thank you so much, Dror. That was very informative. A couple of questions, that come to mind for me here. One being, with the two phase 3 COVID molecules, are you along the same thought process that COVID is here to stay? And with that in mind, this part of your business becomes a little bit more ever present, if you will.
Absolutely. So 2 of our 3 marketed drugs in the US are infectious disease drugs, although they are promoted primarily to GI and primary care. So this is within our sweet spot. COVID-19 made a lot of sense for us to go after. Our team has been able to bring 2 phase 3 stage programs to where they are today within less than a year, and we are a small company with very limited resources. Again, we're not even aware of a big pharma that is where we are, so we feel very comfortable. The need is certainly there. The clinical benefit of drugs that have been approved for emergency use or full marketing, only a couple. The clinical benefit is controversial, it's limited, and the unmet medical need, the suffering, the death out there is very, very significant. We are doing our very best as a small company to address that.
Fantastic. I look forward to connecting in a year at the next Biotech conference to see where we're at. I guess another question for me is, I would say the majority of your products are gastric focused, if I'm not mistaken. So are those, was it easier to bring one to market, after having achieved already some gastric success, if you will?
Bringing a drug to the market is quite a project. Talicia has been developed for, I would guess, close to 20 years. It was in our hands for 10 years before we got it approved. But once we got the data out there, we were able to get it approved within half a year, which is record time with FDA. And this knowledge of designing and executing studies in the GI space, as you mentioned, is something that is one of our core competencies, and we continue to do it with quite a few other late-stage, clinical stage programs as we speak, and we'll continue to bring additional products such as Movantik from AstraZeneca that is already generating close to 20 million a quarter for us as of Q4.
Fantastic. So tons of room there, tons of runway. Dror, it is a pleasure to have you and Red Hill with us. Very insightful and big value play here, I think, everybody. So please check into them. Their ticker is RDHL on the NASDAQ. Dror, thank you again for being here.
Thank you. Keep safe.
You as well. You as well. All right, everybody, that is our first day of our Biotech Focused Small Cap Conference. We are thrilled to have you. It has been a full day, very educational. If you enjoyed it, drop a 1 in the chat. Your questions are appreciated from beginning to end. Manju, Anthony, Jeff, everybody, it really is a pleasure to hopefully bring the education and content to you guys that you're looking for. Some deep insights, I think great value adds here. Definitely a few I'm adding to my watch list. I hope you all feel the same. We have a full day tomorrow. It's going to be another 9 to 3. Please do come back. We will be talking to a full different set of companies on different sides of biotech. So it will not be repetitive or monotonous to say the least. Past that, we also have several other events. Please do check out benzinga.com/events. Get your news from benzinga.com. It is the backbone of everything we're able to do here. So other than that, you are able to go back and watch these sessions at your convenience. They will live on YouTube and they're there for you all. Thanks again. Events@benzinga.com. If you have any questions, follow me on Twitter, Elliot Lane 10. Outside of that, we will see you all bright and early tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern time. All right. Thanks, everybody.